The audiobook, Think Rich, This is the Fastest Way to Get Rich, reveals the wealth-building system most financial experts never share. Discover the transformative principles that separate the wealthy from everyone else, mindset shifts and practical strategies that transform your financial reality. Without these principles, you'll continue working harder while others grow richer. Master these secrets, and you'll build wealth faster than you ever thought possible. Mindset. The wealthy think differently. This isn't just a motivational platitude. It's a fundamental truth that separates those who accumulate vast fortunes from those who struggle financially their entire lives. While most people focus on tactics, strategies, and get-rich-quick schemes, the truly successful understand that lasting wealth begins in the mind. Imagine two individuals with identical backgrounds, education, and opportunities. One builds a fortune while the other remains trapped in financial mediocrity. What separates them? Their mindset, the internal operating system that determines how they perceive money, opportunity, and their own capabilities. In my decades studying the ultra-wealthy, I've observed a consistent pattern. Before they built their empires, they first constructed a mental foundation that made wealth not just possible, but inevitable. They didn't just think about getting rich, they thought like the rich, often long before their bank accounts reflected their mindset. This wealth-oriented mindset isn't about positive thinking alone, though optimism plays a role. It's a comprehensive psychological framework that shapes how you process information, make decisions, and take action. It's about reprogramming your subconscious to align with abundance rather than scarcity, possibility rather than limitation. The good news? This mindset can be learned. The challenging news? It requires confronting and replacing deeply ingrained beliefs that may have been with you since childhood. But once you make this fundamental shift, everything else in your wealth-building journey becomes dramatically easier. The law of the inner force. At the core of the wealth mindset is what I call the inner force, that quiet, unwavering conviction that propels extraordinary achievement. This isn't wishful thinking, it's a profound self-belief that becomes the engine driving all external results. Consider Henry Ford, who revolutionized manufacturing with the assembly line despite having limited formal education. When engineers told him his vision for a V8 engine was impossible, he simply instructed them to keep working until they found a way. His famous quote, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right," wasn't just clever wordplay. It reflected his understanding that achievement begins with absolute inner certainty. This inner force creates momentum that carries you through obstacles that stop others in their tracks. When you truly believe in your capacity to create wealth, not as a vague hope, but as an inevitability, you approach challenges differently. Setbacks become temporary, problems become puzzles to solve, and persistence becomes natural rather than forced. The strength of your inner conviction directly impacts the consistency of your actions. Half-hearted belief produces half-hearted efforts. Absolute conviction produces unstoppable action. This alignment between belief and behavior is what separates those who merely wish for wealth from those who actually achieve it. Developing this inner force requires daily practice. Start with specific visualization exercises where you picture yourself achieving precise financial goals. See yourself making investment decisions with confidence, building successful ventures, or receiving substantial income. Make these mental images as detailed and emotionally charged as possible. Over time, these visualizations rewire your subconscious, building a deep-seated conviction that wealth is your natural state. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. The law of attraction. The law of attraction has become somewhat cliched in personal development circles, often misrepresented as magical thinking. But stripped of its mystical overtones, It reflects a powerful psychological principle. What you consistently focus on tends to expand in your awareness and experience. This isn't about wishing money into existence. It's about training your mind to recognize and act on opportunities that align with your financial goals. Your brain contains a network called the reticular activating system, RAS, which filters the millions of bits of information bombarding you every second. This system is programmed to highlight whatever you've tagged as important. When you maintain a consistent focus on wealth-building opportunities, your RAS begins flagging relevant information that might otherwise go unnoticed: a business opening, an investment opportunity, or a potential partnership. Meanwhile, someone with a scarcity mindset might walk past the same opportunities without registering them at all. Consider how this works in everyday life. When you're thinking about buying a particular car model, you suddenly notice that model everywhere. The cars were always there, but your attention wasn't tuned to them. Similarly, when you prime your mind for wealth, you become attuned to the opportunities that have always existed in your environment. This isn't just theory, it's neurological reality. By consciously directing your mental energy toward abundance rather than scarcity, you literally change what information your brain processes. Replace thoughts like, "I can't afford that," with, "How can I afford that?" Or, "I don't have enough connections," with, "Who do I know who might introduce me to the right people?" This shift from limitation to possibility reprograms your RAS to seek solutions rather than confirm problems. Maintaining positive expectancy, the belief that good outcomes are not just possible but probable, creates a feedback loop of opportunity recognition. The more opportunities you spot and act upon, the more evidence you gather that opportunities abound, further strengthening your positive expectancy. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Confidence and belief in one's own abilities. Self-efficacy, the belief in your ability to accomplish specific goals, is perhaps the single most important psychological factor in wealth creation. This isn't about arrogance or delusion. It's about an accurate assessment of your capacity to learn, grow, and overcome challenges. Research consistently shows that individuals with high self-efficacy set more ambitious goals, persist longer in the face of obstacles, and recover more quickly from setbacks, all critical factors in building wealth. This confidence becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because you believe you can succeed, you take the actions necessary to succeed, which then reinforces your belief. Confidence also acts as a powerful social magnet. People are naturally drawn to those who project certainty and competence. Clients prefer to hire confident service providers. Investors favor entrepreneurs who display conviction in their vision. Employees perform better under leaders who project clear direction. Consider Oprah Winfrey's journey from poverty to becoming North America's first Black female billionaire. Despite a challenging childhood and numerous career setbacks, she maintained an unwavering belief in her abilities. This internal confidence attracted opportunities, partnerships, and loyal audiences that ultimately built her media empire. Building self-efficacy is a gradual process. Start by setting small, achievable goals and consistently meeting them. Each success, no matter how minor, builds evidence that you can accomplish what you set out to do. Document these wins and review them regularly, creating a personal success archive that counters moments of doubt. Surround yourself with people who reinforce your capabilities rather than undermine them. The voices around you eventually become the voices in your head. Choose environments and relationships that reflect the confident, capable person you're becoming, not the limitations of your past. Ready to accelerate your journey to financial freedom? Get your copy of Think Rich. This is the fastest way to get rich today. Instantly download the complete bundle, including the ebook, audiobook, executive summary, and FAQ PDF. Your purchase supports our free content and gives you actionable strategies to attract opportunities, invest wisely, and multiply your income. Click the link in the pinned comment to buy now and start thinking rich. The role of a constructive mental attitude. A constructive mental attitude transforms how you interpret and respond to life's inevitable challenges. While others see failures as evidence of their limitations, those with a wealth mindset see them as valuable feedback and stepping stones to success. Walt Disney was once fired from a newspaper for lacking imagination, an ironic assessment given his later achievements. Rather than accepting this as a final verdict on his creative abilities, he used it as fuel to prove his detractors wrong. This resilient, solution-focused mindset eventually created one of the world's most valuable entertainment empires. The key distinction is between being problem-focused versus solution-focused. Problem-focused individuals dwell on obstacles, assign blame, and often feel victimized by circumstances. Solution-focused individuals acknowledge problems but quickly pivot to asking, "What can I do about this? And what opportunities might this challenge reveal?" This solution orientation directly impacts your wealth-building capacity. Markets shift, investments sometimes underperform, businesses face unexpected challenges. Those who respond with adaptability and creative problem-solving continue advancing, while others become paralyzed by setbacks. Practicing daily gratitude powerfully reinforces this constructive mindset. By intentionally noting what's working well in your financial life, whether it's steady income, valuable skills, or supportive relationships, you train your brain to spot positives rather than fixating on negatives. This positive orientation enhances creativity, resilience, and decision-making, all crucial for wealth creation. Try keeping a daily wins journal where you record 3 financial or professional successes, no matter how small. Over time, this practice rewires your default perspective from scarcity to abundance, from problem to possibility. Mindfulness and mindset. Mindfulness, the practice of present moment awareness without judgment, offers powerful tools for transforming your relationship with money. By becoming aware of your automatic thoughts and reactions around finances, you gain the ability to choose more empowering responses. Many people operate from what I call poor person thinking, a scarcity mindset that leads to counterproductive financial behaviors. This might manifest as hoarding cash rather than investing it, obsessing over small expenses while ignoring major wealth-building opportunities, or avoiding reasonable risks that could lead to significant returns. Through mindful awareness, you can catch these limiting patterns as they arise. Notice when fear drives your financial decisions rather than strategic thinking. Observe when past money traumas color your perception of present opportunities. By creating space between stimulus and response, mindfulness allows you to choose wealth-oriented actions rather than defaulting to scarcity-based reactions. This mental discipline is particularly valuable during market volatility or business challenges. While others panic sell investments during downturns, the mindful wealth builder can observe their emotional impulses without being controlled by them, often making contrarian moves that yield substantial long-term gains. Regular meditation or reflection practices strengthen this capacity for non-reactive awareness. Even 5 minutes daily of sitting quietly and observing your thoughts can dramatically improve your ability to make clear-headed financial decisions under pressure. Perspective shapes reality. How you frame money as opportunity or obstacle, blessing or burden, profoundly influences your financial outcomes. Your perspective literally shapes what you see when you look at the financial landscape. Consider 2 individuals examining the same potential investment. One sees primarily the risks and reasons it might fail. The other acknowledges the risks, but focuses on the potential upside and how to mitigate downsides. These different perspectives lead to entirely different actions and consequently different results. This selective perception operates continuously, filtering your financial reality through the lens of your beliefs. If you believe wealth building is difficult and reserved for the lucky few, you'll find ample evidence to support this view. If you believe opportunities abound for those willing to learn and take action, you'll likewise find confirmation. A powerful perspective shift occurs when you change the questions you ask. Rather than, can I afford this? Ask, how can I afford this? Instead of, why is this happening to me? Ask, what can I learn from this? These question shifts activate creative problem solving rather than reinforcing perceived limitations. Challenge any thought that contains phrases like, I can't, I'm not good at, or it's too difficult. Replace these with growth-oriented alternatives. I'm learning to, I'm developing my skills in, or I'm finding ways to make this work. This simple reframing transforms your relationship with challenges from avoidance to engagement. Don't fear money. Fear of money, whether fear of losing it, fear of not having enough, or even fear of having too much, creates one of the most insidious barriers to wealth. These fears often stem from cultural messages or family programming that associate wealth with negative qualities like greed, corruption, or moral compromise. Common negative scripts include, money is the root of all evil, a misquotation that actually refers to the love of money. Rich people are selfish, or you have to step on others to get ahead. These beliefs create subconscious resistance to wealth that can sabotage your financial efforts. Examine where these beliefs originated. Were they explicitly stated in your family or implicitly communicated through attitudes and behaviors? Did religious or cultural influences shape your money views? Understanding the source of these beliefs is the first step toward consciously choosing whether they serve your current goals and values. The reality is that money itself is neutral, neither inherently good nor evil. It simply amplifies who you already are. If you're generous, more money allows for greater generosity. If you're focused on making a difference, wealth provides more resources for impact. Many people also carry guilt or shame around the prospect of becoming wealthy. They worry about outshining family members, appearing arrogant, or somehow becoming a different person. Remember that your success can inspire rather than alienate others, and that wealth creation often allows you to lift others as you rise. Money is a tool, not the goal. Pursuing money solely for its own sake often leads to a hollow sense of achievement. The wealthiest and most fulfilled individuals understand that money is merely a tool for creating the life, impact, and legacy they desire. Research in positive psychology consistently shows that after basic needs are met, additional wealth only increases happiness when it's aligned with deeper values and purposes. This explains why some wealthy individuals remain profoundly dissatisfied despite their material success. They've achieved financial goals without connecting them to meaningful personal fulfillment. Consider the distinction between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation pursues external rewards like status symbols or social approval. Intrinsic motivation pursues activities that are inherently satisfying or meaningful. Ironically, those driven primarily by intrinsic factors often achieve greater financial success because their deeper motivation sustains them through inevitable challenges. Steve Jobs didn't build Apple primarily to become wealthy. His driving passion was creating revolutionary products that changed how people interact with technology. This intrinsic motivation fueled the innovation and persistence that ultimately generated enormous wealth, both for him and his shareholders. To align money with purpose, ask yourself, how would wealth serve my deeper values? What would it enable me to do, create, or contribute? Perhaps it means providing security for loved ones, funding causes you believe in, or creating a business that solves important problems. When money becomes a means to meaningful ends rather than an end itself, your relationship with wealth becomes healthier and more powerful. Overcome negative beliefs about wealth. Many of us carry unconscious beliefs about wealth that actively undermine our financial success. These inherited scripts might include thoughts like, people like us don't get rich, wealth requires sacrificing what matters, or I don't deserve abundance. These limiting beliefs often operate below conscious awareness, sabotaging your efforts in subtle ways. You might procrastinate on lucrative opportunities, make impulsive decisions that erode wealth, or simply set your financial sights too low based on what feels realistic given your background. Identifying these scripts requires honest self-reflection. Pay attention to your automatic thoughts when money opportunities arise. Notice any patterns of self-sabotage in your financial behavior. Consider whether your current financial situation reflects your true potential or merely confirms pre-existing beliefs about what's possible for you. Once identified, these beliefs can be systematically replaced. When you catch yourself thinking, "I'll never have enough money," consciously substitute, "I'm learning effective ways to grow my wealth." When you think, "Rich people are just lucky," replace it with, "Wealth comes through persistent, strategic action, which I'm fully capable of taking." This mental reprogramming isn't instant. It requires consistent practice. But over time, these new beliefs become your default operating system, naturally guiding you toward wealth-building behaviors and opportunities. Remember that your success doesn't diminish anyone else's potential. In fact, as you overcome your own limiting beliefs, you become living proof that others can do the same. Your permission to thrive financially can inspire those around you to expand their own possibilities. The mindset principles we've explored form the foundation for everything that follows in your wealth-building journey. Without this psychological infrastructure, even the most sophisticated strategies and tactics will ultimately fail. With it, even simple approaches can yield extraordinary results. In the next chapter, we'll build on this foundation by exploring the critical role of purpose in accelerating your path to wealth. You'll discover how aligning your financial goals with deeper meaning creates unstoppable momentum, and why those with a compelling why consistently outperform those focused solely on how. The transformation begins in your mind, but it doesn't end there. As your internal landscape shifts from scarcity to abundance, from fear to confidence, from limitation to possibility, your external reality will inevitably follow suit. The wealthy mind precedes the wealthy life, and you've now taken the first crucial step toward both. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2, Purpose. I've watched countless people chase wealth only to find themselves running in circles, exhausted, and no closer to their financial goals than when they started. They jump from one strategy to another, try the latest investment trend, or follow whatever financial guru is making headlines that month. Yet despite all this frantic activity, their bank accounts remain stubbornly unchanged. What's missing? The answer lies in something so fundamental that most people overlook it entirely. It's not about working harder. It's not about finding the perfect investment vehicle. It's not even about having the right connections or opportunities. It's about purpose. The wealthiest individuals I've studied over the decades share a common trait that transcends their industries, backgrounds, and even the eras in which they built their fortunes. They possessed an unwavering clarity about why they were pursuing wealth in the first place. This clarity acted like a powerful magnet, pulling them forward through obstacles that would have stopped others cold. When I first began researching the psychology of wealth creation, I assumed that technical knowledge, understanding markets, business models, or investment strategies would be the primary differentiator between the financially successful and unsuccessful. The data told a different story. While technical knowledge matters, it's the presence of a compelling purpose that consistently separates those who achieve extraordinary wealth from those who merely dream about it. This chapter explores how finding and harnessing your unique purpose can become the hidden engine of your wealth journey, transforming not just what you achieve, but how you experience the pursuit itself. The power of definite purpose. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to make consistent progress toward their goals, while others, despite similar talents and opportunities, remain stuck in perpetual preparation? The difference often comes down to the clarity of their purpose. A definite purpose acts like a lighthouse in a storm, providing direction when the winds of distraction and doubt threaten to blow you off course. It's not merely having general aspirations like, "I want to be rich" or "I want financial security." Those vague desires lack the specificity needed to guide concrete action. Instead, a definite purpose has sharp edges. It's precise enough to inform daily decisions and filter opportunities. When Elon Musk declared his purpose was to make humanity multiplanetary, this wasn't just lofty rhetoric. It became the decision-making framework that guided everything from hiring choices to product development at SpaceX. Each project was evaluated against a simple criterion. Does this advance our mission of making humans an interplanetary species? This clarity creates an almost supernatural ability to focus. When you know exactly what you're aiming for, distractions lose their power. The latest business trend, the hot investment tip, the shiny opportunity that everyone's talking about, all of these can be quickly evaluated against your core purpose. If they don't align, you can confidently pass, preserving your most precious resources, time, energy, and capital. Consider how this might work in your own wealth journey. If your definite purpose is to build a business that generates $10 million in annual revenue by 2028, you can evaluate every opportunity against this benchmark. That speaking engagement that pays well but takes a week of preparation? That side project that seems interesting but doesn't scale? That potential partnership that feels prestigious but diverts resources from your core offering? All can be assessed through the lens of your definite purpose. This clarity doesn't just help you say no to distractions. It empowers you to say yes to the right opportunities with conviction. When you know your destination, you can plot the most direct route and recognize shortcuts when they appear. Your productivity soars, not because you're working more hours, but because your efforts are channeled in a consistent direction rather than scattered across competing priorities. The most successful wealth builders I've studied don't just have goals. They have a definite purpose that infuses those goals with meaning and urgency. This purpose becomes the compass that guides them through the inevitable storms of entrepreneurship, investing, or career building. Without it, even the most talented individuals can find themselves drifting, working hard, but making little real progress toward lasting wealth. The unyielding power of will. Ideas are common, execution is rare, and consistent execution over time, the kind that builds substantial wealth, is rarer still. This is where the unyielding power of will enters the equation. Willpower is the bridge between purpose and results. It's the force that converts intentions into actions, dreams into reality. Without it, even the most inspiring purpose remains just that, inspiring but unrealized. Building wealth requires sustained effort across multiple domains, developing skills, making connections, identifying opportunities, overcoming setbacks. Each of these demands willpower, the ability to do what needs to be done, regardless of whether you feel like doing it in the moment. The relationship between purpose and willpower is symbiotic. A compelling purpose fuels willpower, providing the emotional energy to persist when motivation wanes. Simultaneously, exercising willpower strengthens your connection to your purpose, creating a virtuous cycle that builds momentum over time. Consider the daily disciplines required for wealth creation: consistent investing, continuous learning, relationship building, opportunity assessment. None of these activities deliver immediate gratification. All require delaying present pleasure for future gain. This delay is only sustainable when powered by the combination of clear purpose and strong will. Every successful wealth journey encounters adversity: market downturns, failed ventures, unexpected competition. These moments separate the eventual winners from the permanent dreamers. When a recession hits and your investments lose 30% of their value, will you panic and sell at the bottom? When your business faces a cash flow crisis, will you fold or find creative solutions? When a competitor undercuts your prices, will you abandon your strategy or adapt while maintaining your core value proposition? The answers depend largely on the strength of your will and the clarity of your purpose. Together, they create resilience that transcends temporary setbacks. This isn't about blind stubbornness, it's about principled persistence, the ability to adapt tactics while remaining committed to your ultimate objective. Developing this strength of will is similar to building physical strength. It requires consistent exercise through progressively challenging situations. Start with small acts of discipline, completing tasks even when you don't feel motivated, making that difficult phone call you've been avoiding, investing when others are fearful. Each small victory builds the willpower muscle, preparing you for the larger challenges ahead. The wealthiest individuals I've studied aren't necessarily the most talented or even the most intelligent, but they invariably possess uncommon willpower, the ability to continue taking productive action long after others have given up. This persistence, powered by purpose, becomes their ultimate competitive advantage in the wealth-building arena. Expectancy and persistency. Your expectations shape your reality in ways most people never fully grasp. This isn't mystical thinking, it's practical psychology with profound implications for wealth creation. When you genuinely expect success, not as a wish but as a foregone conclusion, you behave differently. You work with greater intensity. You persist longer. You notice opportunities others miss. Most importantly, you take the kind of bold, decisive actions that actually move the needle on your financial goals. This creates what I call the belief-effort loop. Strong expectancy leads to increased effort, which produces better results, which in turn reinforces your expectancy. This virtuous cycle accelerates over time, creating momentum that can carry you through periods when external results temporarily plateau. Conversely, if you secretly expect failure, perhaps due to past disappointments or limiting beliefs, you create a very different loop. Negative expectancy leads to hesitant effort, which produces mediocre results, further confirming your expectation that success isn't really possible for you. Many wealth seekers are trapped in this cycle without realizing it, working hard but sabotaging their efforts through their underlying expectancy. Warren Buffett exemplifies positive expectancy in action. Throughout his investing career, he has maintained unwavering optimism about the long-term growth potential of American businesses. This isn't blind faith, it's a reasoned conviction based on historical patterns and economic fundamentals. This expectancy allows him to remain calm during market panics, often buying when others are selling in fear. His results speak for themselves. Maintaining positive expectancy doesn't mean ignoring challenges or risks. It means viewing them as temporary obstacles rather than permanent barriers. When you encounter a setback, a failed business venture, an investment loss, a career roadblock, how do you interpret it? As evidence that wealth isn't meant for you, or as valuable feedback that will ultimately help you refine your approach? Your answer reveals your expectancy, which directly influences your persistence. And persistence is the ultimate determinant of financial success. Most wealth-building endeavors fail not because they're fundamentally flawed, but because their creators abandon them too soon, often just before the breakthrough that would have transformed their trajectory. Persistence is like a muscle that grows stronger with use. Each time you push through discomfort, disappointment, or doubt, you build your capacity to persist in the future. This creates a compounding effect where your ability to overcome obstacles increases over time, accelerating your path to wealth. Building this persistence requires intentional practice. Meditation strengthens your ability to sit with discomfort rather than immediately seeking escape. Affirmations reinforce positive expectancy when external evidence seems contradictory. Supportive relationships provide encouragement during inevitable valleys. Together, these practices create the psychological infrastructure for sustained persistence, even when immediate results don't match your expectations. The combination of positive expectancy and dogged persistence creates an almost unstoppable force. When you absolutely expect success and refuse to quit until you achieve it, your eventual triumph becomes not just possible, but inevitable. Job versus career versus calling. The path you choose profoundly impacts not just how much wealth you can accumulate, but how fulfilling that journey will be. Understanding the fundamental differences between a job, a career, and a calling provides crucial insight into why some wealth-building efforts flourish while others flounder. A job is simply an exchange of labor for compensation. You perform specified tasks, and in return, you receive payment. There's nothing inherently wrong with this arrangement, but it has severe limitations as a wealth-building vehicle. Jobs typically offer limited upside, with income capped by hourly rates or salary bands. More importantly, jobs rarely inspire the kind of extraordinary effort and innovation that create substantial wealth. When you're working primarily for a paycheck, you're unlikely to go far beyond what's required, and exceptional wealth requires exceptional contribution. A career represents a progression within a field or industry. Unlike a job, a career implies advancement, skill development, and increasing responsibility over time. Careers can certainly build wealth, especially in high-paying fields like medicine, law, or corporate leadership. They offer more upside than jobs and often provide greater intrinsic satisfaction. However, careers still operate within established systems and typically involve trading time for money, albeit at increasingly favorable rates. This creates an inherent ceiling on both wealth and impact. A calling, by contrast, represents alignment between your work and your deepest values, interests, and abilities. When you're pursuing a calling, the work itself becomes intrinsically rewarding, not just a means to financial ends. This intrinsic motivation creates several powerful advantages for wealth creation. First, those following a calling naturally work harder and longer than those merely holding a job or building a career. When you love what you do, the conventional boundaries between work and life blur. You find yourself thinking about your work during evenings and weekends, not from obligation, but from genuine interest. This additional mental engagement often leads to breakthroughs and innovations that wouldn't emerge within standard working hours. Second, callings inspire creativity and risk-taking. When deeply engaged with your work, you're more likely to experiment, innovate, and challenge conventions, all essential ingredients for creating exceptional value. This creative problem-solving often leads to novel solutions that command premium pricing or disrupt entire industries. Finally, passion-driven work tends to stand out in crowded markets. When you genuinely care about your field, that authenticity shines through in your products, services, and communications. Customers and clients can sense the difference between work done merely for money and work done from genuine conviction. This authentic engagement becomes a powerful differentiator, allowing you to attract loyal customers and command higher rates. Steve Jobs exemplified this calling-driven approach to wealth creation. His passion for creating beautifully designed, user-friendly technology wasn't primarily about money. It was about changing the world through products that merged technology with liberal arts. This authentic passion enabled him to inspire extraordinary effort from his teams, take bold risks that more calculating leaders would have avoided, and create products that inspired almost religious devotion from customers. The resulting wealth was a byproduct of pursuing work he found deeply meaningful. This doesn't mean you must immediately abandon your job or career if it doesn't feel like a calling. The transition often happens gradually as you align your current work more closely with your values or systematically move toward work that resonates more deeply. The key is recognizing that the path of calling offers not just greater fulfillment, but often greater wealth potential as well. Clarify your purpose. Having established the importance of purpose, how do you actually discover and articulate yours? This process requires honest introspection and a willingness to look beyond surface-level financial goals to the deeper motivations that drive them. Start by articulating your why, the fundamental reason you're pursuing wealth in the first place. Is it about freedom, security, impact, legacy, status, power? There are no right or wrong answers, but there is tremendous power in honesty. The more accurately you identify your true motivations, the more effectively you can align your wealth-building strategy with what actually matters to you. For some, the primary purpose might be achieving financial freedom, having enough passive income to cover expenses without needing to work. This purpose might stem from a desire for autonomy, time with family, or the ability to pursue interests without financial constraints. For others, the purpose might center on impact, using wealth to influence causes they care about, whether through philanthropy, investment, or creating organizations that address important problems. This purpose connects wealth building to a sense of contribution and legacy. Still others might be motivated by creative expression, building wealth as a means of bringing innovative ideas to life without being limited by resource constraints. For these individuals, money represents creative freedom more than material comfort. Whatever your purpose, articulate it explicitly. Write it down in a single clear sentence that captures the essence of why wealth matters to you. This statement becomes an emotional anchor when motivation flags or challenges arise. It reminds you why the journey is worth the inevitable struggles. Recognize that purposes can and often do evolve over time. Many wealth builders begin with basic financial security as their purpose, then shift toward impact or legacy as their financial foundation strengthens. This evolution is natural and should be embraced rather than resisted. Regularly revisit your purpose statement, perhaps annually, to ensure it still resonates with your current values and aspirations. A compelling purpose also extends beyond immediate financial targets to encompass a long-term vision. What impact do you want to have made 10, 20, or 30 years from now? How will your wealth have changed your life and the lives of others? What will your financial legacy look like? This long-term perspective prevents the common trap of achieving financial goals only to find they don't deliver the fulfillment you expected. The most powerful purposes connect wealth creation to something larger than personal gain. This might be family well-being, community development, environmental sustainability, technological advancement, or any cause that transcends individual benefit. This connection to something greater provides resilience during difficult periods and deeper satisfaction when financial goals are achieved. By clarifying your purpose, you transform wealth building from a purely economic activity into a meaningful journey aligned with your deepest values. This alignment creates a powerful synergy where financial growth and personal fulfillment reinforce each other rather than competing for your energy and attention. The power of choices. Wealth is built decision by decision, choice by choice. While dramatic moments occasionally arise, financial destinies are primarily shaped by thousands of small decisions made consistently over time. Understanding this truth transforms how you approach your wealth journey. The fundamental distinction is between active and passive decision-making. Passive decision-makers let circumstances, social norms, or others' expectations dictate their financial choices. They follow default patterns, spending like their peers, investing like their parents, pursuing careers that seemed sensible at some point in the past. Their financial lives happen to them rather than being directed by them. Active decision-makers, by contrast, consciously shape their financial destiny. They recognize that even seemingly small choices, reading a financial book instead of watching television, investing a few $100s instead of upgrading a smartphone, attending a networking event instead of socializing with the same circle, compound dramatically over time. They evaluate options based on alignment with their purpose rather than immediate gratification or social approval. This active approach often requires deliberate sacrifices, choosing short-term discomfort for long-term gain. The wealthy consistently demonstrate willingness to delay gratification in service of their larger purpose. They drive modest cars while building business capital. They live below their means to accelerate investment. They work evenings and weekends in the early stages of ventures to create future freedom. These sacrifices aren't made from a mindset of deprivation, but from clarity about priorities. When your purpose is sufficiently compelling, foregoing immediate pleasures doesn't feel like sacrifice at all. It feels like a worthwhile exchange for something far more valuable. Jeff Bezos exemplified this principle when he left his lucrative position at D.E. Shaw to start Amazon. From a conventional perspective, abandoning a successful career in finance to sell books online seemed foolish. But Bezos made this choice with clear-eyed awareness of both the risks and the potential. He wasn't acting on impulse, but on conviction about the transformative potential of e-commerce. This proactive choice, aligned with his vision of the future, set the stage for wealth creation of historic proportions. Even without making such dramatic career shifts, The power of proactive choice operates in everyday financial decisions. Choosing to automatically invest 20% of your income before spending on lifestyle. Choosing to spend time developing marketable skills rather than consuming entertainment. Choosing to build relationships with ambitious, growth-minded individuals rather than those who reinforce limiting beliefs. These choices aren't always easy or popular. They often run counter to social expectations and immediate desires. But made consistently over time, they create an unstoppable momentum toward wealth. Each aligned choice strengthens your purpose, builds your willpower, and moves you measurably closer to your financial goals. The cumulative effect of these choices explains why individuals with similar starting points, intelligence, and opportunities can end up in radically different financial positions. It's not luck or even talent that ultimately determines financial outcomes. It's the quality of choices made day after day, year after year. By embracing the power of active choice, you reclaim control of your financial destiny. Rather than being swept along by circumstances or cultural defaults, you consciously create the conditions for wealth through deliberate decisions aligned with your deeper purpose. Growth mindset and rewarding effort. The way you interpret challenges, setbacks, and failures profoundly impacts your wealth-building trajectory. This is where the concept of mindset, particularly the distinction between fixed and growth mindsets, becomes crucial. A fixed mindset views abilities as static traits. Either you're good at something or you're not. Failure indicates lack of innate ability. Challenges threaten your self-image. This mindset creates brittleness in the face of inevitable obstacles on the wealth-building path. A growth mindset, by contrast, views abilities as developable through effort and learning. Failure provides valuable feedback. Challenges represent opportunities to improve. This mindset creates resilience and adaptability, essential qualities for navigating the complex, ever-changing landscape of wealth creation. Adopting a growth mindset transforms how you approach the learning curve of financial success. Instead of avoiding areas where you lack natural talent, perhaps investing, sales, or leadership, you embrace these domains as growth opportunities. You recognize that financial intelligence, like any other form, can be developed through study and practice. This perspective dramatically reduces fear of failure, which often paralyzes potential wealth builders. When you view setbacks as learning opportunities rather than character indictments, you become willing to take the calculated risks necessary for exceptional returns. You understand that temporary failures are not just inevitable, but valuable, providing insights that success never could. Maintaining momentum on the wealth-building journey requires not just resilience in the face of setbacks, but also positive reinforcement for progress. This is where strategic rewards become important. By celebrating small wins along the way, you create a positive feedback loop that sustains motivation through the inevitable plateaus and challenges. These rewards trigger dopamine release, creating neurological reinforcement for wealth-building behaviors. The key is ensuring the rewards don't undermine your financial progress. Rather than celebrating a business milestone with an expensive purchase that drains capital, find ways to acknowledge progress that align with your larger purpose. Perhaps quality time with loved ones, experiences that recharge your creativity, or small luxuries that don't derail your financial trajectory. The growth mindset also transforms how you process failures, which are inevitable on any meaningful wealth journey. Rather than dwelling on disappointment or assigning blame, you analyze what went wrong, extract the lesson, adjust your approach, and continue moving forward. Bill Gates exemplifies this approach. His first business, Trafo Data, which processed traffic data, was not particularly successful. Rather than concluding he wasn't cut out for entrepreneurship, Gates extracted valuable lessons about technology and business that informed his approach with Microsoft. The failure became a stepping stone rather than a stopping point. By combining a growth mindset with strategic rewards for effort, you create psychological conditions conducive to long-term wealth building. You remain adaptable rather than rigid, persistent rather than easily discouraged, and focused on continuous improvement rather than perfection. These qualities, more than any specific tactic or strategy, determine who ultimately succeeds in creating substantial wealth. Define your goal: financial freedom versus extreme wealth. Not all wealth journeys lead to the same destination, nor should they. Clarifying exactly what level of wealth you're aiming for and why is essential for creating an appropriate strategy and setting realistic expectations about what will be required. Financial freedom represents a level of wealth where passive income from investments covers your living expenses, eliminating the need to work for money. This typically requires accumulating assets worth 25 to 30 times your annual expenses, based on the widely used 4% safe withdrawal rate. For someone with annual expenses of $100,000, this translates to $2.5 to $3 million in investment assets. Achieving financial freedom requires discipline, consistent investing, and patience, but it's within reach for many professionals who maximize their earning potential, maintain reasonable lifestyles, and invest systematically over 15 to 25 years. The path typically involves some combination of retirement accounts, index fund investing, and perhaps rental real estate or other passive income streams. Extreme wealth, by contrast, refers to fortunes measured in tens or hundreds of millions, or even billions of dollars. This level of wealth typically requires creating substantial value through entrepreneurship, high-impact investing, or reaching the pinnacle of highly compensated fields like entertainment or sports. The path to extreme wealth usually involves significant risk, innovation, and scale, building businesses that serve large markets, investing with unusual insight or timing, or creating intellectual property with widespread appeal. Neither path is inherently superior. The appropriate goal depends on your unique purpose, values, and circumstances. Financial freedom might be perfect for someone who values time flexibility, moderate stress, and balance across different life domains. Extreme wealth might align better with someone driven to create massive impact, build a multi-generational legacy, or solve problems at global scale. The paths differ not just in magnitude, but in the lifestyle and commitments they require. Financial freedom can often be achieved while maintaining reasonable work-life balance, particularly if you're willing to extend the timeline. Extreme wealth typically demands extraordinary commitment, especially in the building phase, often requiring 60 to 80-hour work weeks, high stress tolerance, and significant personal sacrifices. Those seeking financial freedom might focus on maximizing savings rate, steady career advancement, and consistent investing in proven asset classes. Those pursuing extreme wealth might need to embrace substantial calculated risks, develop rare and valuable skills, build and lead teams, and create scalable systems that generate value even without their direct involvement. The key is ensuring alignment between your wealth target and your deeper motivations. If you're pursuing extreme wealth primarily for status or to impress others, the sacrifices required may lead to disillusionment. If you're limiting yourself to financial freedom when you actually burn with desire to create something revolutionary, you may experience frustration despite achieving your stated goal. There's also middle ground between these poles, what might be called substantial wealth or financial abundance. This might involve building a successful business that generates several million annually without reaching massive scale, or creating an investment portfolio substantially larger than needed for basic financial freedom. This middle path often allows for significant impact and luxury while requiring less extreme sacrifice than the pursuit of billionaire-level wealth. Whatever level you target, be clear-eyed about both the benefits and the costs. Each path involves trade-offs in terms of time, stress, risk, and lifestyle. Choosing consciously, rather than defaulting to cultural assumptions about success, ensures your wealth journey aligns with what truly matters to you. The importance of persistence. If I were to identify the single most important factor separating those who achieve exceptional wealth from those who don't, it wouldn't be intelligence, connections, or even starting capital. It would be persistence, the ability to continue moving toward your financial goals despite obstacles, setbacks, and delays. Research consistently shows that grit, Passionate persistence toward long-term goals predicts success more reliably than IQ, talent, or most other factors. This finding holds true across domains, from education to entrepreneurship to investing. The individuals who ultimately succeed aren't necessarily the most brilliant or naturally gifted. They're the ones who simply refuse to quit. This persistence becomes especially crucial in wealth building because meaningful financial success rarely happens quickly. Building a successful business typically takes years, not months. Investment compounding becomes truly powerful over decades, not quarters. Real estate portfolios grow substantial through multiple market cycles, not single transactions. The timeline for significant wealth creation almost always extends longer than initially anticipated, requiring sustained effort when quick results don't materialize. What makes persistence so challenging is that progress rarely occurs linearly. Most wealth journeys include plateaus where substantial effort seems to yield minimal results. They include setbacks where external factors, economic downturns, competitive pressures, unexpected expenses erase previous gains. They include moments of doubt where the goal seems increasingly distant despite your best efforts. These are precisely the points where most wealth seekers abandon their journey. They interpret plateaus as permanent ceilings, setbacks as fatal flaws in their approach, and doubt as evidence they were foolish to try. Yet these same challenges face everyone pursuing meaningful wealth. The difference is that persistent individuals view these obstacles as temporary rather than terminal. Developing this persistence requires practical tools. Breaking large goals into smaller milestones prevents overwhelm and provides regular evidence of progress. Visual reminders of your purpose, whether vision boards, written statements, or symbolic objects, keep your destination vivid when the path becomes foggy. Regular connection with your why refreshes emotional energy when logical arguments for continuing seem insufficient. Perhaps most importantly, persistence requires reframing how you define failure. True failure isn't losing money on an investment, having a business initiative fall short, or missing a financial target. These are simply feedback, valuable data that informs your next attempt. True failure only occurs when you stop trying, stop learning, and stop adjusting your approach based on experience. This perspective transforms near misses from disappointments into stepping stones. The business that didn't quite succeed taught you crucial lessons about market dynamics, team building, or capital allocation. The investment that underperformed revealed blind spots in your analysis or weaknesses in your risk management. These experiences, while painful in the moment, build the wisdom that eventually leads to breakthrough success. The most successful wealth builders I've studied all share this quality of intelligent persistence. They're not blindly stubborn, refusing to adjust their approach despite evidence it isn't working. Nor are they easily discouraged, abandoning promising paths at the first sign of difficulty. Instead, they persist in pursuit of their ultimate goal while remaining flexible about the exact route, learning and adapting based on feedback while maintaining unwavering commitment to their destination. By developing this persistence, this refusal to accept temporary setbacks as permanent defeats, you gain perhaps the most powerful advantage possible on your wealth-building journey. More than any specific strategy, tactic, or opportunity, it's this quality that ultimately determines who achieves exceptional financial success and who merely wishes for it. The purpose that drives your wealth journey serves as both compass and fuel, directing your efforts toward meaningful goals and providing the energy to persist when obstacles arise. By clarifying why wealth matters to you personally, aligning your actions with this deeper motivation, and cultivating the mindset that sustains long-term effort, you create the psychological foundation for exceptional financial success. But purpose alone, while necessary, isn't sufficient. Even the most inspiring vision requires translation into concrete reality through consistent, focused action. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to bridge the gap between intention and implementation, how to convert your clear purpose into the daily disciplines that actually move the financial needle. You'll discover why most people fail not because they lack good intentions or even good ideas, but because they haven't mastered the hidden force that transforms potential into results. Action. The gap between those who dream of wealth and those who achieve it isn't knowledge, it isn't opportunity, it isn't even luck. It's action. I've watched countless individuals absorb the same information, attend the same seminars, read the same books, yet produce wildly different results. Some transform their financial lives completely, while others remain stuck, perpetually planning but never progressing. What separates them? The wealthy don't just know more, they do more. They implement consistently. They execute relentlessly. They transform insights into income through the deceptively simple but profoundly powerful act of taking action. But not all action is created equal. The world is full of busy people who work themselves to exhaustion without moving meaningfully toward wealth. They confuse motion with progress, activity with achievement. They fall into the trap of what I call low-leverage busyness, working hard on things that simply don't matter. True wealth-building action has a different quality. It's focused, strategic, consistent, and most importantly, it's sustained even when motivation fades, obstacles arise, and results seem distant. This chapter explores the hidden psychology of effective action, why most people struggle to consistently do what they know they should, and how you can overcome these barriers to become someone who doesn't just plan to get rich, but actually does the daily work required to make it happen. Intelligent action. The first wealth-building myth we need to dispel is that more action automatically equals more results. This simply isn't true. Some of the busiest people I know make the least financial progress, while those who achieve extraordinary wealth often appear surprisingly selective about where they direct their efforts. The difference lies in what I call intelligent action, the disciplined focus on high-impact activities that directly advance your financial goals. This approach begins with absolute clarity about your desired outcome. Before starting any task, successful wealth builders ask themselves, how does this specific action move me toward my ultimate financial objective? This clarity acts as a powerful filter, immediately revealing which activities deserve your time and which are merely distractions disguised as productivity. Checking emails for the 5th time today? Reorganizing your desk? Scrolling through business news without a specific purpose? These activities create an illusion of productivity while actually delaying meaningful progress. Warren Buffett exemplifies this principle of intelligent action through what he calls decision minimalism. Despite having virtually unlimited opportunities, he makes remarkably few investment decisions, perhaps only one significant move per year. But each decision is carefully researched, timed, and executed. This selective approach has produced better results than thousands of scattered trades could ever achieve. This selectivity becomes even more powerful when combined with the 80-20 principle, the observation that roughly 80% of results typically come from 20% of efforts. In wealth building, this means a small subset of your actions will generate the majority of your financial gains. Identifying and prioritizing these high-leverage activities is the essence of intelligent action. For an entrepreneur, this might mean focusing primarily on product development, key client acquisition, or strategic partnerships, while delegating or eliminating less impactful tasks. For an investor, it might mean concentrating research on specific sectors where you have knowledge advantages rather than trying to monitor the entire market. Intelligent action also requires adaptive planning, creating enough structure to move forward decisively without becoming rigid when conditions change. The most successful wealth builders strike a balance between clear direction and flexible execution. They establish concrete goals and milestones, but remain willing to adjust tactics based on feedback and changing circumstances. This approach prevents the common trap of over-planning, where people spend months perfecting strategies that become outdated before implementation. Instead, develop just enough clarity to take meaningful action, then refine your approach based on real-world results. This iterative process, act, learn, adjust, act again, accelerates progress far more effectively than seeking perfect plans before beginning. By focusing on purposeful, high-impact activities while remaining adaptable, you transform raw effort into meaningful results. This isn't about working harder. It's about ensuring that every hour you invest directly advances your wealth-building goals. The discipline of self-mastery. At its core, consistent action requires mastering yourself before you can master wealth. The greatest obstacle to financial success isn't external, it's internal. It's the gap between knowing what to do and actually doing it consistently, especially when no one is watching. This self-mastery begins with impulse control, the ability to resist immediate gratification in service of longer-term goals. Modern life bombards us with distractions designed to hijack our attention: social media notifications, streaming entertainment, endless news cycles. Each momentary distraction may seem harmless, but collectively they fragment focus and derail progress on wealth-building activities. Developing impulse control isn't about iron willpower. It's about creating systems that make good decisions easier and poor ones harder. This might mean using website blockers during designated work periods, keeping your phone in another room while focusing on important tasks, or establishing clear boundaries around when you'll check email or social media. The goal is to transform conscious effort into automatic habits. When you establish consistent routines, perhaps a morning block dedicated to your most important wealth-building activity, you reduce the decision fatigue that depletes willpower. Eventually, these routines become so ingrained that they require minimal conscious effort. You no longer debate whether to work on your investment research or business development. You simply do it because it's Tuesday morning, and that's what Tuesday mornings are for. Another powerful aspect of self-mastery is strategic elimination or outsourcing of distractions. Wealthy individuals understand that their attention is their most valuable resource, more precious than money itself. They ruthlessly protect this resource by removing, delegating, or automating anything that doesn't require their unique talents. This might mean hiring a virtual assistant to handle administrative tasks, using automation tools for repetitive processes, or simply eliminating non-essential activities altogether. The question isn't, can I afford to delegate this? But rather, can I afford to divert my focus from higher value activities by doing this myself? Many high-performing CEOs employ executive assistants whose primary function is to filter inputs, managing emails, screening calls, and organizing information, so the executive can focus exclusively on decisions only they can make. While you may not need this level of support initially, the principle applies at every stage. Protect your attention for activities that directly build wealth. Finally, self-mastery often requires external accountability structures. Even the most disciplined individuals benefit from systems that reinforce commitment. This might be as simple as a checklist that tracks daily progress, a productivity app that monitors key metrics, or an accountability partner who expects regular updates on your wealth-building activities. The power of accountability lies in making your commitments explicit and visible. When you know someone will ask about your progress, or when you can see your consistency, or lack thereof, clearly displayed, you're more likely to follow through, even when motivation wanes. By developing these aspects of self-mastery, impulse control, habit formation, strategic delegation, and accountability, you create the internal conditions necessary for consistent action. This isn't about perfection. It's about progressively strengthening your ability to do what matters most, regardless of momentary feelings or external distractions. The neuroscience of focus and starting hard. Understanding the brain science behind focus and motivation can transform how you approach wealth-building activities. Your brain isn't designed for the sustained concentration modern success requires. It evolved for scanning environments for threats and opportunities, not for hours of deep work on complex tasks. This explains why the beginning of focused work often feels uncomfortable. When you sit down to tackle an important project, whether analyzing investment opportunities, developing a business strategy, or learning a valuable skill, your brain initially resists. You feel restless. Distractions suddenly seem compelling. The urge to check your phone or find a simpler task becomes almost irresistible. This resistance isn't a sign of laziness or lack of discipline. It's a normal neurological response as your brain transitions from its default scattered state to focused mode. Research shows this transition typically takes 10 to 15 minutes of pushing through discomfort before the brain settles into a more productive state. Understanding this pattern changes how you approach important work. Instead of expecting immediate focus, anticipate this initial resistance and commit to pushing through it. The discomfort is temporary, a gateway, not a barrier. Once you move past this transition phase, concentration becomes easier and more sustainable. This initial push opens the door to what psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi calls flow, a state of complete immersion where tasks feel almost effortless and time seems to disappear. In this state, productivity soars, creativity flourishes, and work becomes intrinsically rewarding. It's in these flow states that your most valuable wealth-building work happens. Creating conditions conducive to flow requires several elements: clear goals, immediate feedback, and a balance between challenge and skill. The task should stretch your abilities without overwhelming them. Too easy and you become bored, too difficult and you become anxious. The sweet spot between these extremes is where flow flourishes. Practical strategies can help you start strong and access these productive mental states more consistently. One powerful approach is eating the frog, tackling your most challenging or important task first thing in your day, before willpower depletes or distractions multiply. This ensures your peak mental energy goes toward activities with the highest wealth-building potential. If jumping directly into your hardest task feels too daunting, use warm-up activities to ease the transition. This might mean reviewing your project notes, organizing your workspace, or spending 5 minutes outlining what you plan to accomplish. These low-resistance activities create momentum that makes the deeper work easier to begin. The key insight is that your initial feelings about a task are poor predictors of how you'll feel once engaged. The reluctance you feel before starting rarely persists once you're fully immersed. By understanding this pattern and developing strategies to push through the initial resistance, you can access your most productive mental states more consistently and accelerate your wealth-building progress. Dopamine and self-reward. The brain's reward system plays a crucial role in sustaining long-term action. At the center of this system is dopamine, a neurotransmitter released when we anticipate or experience something rewarding. This chemical signal creates the feeling of motivation, driving us to take action toward goals. Understanding how dopamine works can help you design a wealth-building approach that leverages your brain's natural motivational mechanisms. One key insight is that dopamine responds more strongly to a series of small wins than to occasional large achievements. This explains why waiting for major milestones often leads to motivational droughts, while breaking projects into smaller components creates more consistent drive. For example, rather than focusing solely on a distant goal like build $1 million business, create a progression of smaller targets. Secure your first client, reach $1,000 in monthly revenue, develop a repeatable sales process, hire your first employee. Each achievement triggers a dopamine release, creating a motivation feedback loop that sustains momentum. This approach transforms the wealth-building journey from an endurance test into a series of motivational boosts. Each small win reinforces your belief that progress is possible, making the next action easier to take. Over time, these incremental successes compound not just financially, but psychologically, building confidence alongside capital. Celebrating these achievements, even in small ways, amplifies their motivational impact. This doesn't mean expensive rewards that undermine your financial progress. It might be as simple as a moment of conscious acknowledgement, sharing your progress with someone who understands its significance, or a brief break to savor the accomplishment before moving to the next challenge. Mark Zuckerberg understood this principle during Facebook's early development. He celebrated coding milestones with his team, creating a culture where incremental progress received immediate recognition. This approach maintained motivation through the grueling work of building what would become one of the world's most valuable companies. While external rewards have their place, the most sustainable motivation comes from developing intrinsic satisfaction in the work itself. This means finding genuine interest or meaning in your wealth-building activities rather than seeing them merely as means to financial ends. For an investor, this might mean developing genuine curiosity about how businesses operate and create value. For an entrepreneur, it might mean taking pride in solving customer problems or creating employment opportunities. When you find inherent satisfaction in the process, not just the outcome, your motivation becomes more resilient to inevitable setbacks and delays. The balance between external rewards and intrinsic motivation creates a sustainable drive that powers consistent action. By strategically using small wins and meaningful celebrations while developing genuine engagement with your wealth-building work, you create psychological conditions that support long-term progress even when immediate results aren't visible. Embrace stress as a gateway. Most people misunderstand stress, viewing all forms as harmful and to be avoided. This perspective often keeps them trapped in comfort zones that feel safe but produce mediocre financial results. The reality is more nuanced. Certain types of stress actually enhance performance and accelerate growth. Psychologists distinguish between distress, harmful, overwhelming stress, and eustress, beneficial, growth-inducing stress. Eustress challenges you without overwhelming you. It keeps you alert, focused, and adaptable, precisely the mental state needed for wealth-building activities like identifying opportunities, solving problems, or making important decisions. The key is recognizing that the anxiety you feel before important wealth-building activities, launching a business, making a significant investment, approaching a potential client or partner, isn't necessarily a warning to retreat. It's often a signal that you're pushing boundaries and creating growth opportunities. Reframing this anxiety as excitement rather than fear creates a profound shift in how you approach challenges. Physiologically, anxiety and excitement produce similar bodily responses: increased heart rate, heightened awareness, elevated energy. The primary difference is how you interpret these sensations. Viewing them as excitement primes you for opportunity. Viewing them as fear triggers avoidance. Oprah Winfrey has spoken about experiencing nervousness before major broadcasts or business ventures throughout her career. Rather than interpreting these feelings as warnings, she reframed them as energy she could channel into better performance. This perspective helped transform her from a local news anchor to a media mogul worth billions. Practical stress management tactics can help you maintain this productive zone between complacency and overwhelm. Quick resets like short walks, deep breathing exercises, or brief meditation can activate your parasympathetic nervous system, reducing excessive stress without eliminating the productive edge that moderate pressure provides. Consistent routines also help manage stress productively. When you establish regular patterns for your wealth-building activities, perhaps working on your business strategy every morning from 7 to 9 a.m., you create predictability that reduces anxiety while maintaining focus. These routines provide a sense of control amid the inherent uncertainty of wealth creation. By embracing appropriate stress rather than avoiding all discomfort, you access higher performance states that accelerate financial progress. The wealthiest individuals don't succeed despite pressure. They succeed because they've learned to harness pressure as fuel for growth, creativity, and decisive action. Use small milestones and intrinsic rewards. The path to significant wealth is rarely marked by constant, visible progress. More often, it includes extended periods where substantial effort seems to yield minimal results, followed by breakthrough moments where progress accelerates dramatically. This uneven pattern creates psychological challenges that derail many wealth seekers. Breaking your journey into small, concrete milestones creates a more sustainable path. Instead of focusing solely on distant financial targets, like reaching a specific net worth or income level, establish intermediate objectives that provide regular evidence of progress. For instance, if you're building a business, milestones might include completing your business plan, securing your first paying customer, reaching break-even, hiring your first employee, and establishing systems that function without your constant involvement. Each milestone becomes a meaningful victory rather than merely a step towards some distant goal. These micro-goals serve several important psychological functions. First, they make progress visible when it might otherwise feel imperceptible. Second, they create regular opportunities for the dopamine release that fuels continued motivation. Third, they transform an intimidating journey into manageable segments, reducing overwhelm. The most effective milestones balance ambition with attainability. They should stretch your capabilities without seeming impossible. This creates the optimal conditions for flow, that state of immersive productivity where your best work happens. Too easy, and you become bored. Too difficult, and you become discouraged. The sweet spot between these extremes drives both engagement and achievement. Beyond these structural approaches, developing intrinsic motivation, finding genuine satisfaction in the wealth-building process itself, creates sustainable drive that persists even when external rewards are distant. This might mean appreciating the intellectual challenge of analyzing investments, enjoying the creative aspects of developing business solutions, or finding meaning in the impact your work has on others. When you connect wealth-building activities to personal growth, mastery, or meaningful contribution, your brain begins to view these tasks as inherently rewarding rather than merely instrumental. This shift transforms what might otherwise feel like sacrifice or delayed gratification into a fulfilling journey in its own right. This intrinsic motivation becomes particularly crucial during inevitable plateaus, periods where visible progress slows despite continued effort. During these phases, those motivated primarily by external outcomes often abandon their path, while those who find inherent value in the process maintain momentum until breakthrough results emerge. By combining well-designed milestones with genuine appreciation for the wealth-building journey itself, you create psychological conditions that support consistent action even when immediate results aren't apparent. This sustained effort, especially during periods when others would quit, often becomes the decisive factor in exceptional financial success. The 12x30 approach and 100x mindset. Most people dramatically underestimate what they could accomplish in focused bursts of extraordinary effort. They operate within comfortable boundaries of exertion, never discovering their true capabilities or experiencing the breakthrough results that often follow periods of intense commitment. The 12-30 approach challenges these self-imposed limitations. This strategy involves working 12 hours daily for 30 consecutive days on a single important project or goal. This concentrated effort, 360 hours directed toward one objective, can produce results that might otherwise take months or even years of conventional effort. This approach isn't sustainable long-term, nor is it meant to be. It's a strategic sprint designed to create massive momentum, break through stubborn obstacles, or complete foundational work that enables everything that follows. It might mean developing a product, creating a comprehensive investment strategy, or establishing systems that will generate returns for years to come. The power of this approach extends beyond the immediate results. It permanently recalibrates your sense of what's possible. After experiencing what you can accomplish in 30 days of extraordinary focus, your definition of hard work fundamentally changes. An 8-hour day that once seemed demanding now feels relatively easy. Your baseline productivity rises permanently, even after returning to more sustainable rhythms. Elon Musk exemplified this approach during critical periods at both Tesla and SpaceX, working 100-plus-hour weeks to overcome existential challenges. While this level of intensity wasn't permanent, these focused sprints enabled breakthroughs that might have been impossible through steady but moderate effort. More importantly, they established a culture where exceptional output became normalized rather than exceptional. This approach connects to what I call the 100x mindset, thinking in terms of transformative leaps rather than incremental improvements. Instead of asking, how can I improve this by 10%, the question becomes, how could I multiply this by 100x? This shift forces fundamentally different thinking, pushing you beyond conventional approaches toward truly innovative solutions. The 100x mindset recognizes that extraordinary results require extraordinary input. If you want to achieve financial outcomes that dramatically exceed the average, you must be willing to temporarily exceed average effort by a similar margin. This doesn't mean permanent sacrifice or burnout. It means strategic periods of exceptional commitment followed by more sustainable rhythms. This approach isn't for everyone, nor is it appropriate for every situation. But for those pursuing ambitious wealth goals, the willingness to occasionally push far beyond conventional boundaries, to work harder in a month than most people work in 6, can create breakthrough results that alter your financial trajectory permanently. By combining the focused intensity of the 12x30 approach with the expansive thinking of the 100x mindset, you create conditions for exponential rather than linear progress. This combination has launched countless fortunes, transforming ordinary individuals into extraordinary success stories through the simple but profound willingness to temporarily exceed what others consider possible. Real work begins when motivation fades. Initial enthusiasm makes starting new wealth-building initiatives relatively easy. Whether launching a business, implementing an investment strategy, or developing a valuable skill, the beginning phase typically comes with natural motivation, optimism, and energy. This is why many people have a graveyard of projects they've started but never completed. The true test arrives when this initial excitement inevitably fades. Best-selling author Seth Godin calls this phase the dip, that period after the honeymoon phase ends but before significant results materialize. It's in this valley that most wealth journeys are abandoned, not because they lack potential, but because their creators lack persistence through this predictable but challenging phase. This is precisely where the gap between the eventually wealthy and the perpetually struggling becomes most apparent. Those who achieve significant financial success understand that real work begins when motivation disappears. They've developed systems to maintain productive action even when they don't feel inspired, energized, or confident about immediate outcomes. This transition from motivation-dependent to discipline-driven action represents perhaps the most crucial shift in the wealth-building journey. Relying on inspiration or enthusiasm to fuel consistent action is like depending on fair weather for a cross-country journey. It guarantees you'll stop precisely when continuation matters most. J.K. Rowling exemplifies this principle. While writing the Harry Potter series, she faced numerous rejections and periods of doubt. Rather than waiting for inspiration or validation, she established disciplined writing routines that continued regardless of her emotional state or external circumstances. This persistence through the dip ultimately created one of the most valuable literary properties in history. Transforming sporadic, motivation-dependent effort into consistent, discipline-driven action requires several key strategies. First, establish non-negotiable routines for your most important wealth-building activities. These might be time-based, working on your business from 6 to 8 a.m. daily, or task-based, making 5 prospecting calls before lunch every day. Over time, these routines evolve from conscious discipline into unconscious ritual. They become so ingrained that following through requires less willpower than breaking the pattern. This automaticity creates a powerful advantage. Your wealth-building activities continue even when motivation fluctuates, ensuring steady progress through inevitable emotional and psychological ups and downs. The transition from motivation to discipline doesn't mean abandoning enjoyment or satisfaction in your work. Rather, it means recognizing that meaningful achievement includes periods of unglamorous persistence, showing up consistently even when immediate rewards aren't apparent. This capacity to continue productive action through the dip ultimately determines who creates lasting wealth and who merely dreams about it. Work its volume's leverage. The final principle for translating purpose into results combines 2 critical factors: the volume of high-quality work you produce and the leverage you apply to that work. Understanding this formula, work equals volume's leverage, provides a powerful framework for maximizing your wealth-building impact. Volume represents the raw quantity of meaningful effort, hours invested in high-value activities, number of attempts made, or size of projects undertaken. While quality always matters, there's an undeniable correlation between the sheer volume of focused work and eventual outcomes. Those who consistently put in more hours on the right activities typically see greater results over time. However, volume alone has limitations. Working 80 hours weekly on low-leverage activities will likely produce less wealth than working 40 hours on high-leverage opportunities. This is where the second part of the equation becomes crucial. Leverage represents the amplification of your efforts, the systems, tools, technology, or people that multiply the impact of each hour you invest. This might mean hiring team members who extend your capabilities, developing intellectual property that generates income without your direct involvement, or creating automated systems that work while you sleep. For an entrepreneur, leverage might come from building a scalable business model rather than one that requires your personal involvement in every transaction. For an investor, it might mean developing systems that analyze opportunities more efficiently or deploying capital in ways that create compounding returns. The most dramatic wealth creation happens when substantial volume meets significant leverage. Jeff Bezos exemplifies this combination. In Amazon's early days, he worked extraordinary hours, volume, while simultaneously building infrastructure and systems that could scale exponentially, leverage. This combination, not just hard work or smart strategy in isolation, enabled the creation of one of the world's largest fortunes. This formula offers practical guidance for accelerating your wealth journey. If your current approach isn't producing desired results, examine both sides of the equation. Are you investing sufficient volume in high-value activities? Are you applying adequate leverage to multiply your impact? Deficiency in either factor will limit your outcomes. The volume component often requires simple but challenging commitment, putting in more hours, making more attempts, or tackling larger projects than you might initially find comfortable. The leverage component typically demands strategic thinking, identifying opportunities to amplify results through systems, technology, or human capital. By consciously addressing both elements of this formula, increasing your volume of high-quality work while simultaneously developing leverage that multiplies your impact, you create the conditions for exceptional, rather than merely adequate, financial results. The principles explored in this chapter, from intelligent action and self-mastery to leveraging neuroscience and strategic intensity, provide a comprehensive framework for translating purpose into tangible financial results. By implementing these approaches, you transform good intentions into consistent execution, bridging the gap that separates wealth dreamers from wealth creators. But even the most disciplined action can be misdirected if applied to the wrong opportunities. In our next chapter, we'll explore the critical but often misunderstood role of risk in the wealth-building equation. You'll discover why playing it safe might be the riskiest strategy of all, and how the wealthy approach uncertainty in ways that might surprise you. This hidden dimension of wealth creation separates those who achieve extraordinary results from those who remain trapped in mediocrity, despite their best efforts. Risk. The word alone makes most people uncomfortable. Risk. It conjures images of danger, loss, and uncertainty, things we're biologically programmed to avoid. From early childhood, we're taught to be careful, to look both ways, to stay within the lines. These lessons serve us well in many aspects of life. They keep us physically safe and help us function in society. But when it comes to building extraordinary wealth, this deeply ingrained aversion to risk becomes the very thing that holds most people back. I've spent decades studying the patterns that separate those who achieve remarkable financial success from those who remain stuck in mediocrity. One factor consistently emerges as a critical differentiator: their relationship with uncertainty. The wealthy don't avoid risk, they embrace it, albeit in ways that might surprise you. This doesn't mean they're reckless gamblers staking everything on wild chances. Quite the opposite. They've developed sophisticated approaches to uncertainty that allow them to pursue outsized returns while protecting their downside. They've learned to distinguish between foolish gambles and calculated opportunities. Most importantly, they've recognized that in the pursuit of wealth, playing it safe might be the riskiest strategy of all. In this chapter, we'll explore a fundamentally different approach to risk, one that transforms it from something to be feared into a powerful catalyst for financial growth. You'll discover why the path to wealth inevitably runs through uncertainty and how you can navigate this terrain with confidence rather than fear. Navigating risk and opportunity. The financial world is divided into two distinct camps: those who see primarily danger and uncertainty, and those who see primarily opportunity. This fundamental difference in perspective largely determines who remains financially average and who achieves extraordinary wealth. Consider what happens when most people encounter uncertainty. Their first instinct is self-protection, to avoid potential losses, preserve what they have, and stick with the familiar. This response feels safe in the moment, but it creates an invisible barrier to substantial wealth creation. The truth that the wealthy understand is that transformative financial gains rarely come from safe activities. Putting money in a savings account might protect your principal, but with interest rates typically below inflation, you're actually losing purchasing power over time. Traditional employment might provide regular paychecks, but it caps your upside at whatever your employer decides you're worth. Real wealth creation almost always involves stepping into uncertainty. Launching a business when success isn't guaranteed, investing in assets that others overlook or fear, developing skills that might not immediately pay off. These activities involve genuine risk, but they also create the potential for returns that simply aren't available through conventionally safe approaches. Elon Musk exemplifies this principle. After selling PayPal, he could have invested his proceeds conservatively and lived comfortably forever. Instead, he bet heavily on Tesla and SpaceX, companies in industries with high failure rates where many experts predicted his downfall. This willingness to embrace massive uncertainty positioned him for exponential rather than incremental returns. This doesn't mean blindly charging into any risky situation. The key is distinguishing between reckless gambles and intelligent risk-taking. This distinction often comes down to how you make decisions under uncertainty. The most successful wealth builders combine rigorous logical analysis with finely tuned intuition. They run the numbers, conduct market research, and analyze potential outcomes. But they also recognize that in complex, fast-changing environments, data alone is insufficient. They develop and trust their intuitive sense for timing, market dynamics, and human psychology. This balanced approach prevents both impulsive gambles based on emotion and analysis paralysis that misses time-sensitive opportunities. Logic provides guardrails against foolish risks. Intuition helps you sense hidden opportunities that others miss. Perhaps most importantly, wealthy risk-takers train themselves to ask different questions when evaluating opportunities. While most people fixate on what could go wrong, they balance this with equal attention to what could go right. This simple shift expands your perception, helping you see potential upsides that fear might otherwise obscure. By reframing how you view uncertainty, seeing it as a necessary pathway to opportunity rather than something to avoid, you take the first crucial step toward the risk intelligence that characterizes the truly wealthy. Adaptation as part of risk. The nature of risk is constantly changing. What seems secure today may become precarious tomorrow as technologies evolve, markets shift, and consumer preferences transform. This dynamic reality creates a counterintuitive truth. Standing still is often riskier than moving forward. Consider the fate of once dominant companies like Blockbuster, Kodak, or Borders. These businesses appeared stable and secure at their peak, but their reluctance to adapt to changing conditions, the rise of streaming, digital photography, and online retail, led to their downfall. Their pursuit of stability ultimately proved far riskier than embracing change would have been. This principle applies equally to personal wealth building. Clinging to outdated business models, investment strategies, or career paths in the name of security often increases rather than decreases your actual risk exposure. The illusion of stability becomes a liability when the ground beneath it shifts. True risk intelligence requires continual evolution, adapting your approach as conditions change rather than rigidly adhering to what worked in the past. This might mean pivoting your business model when customer needs change, adjusting your investment portfolio as market conditions evolve, or developing new skills as industry demands shift. This adaptability isn't just about avoiding downside, it's about positioning yourself to capitalize on emerging opportunities. Amazon began as an online bookstore but quickly expanded into selling virtually everything, then into cloud computing, streaming entertainment, and beyond. Jeff Bezos' willingness to continuously evolve Amazon's business model transformed what might have been a modest success into one of the world's most valuable companies. Cultivating this adaptive capacity begins with a mindset of experimentation. Rather than making massive, irreversible bets, successful risk-takers often use small tests and pilots to gather real-world feedback before fully committing resources. This approach reduces uncertainty through direct experience rather than theoretical analysis. For example, before launching a full-scale business, you might test your concept with a minimum viable product offered to a small customer segment. Before making a major career change, you might take on side projects in the new field to validate your interest and aptitude. Before investing heavily in a new asset class, you might allocate a small portion of your portfolio to understand its behavior firsthand. This experimental approach creates a virtuous cycle where each small risk provides information that improves your decision-making for larger commitments. Over time, you develop pattern recognition that helps you identify genuine opportunities amid noise and distraction. The more agile you become in responding to change, the less vulnerable you are to disruption. While others are blindsided by shifts they didn't see coming, your habit of proactive adaptation allows you to sidestep threats and capitalize on trends before they become obvious to everyone else. This combination of continual evolution, experimental learning, and responsive agility transforms risk from something to be feared into a dynamic process you can navigate with increasing skill. Rather than seeking the illusion of permanent security, you develop the ability to thrive amid constant change, a far more valuable asset in building lasting wealth. Taking calculated risks for passion. Not all wealth-building risks are purely financial calculations. Some of the most rewarding and ultimately profitable risks involve following pursuits that genuinely excite and engage you, even when the immediate financial payoff isn't clear. This might seem counterintuitive. Conventional wisdom suggests separating passion from financial decisions, pursuing what's practical rather than what's personally meaningful. But the wealthiest individuals often take their biggest risks precisely in areas where their passion and financial opportunity align. When you're genuinely passionate about a venture, you gain several powerful advantages in managing risk. First, you're more likely to develop deep domain expertise, the kind of nuanced understanding that helps you spot opportunities others miss and navigate challenges others can't overcome. This expertise becomes a competitive edge that reduces your effective risk compared to someone entering the same space without your level of engagement. Second, passion serves as a powerful hedge against burnout and discouragement. Building significant wealth rarely follows a smooth, predictable path. It typically involves setbacks, obstacles, and periods where progress seems painfully slow. During these inevitable challenges, passion becomes the fuel that sustains your effort when purely financial motivation might falter. This sustained motivation often makes the difference between ultimate success and failure. Many potentially successful ventures don't fail because the idea was flawed or the market wasn't there. They fail because their creators gave up too soon when facing temporary difficulties. Passion creates the resilience to persist through these valleys, reaching the peaks that less committed individuals never experience. Jeff Bezos exemplifies this principle. When he left his lucrative position on Wall Street to start Amazon, He wasn't just making a cold financial calculation. He was pursuing a vision that genuinely excited him, the potential of the internet to transform retail. This passion sustained him through Amazon's challenging early years, when profitability seemed distant and skeptics were abundant. This doesn't mean blindly following any interest regardless of its economic potential. The sweet spot lies in identifying where your authentic passions intersect with genuine market opportunities, where what energizes you aligns with what others will pay for. This intersection creates the conditions for both financial success and personal fulfillment. Sometimes this means accepting temporary reductions in security or income to pursue opportunities with greater long-term potential. You might leave a stable job to start a business, invest in developing a new skill set, or relocate to access better opportunities. These short-term sacrifices can feel risky, but when guided by genuine passion combined with market awareness, they often lead to far greater returns, both financial and personal, than safer, less engaging paths. By taking calculated risks in areas that genuinely matter to you, you transform the risk-taking experience itself. What might feel like stressful uncertainty in a purely financial venture becomes exciting possibility when you're pursuing something meaningful. This psychological shift doesn't eliminate risk, but it changes your relationship with it, making you more likely to navigate uncertainty successfully. Risk guarantee. One of the most profound mindset shifts on the journey to wealth involves reconsidering what truly constitutes risk and security. Most people operate from assumptions about safety that actually limit their financial potential while providing less genuine security than they imagine. The middle-class approach to financial security typically revolves around guarantees, steady jobs with predictable paychecks, safe investments with modest but reliable returns, and careful avoidance of uncertainty. This approach feels secure because it minimizes short-term volatility and provides psychological comfort through predictability. But this pursuit of guarantees creates several hidden risks that can severely limit wealth creation. First, it typically caps your upside at relatively modest levels. Guaranteed returns are almost always lower than the potential returns from less certain ventures. This trade-off might make sense for portions of your financial life, but applying it universally ensures you'll never experience extraordinary growth. Second, even supposedly guaranteed paths contain significant hidden risks. The employee who relies entirely on a single employer faces substantial risk if that company downsizes or becomes obsolete. The investor who chooses only the safest assets may see their purchasing power steadily eroded by inflation. The professional who never ventures beyond established skills may find their expertise suddenly devalued by technological change. The wealthy approach risk differently. Rather than seeking perfect certainty, which doesn't actually exist, they become comfortable operating in zones of uncertainty where fewer competitors venture. They recognize that the highest returns typically exist precisely where guarantees don't, in emerging markets, innovative business models, or contrarian investment theses. This comfort with uncertainty doesn't mean reckless disregard for danger. It means developing the capacity to distinguish between different types of risk and making strategic choices about which ones to accept. The key is understanding that not all risks are equal. Some offer asymmetric potential, where the possible upside far outweighs the downside. Entrepreneurs and successful investors routinely accept certain types of discomfort that most people avoid. They might experience income volatility rather than steady paychecks. They might face public failure rather than private security. They might endure periods of intense stress rather than comfortable predictability. But they accept these discomforts because they understand the potential rewards on the other side. Perhaps most importantly, they recognize that diversification often provides more genuine security than guarantees. Rather than putting all their faith in a single source of security, they develop multiple streams of income, diverse skill sets, and varied investment positions. This approach creates resilience. If one area experiences problems, others can compensate. By reframing your understanding of risk and security, seeing beyond superficial guarantees to assess true long-term risk and reward, you open yourself to opportunities for wealth creation that remain invisible to those trapped in conventional thinking about safety. Regret minimization. When facing decisions involving risk, most people focus primarily on the fear of failure, what might go wrong if they take action. But there's another fear that often proves more significant in the long run, the fear of regret, what you might feel if you never try at all. Studies on end-of-life regrets reveal a striking pattern. People rarely regret the actions they took, even those that didn't work out as hoped. Instead, their deepest regrets center on the chances they never took, the possibilities they never explored, the versions of themselves they never allowed to emerge. I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me, consistently ranks among the most common deathbed regrets. This insight provides a powerful framework for making decisions under uncertainty. Rather than focusing solely on the potential for near-term failure, consider the potential for long-term regret. Ask yourself, 10 years from now, will I regret not having tried this, even if it doesn't succeed? This perspective, what some call the regret minimization framework, often clarifies decisions that seem difficult when viewed only through the lens of immediate risk. It extends your time horizon, helping you see beyond temporary setbacks to consider the full arc of your life and career. A practical way to apply this framework is through future retrospection, mentally projecting yourself forward in time and looking back on the decision from that vantage point. Imagine yourself a decade older, reflecting on the choice you face today. Which decision would make that future self prouder? Which would leave them wondering what might have been? If the answer points toward taking action despite uncertainty, that's a powerful indicator that the risk may be worth accepting, even if the immediate outcome isn't guaranteed. This approach helps align your decisions with your deeper values and aspirations rather than being driven primarily by short-term fear. When used as a decision-making tool, regret becomes a compass rather than just an emotion, pointing you toward choices that honor your authentic desires rather than merely avoiding discomfort. The question shifts from what's the safest choice to which choice will I be most satisfied with having made, regardless of the outcome. This doesn't mean ignoring potential downsides or failing to mitigate risks where possible. It simply means giving appropriate weight to the risk of inaction alongside the risk of action, recognizing that playing it safe carries its own significant costs, often invisible until it's too late to choose differently. By incorporating potential regret into your risk calculations, you develop a more balanced approach to uncertainty, one that accounts for both the pain of potential failure and the deeper ache of unexplored possibility. This balance characterizes those who ultimately achieve extraordinary wealth and fulfillment, rather than settling for security at the cost of their larger aspirations. Missed opportunities as omission mistakes. Most people intuitively understand commission mistakes, errors that occur when you take action that leads to negative outcomes. These mistakes feel painful and obvious because there's a clear cause and effect relationship between what you did and what went wrong. Far less recognized but often more costly are omission mistakes, errors that occur when you fail to take action that would have led to positive outcomes. These mistakes are insidious because they're invisible. There's no moment of failure, no obvious loss, just the quiet absence of gains that might have been. In wealth building, these omission mistakes often take the form of missed opportunities, investments not made, businesses not started, skills not developed, connections not pursued. While avoiding a potential loss might feel like a win in the moment, the opportunity cost of significant missed gains can far exceed the value of what was protected. Consider someone who kept their money in safe savings accounts during the historic bull market of the 2010s, avoiding the volatility of stocks but missing returns that could have multiplied their capital. Or the person who had the idea for a business similar to one that later became successful but never acted on it due to uncertainty. These aren't dramatic failures. They're silent non-events that nevertheless profoundly impact financial trajectories. Behavioral economics helps explain why we're so prone to these costly omission mistakes. Research shows that humans experience loss aversion. We feel the pain of losses roughly twice as intensely as the pleasure of equivalent gains. This creates a natural bias toward avoiding potential losses, even when the mathematical expected value of taking action is clearly positive. Additionally, we tend to feel more regret about actions that fail than inactions, even when the inaction ultimately proves more costly. This omission bias leads us to favor doing nothing when faced with uncertainty, even when this passive approach carries significant opportunity costs. Overcoming these biases requires consciously reframing how you evaluate decisions under uncertainty. Rather than focusing exclusively on protecting what you have, expand your perspective to include what you might gain and what you might lose by not acting. This doesn't mean abandoning due diligence or careful analysis, but it does mean recognizing that waiting for absolute certainty before acting often means missing the opportunity entirely. Markets move, technologies advance, and competitors emerge, while the excessively cautious are still gathering data. Successful wealth builders develop the ability to act decisively with enough information rather than perfect information. They recognize when additional analysis has diminishing returns and might simply be a form of procrastination. They understand that in fast-moving environments, timely action with 80% confidence often produces better results than delayed action with 95% confidence. By becoming aware of the hidden costs of inaction and the psychological biases that make us overlook them, you can develop a more balanced approach to opportunity evaluation, one that gives appropriate weight to both the risks of action and the often larger but less visible risks of inaction. Think 100x, not 2x. Most people approach wealth building with incrementalist thinking. They aim for modest, predictable improvements, a slightly better paying job, a somewhat higher return on investments, a bit more efficient business operation. This approach feels reasonable and achievable, but it virtually guarantees ordinary results. Extraordinary wealth creation typically requires a fundamentally different mindset, thinking in terms of exponential rather than linear gains. Instead of asking, how can I improve this by 10% or 20%, the question becomes, how could I multiply this by 10x or 100x? This shift isn't merely about setting bigger targets. It fundamentally changes how you approach problems, evaluate opportunities, and allocate resources. When you're aiming for 2x improvement, you naturally gravitate toward optimizing existing systems, making them slightly more efficient or effective. When you're aiming for 100x, you're forced to reimagine the entire approach, to consider fundamentally different models, technologies, or strategies. This exponential thinking characterizes many of history's greatest wealth creators. They didn't set out to build slightly better versions of what already existed. They envisioned transformative changes that could create entirely new categories or radically reshape existing ones. This approach naturally involves higher uncertainty. Incremental improvements follow predictable patterns with manageable risks. Exponential leaps venture into uncharted territory where outcomes are less certain. But this uncertainty is precisely what creates the potential for extraordinary returns. If the path were obvious and safe, everyone would take it, and the outsized opportunity would quickly disappear. Stretch goals, targets far beyond your current capabilities or comfort zone, are a practical tool for cultivating this exponential mindset. By setting objectives that can't be achieved through business-as-usual approaches, you force yourself to consider bold, innovative strategies that might otherwise remain unexplored. Tech visionaries have institutionalized this approach through concepts like moonshots or 10x thinking, deliberately setting targets so ambitious that they require fundamental breakthroughs rather than incremental improvements. While not every such effort succeeds, those that do often create returns that dwarf what could have been achieved through safer, more conventional approaches. This doesn't mean abandoning risk management. In fact, pursuing exponential opportunities requires even more sophisticated approaches to mitigating downside. But rather than using risk as a reason to think small, the 100x mindset finds ways to pursue audacious goals while protecting against catastrophic outcomes. Strategies might include starting with small experiments before scaling, using option-based approaches that limit downside while preserving upside, or creating portfolios of high-potential opportunities where even a single success can compensate for multiple failures. The key is finding ways to pursue extraordinary upside while ensuring that failures remain survivable. By adopting this exponential rather than incremental approach to wealth creation, you position yourself for breakthrough results rather than marginal gains. You shift from competing within established patterns to creating new possibilities that others haven't yet recognized, the essence of extraordinary wealth creation. Cultivate an opportunity mindset. How you perceive the world fundamentally shapes what you can achieve within it. Two people can encounter identical circumstances, yet see entirely different possibilities based on their mental frameworks. This is particularly true when it comes to recognizing and acting on wealth-building opportunities. Most people are trained from childhood to spot problems, dangers, and limitations. This threat detection bias served our ancestors well for survival, but can severely limit financial growth in the modern world. When presented with a new business idea, investment opportunity, or career path, their first instinct is to identify all the reasons it might fail. Those who achieve exceptional wealth typically develop a different perceptual filter, what I call an opportunity mindset. This doesn't mean ignoring legitimate risks or challenges. Rather, it means training yourself to first ask, how could this succeed, before considering why it might fail. This subtle shift expands your field of vision, helping you spot possibilities that others miss entirely. This opportunity orientation becomes particularly valuable in identifying unfilled market gaps, emerging trends, or undervalued assets. While others focus on obvious problems with new technologies or business models, opportunity-minded individuals explore how these innovations might create value despite their imperfections. Many breakthrough companies, products, and investments were initially dismissed by conventional thinkers who could only see flaws and obstacles. The early internet was too slow and complicated for mainstream adoption. Smartphones were too expensive and limited compared to computers. Electric vehicles couldn't match the range or convenience of gas-powered cars. Yet visionaries who looked beyond these temporary limitations to see the underlying potential created enormous wealth. Developing this opportunity mindset requires conscious practice. Start by challenging yourself to identify potential upsides before downsides when evaluating situations. When you catch yourself immediately focusing on why something won't work, deliberately shift to exploring how it could. This doesn't mean adopting blind optimism, just ensuring that possibility gets equal attention to problems. Trust in potential becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you believe something valuable might emerge from uncertain conditions, you're more likely to invest the effort, creativity, and persistence needed to overcome obstacles. This commitment often makes the difference between opportunities that flourish and those that wither from neglect. Proactive scanning, deliberately seeking new information, trends, and possibilities, further strengthens this opportunity orientation. Rather than passively responding to whatever crosses your path, actively explore emerging fields, connect with forward-thinking individuals, and expose yourself to diverse perspectives. This environmental scanning helps you spot valuable opportunities early before they become obvious to everyone else. By cultivating this opportunity mindset, training yourself to see possibilities where others see only problems, you develop one of the most valuable assets in wealth creation, the ability to recognize and act on opportunities that remain invisible to most people. This perceptual advantage often proves more valuable than any specific strategy, tactic, or resource in building extraordinary wealth. Balance courage and prudence. The final key to mastering risk lies in finding the optimal balance between courage and prudence. between boldness that seizes opportunity and caution that preserves capital. Either quality in isolation can undermine wealth creation. Together, they create a powerful approach to navigating uncertainty. Courage without prudence leads to reckless gambles, taking on excessive risk without adequate understanding or protection. This approach occasionally produces spectacular successes that make headlines, but far more often results in unnecessary losses that deplete both financial and psychological capital. Prudence without courage leads to excessive caution, missing valuable opportunities due to fear of any uncertainty. This approach avoids dramatic failures, but virtually guarantees mediocre results, as the highest potential opportunities almost always involve stepping into the unknown. The wealthy develop a nuanced middle path that combines bold action with strategic caution. They're willing to make significant moves when opportunities align with their expertise and goals, but they do so with careful attention to managing downside risk. This balanced approach begins with thorough understanding rather than avoidance of risk. Instead of viewing risk as a single, undifferentiated danger to be minimized, they analyze its specific components: what exactly might go wrong, how likely each scenario is, what the consequences would be, and how they might be mitigated. This detailed understanding allows for strategic risk-taking, accepting specific uncertainties where the potential reward justifies the downside, while avoiding others where the equation is less favorable. Rather than seeking to eliminate risk entirely, which would also eliminate opportunity, they focus on making it manageable and proportionate to potential returns. Practical techniques for this balanced approach include setting clear, worst-case scenario floors, identifying the maximum downside you can accept, and designing your approach to ensure losses don't exceed this threshold. This might mean using stop-loss orders for investments, starting businesses with limited initial capital, or creating contingency plans for potential setbacks. By establishing these guardrails, you create the psychological safety to pursue significant upside without the paralysis that comes from unbounded fear. You know exactly what you stand to lose in a worst-case scenario and have verified that you can survive this outcome, freeing you to focus on maximizing potential gains rather than just avoiding losses. Systematic decision-making further strengthens this balanced approach. Rather than making risk decisions based primarily on emotion or intuition, develop structured frameworks that ensure consistent evaluation. This might include checklists that verify you've considered key factors, scenario planning that explores multiple possible outcomes, or scoring systems that compare opportunities across consistent criteria. These systems don't replace judgment. They enhance it by ensuring you consider all relevant factors and don't overlook important risks or opportunities due to psychological biases. They provide a foundation of prudence that supports rather than constrains courageous action. By developing this balanced approach, the courage to pursue significant opportunities, combined with the prudence to do so intelligently, you create the conditions for exceptional wealth creation. You position yourself to capture the outsized returns that come from embracing uncertainty while protecting against the catastrophic losses that can derail your financial journey. The principles explored in this chapter transform risk from something to be feared into a powerful tool for accelerating wealth creation. By reframing your relationship with uncertainty, developing sophisticated approaches to opportunity evaluation, and balancing courage with prudence, you gain access to financial possibilities that remain closed to those trapped in conventional thinking about safety and risk. But even the most intelligent approach to risk requires a foundation of understanding about what truly constitutes value in our economic system. In the next chapter, we'll explore a dimension of wealth building that most people fundamentally misunderstand: the true nature of money itself. You'll discover why what most people think of as money might actually be undermining their wealth, and how a simple shift in perspective could dramatically accelerate your financial progress. This hidden truth has protected and multiplied fortunes for centuries, yet remains obscure to the vast majority who wonder why their hard work never seems to translate into lasting wealth. Chapter 5: Money. What if everything you've been taught about money is wrong? Most people spend their lives chasing it, saving it, and worrying about it. Yet few ever stop to question what money actually is. They accept the colorful pieces of paper in their wallets and the digits in their bank accounts as wealth itself, never considering a disturbing possibility that the very currency they labor so hard to accumulate might be quietly undermining their financial future. This blind spot isn't accidental. Our educational system teaches virtually nothing about the true nature of modern money, how it's created, or why its purchasing power consistently declines over time. Financial institutions benefit when customers don't look too closely at what happens to cash sitting in low-interest accounts, and governments certainly don't advertise the mechanisms by which they gradually dilute the value of their citizens' savings. But the wealthy know better. They understand something fundamental about money that most people never grasp, a distinction that explains why some individuals maintain and grow their wealth even during economic turbulence, while others watch their savings slowly erode despite their best efforts. In this chapter, we'll pull back the curtain on this hidden knowledge. You'll discover why the conventional wisdom about saving money might be sabotaging your financial future, and how a simple shift in perspective could dramatically accelerate your path to wealth. This isn't about complex investment strategies or get-rich-quick schemes. It's about understanding the true nature of money itself, and using that understanding to protect and multiply your wealth in ways most people never consider. Government, money printing, and inflation. To understand the true nature of modern money, we need to start with a simple but profound question: where does money come from? Most people never seriously consider this question. They assume money has always existed in roughly its current form, or that it's created through some mysterious but legitimate process that ensures its ongoing value. The reality is far more surprising and concerning for anyone hoping to build lasting wealth. In today's world, money is primarily created by central banks and commercial banking systems. When a central bank like the Federal Reserve decides to increase the money supply, often described with technical terms like quantitative easing or monetary stimulus, they aren't drawing on some vast reservoir of existing value. They're creating new currency essentially out of thin air, with a few keystrokes on a computer. This might sound alarming, and in many ways, it should be. When central banks expand the money supply without a corresponding increase in goods and services in the economy, each existing unit of currency represents a smaller slice of the total economic pie. This is the essence of inflation, not just rising prices, but the dilution of purchasing power that occurs when money supply grows faster than actual production. The effects of this dilution aren't immediately obvious. Unlike a sudden tax or fee that visibly takes money from your pocket, inflation works gradually, almost imperceptibly, but over time, its impact can be devastating. If prices increase by just 3% annually, a rate often considered moderate inflation, $100 today will buy only $97 worth of goods next year. After 10 years, that same $100 has lost nearly a third of its purchasing power. After 24 years, its buying power has been cut in half. This silent tax affects everyone holding currency, but most severely impacts those who believe they're being financially prudent by keeping substantial savings in cash or low-yield accounts. While they might maintain or slightly increase their nominal wealth, their real wealth, measured by what their money can actually buy, steadily declines. History provides sobering examples of what happens when this process accelerates. In 1920s Germany, the government printed so much money to pay war reparations that hyperinflation rendered the currency essentially worthless. At the peak, prices doubled every few days. More recently, Zimbabwe experienced similar hyperinflation in the 2000s, eventually issuing $100 trillion notes that couldn't buy a loaf of bread. While such extreme scenarios remain rare, they illustrate the fundamental vulnerability of government-issued currency. When a currency has no intrinsic value and can be created without limit, its long-term purchasing power depends entirely on the restraint of those controlling its supply, a restraint that history suggests is often lacking when political pressures mount. Even in stable economies, the long-term trend is clear. The US dollar has lost over 96% of its purchasing power since the Federal Reserve was established in 1913. This isn't because of some nefarious plot, but simply the natural result of a monetary system that allows for continuous expansion of the currency supply. The wealthiest individuals and most sophisticated investors understand this reality. Warren Buffett has described inflation as a tapeworm that silently consumes capital. Ray Dalio, founder of the world's largest hedge fund, warns that cash is trash during periods of significant money printing. These aren't fringe perspectives. They represent the consensus view among those who've built and maintained significant wealth across generations. By understanding this fundamental aspect of modern money, its inherent tendency to lose value over time due to continuous expansion of the supply, you gain crucial insight into why traditional financial advice about saving cash often fails to build lasting wealth. This understanding becomes the foundation for a completely different approach to preserving and growing your financial resources. Gresham's Law. There's a fascinating economic principle that few people know about, yet it has shaped monetary systems for centuries. It's called Gresham's Law, and understanding it provides another crucial piece of the puzzle about how money really works. Gresham's Law states that bad money drives out good money. In simpler terms, when two forms of money with the same face value circulate together, people will hoard the good money, the one with higher intrinsic value, and spend the bad money, the one with lower intrinsic value. Over time, the good money disappears from circulation, while the bad money becomes the primary medium of exchange. This principle has played out repeatedly throughout history. When governments began debasing coins by reducing their precious metal content while maintaining the same face value, people naturally spent the debased coins first and kept the full value coins as savings. Eventually, the better coins disappeared entirely from circulation, either hoarded or melted down for their metal value. The same dynamic operates in our modern monetary system, though in a less obvious way. Today's bad money is fiat currency, money that has value only because the government declares it to be legal tender, not because it has intrinsic worth. The good money consists of assets with inherent value or limited supply, precious metals, productive land, ownership in profitable businesses, and other real assets. Following Gresham's Law, financially sophisticated individuals spend fiat currency for daily transactions, but convert excess cash into real assets for long-term wealth preservation. They understand that while fiat currency serves well as a medium of exchange, it performs poorly as a store of value over time. This explains a pattern you may have noticed. The truly wealthy rarely keep substantial portions of their net worth in cash. Instead, they own businesses, real estate, precious metals, art collections, and other tangible assets. Even their financial investments typically represent ownership stakes in real enterprises rather than just currency holdings. This isn't because they have so much money they can afford to invest it all. Rather, it's because they understand that holding large amounts of fiat currency virtually guarantees a loss of real wealth over time. They're applying Gresham's Law, spending the bad money and keeping the good money as their actual wealth. For the average person, this insight has profound implications. If you're saving substantial amounts of currency while postponing the acquisition of real assets, you're unknowingly doing the opposite of what wealth preservers have done for centuries. You're holding the bad money that consistently loses value while missing opportunities to acquire the good money that tends to maintain or increase value over time. This doesn't mean you should have zero cash reserves. Currency remains essential for liquidity, emergency funds, and near-term expenses. But beyond these immediate needs, Gresham's Law suggests that converting excess currency into well-chosen real assets is not merely an investment strategy. It's a fundamental principle of wealth preservation that has stood the test of time across centuries and civilizations. By recognizing the distinction between currency, which serves primarily as a medium of exchange, and real money, which serves as a reliable store of value, you gain a perspective shared by the financially sophisticated throughout history, a perspective that becomes increasingly valuable in an era of unprecedented currency creation. Real assets versus cheap purchases. One of the most common financial mistakes people make stems from a fundamental misunderstanding about value. They confuse saving money on purchases with actually building wealth. This confusion leads to decisions that feel financially prudent in the moment, but actually undermine long-term prosperity. Real assets are tangible or finite resources that tend to maintain or increase their value over time. They typically derive their worth from inherent scarcity, ongoing utility, or universal demand, qualities that persist regardless of currency fluctuations. Examples include productive land, well-located real estate, precious metals, ownership in profitable businesses, and certain other tangible goods with enduring value. These stand in stark contrast to what might be called cheap purchases, items acquired primarily because they cost less, without consideration for their lasting value or depreciation rate. While such purchases might seem economical in the short term, they often represent poor allocation of resources when viewed through a longer lens. Consider two different approaches to housing. One person buys the cheapest property available in a declining area, focusing solely on the low initial price tag. Another pays more for a well-built home in an area with strong fundamentals, good schools, employment opportunities, limited supply, and growing demand. A decade later, the cheap house may have deteriorated further and lost value, requiring expensive repairs and ultimately proving costly despite its low purchase price. Meanwhile, the quality property in the desirable location has likely appreciated significantly, building substantial equity for its owner. This pattern repeats across many categories. Inexpensive, poorly made furniture might need replacement every few years, ultimately costing more than higher quality pieces that last decades. A cheap vehicle with poor reliability generates ongoing repair costs and earlier replacement, often exceeding the premium for a more dependable model. In each case, the apparent savings from choosing the cheaper option proves illusory when viewed over a longer time frame. The wealthy understand this distinction intuitively. They don't focus on spending as little as possible on everything. Instead, they evaluate purchases based on long-term value retention or appreciation potential. They distinguish between consumption, which depletes wealth, and acquisition of assets, which preserves or builds wealth. This perspective becomes even more crucial during inflationary periods. When currency is losing value, real assets become not just a store of value, but a growth vehicle. Their prices typically rise to reflect the currency debasement, preserving purchasing power in a way that cash holdings cannot. Meanwhile, the bargain items that seem to save money often become even poorer investments as their already limited resale value erodes further. Developing this mindset requires asking different questions before significant purchases. Rather than simply, how much does this cost, or is this the cheapest option, consider, will this retain its value over time? Could this appreciate? Is this an asset or merely an expense? These questions shift focus from short-term price to long-term value, a fundamental reorientation that characterizes wealth-building decisions. This doesn't mean never seeking good deals or always buying the most expensive option. Value still matters tremendously, but true value considers the entire life cycle of an acquisition, not just its initial price tag. The goal isn't to spend as little as possible today, but to allocate resources in ways that preserve and grow wealth over time. By recognizing the crucial distinction between real assets and mere cheap purchases, you align your spending with wealth-building principles rather than illusory savings that actually deplete your financial resources over time. Real versus fake money. At the heart of understanding true wealth lies a critical distinction that most people never fully grasp: the difference between real money and what might be called fake or artificial money. This isn't about counterfeit currency, but about the fundamental nature of what we use as money in the modern world. Fiat currency, the dollars, euros, yen, and other national currencies used globally today, represents a relatively recent experiment in monetary history. Unlike money throughout most of human civilization, modern currencies aren't backed by anything tangible. They're created by government decree. The word fiat literally means "let it be done" in Latin, and derive their value solely from legal tender laws and public confidence. This system emerged fully only in 1971, when the United States abandoned the last vestiges of the gold standard, severing the final link between major world currencies and precious metals. Since then, all major currencies have been pure fiat, backed by nothing but government promises and the public's continued willingness to accept them in exchange for goods and services. The defining characteristic of this fiat money is its potentially unlimited supply. With no physical constraints on creation, central banks can produce as much currency as they deem necessary. This flexibility offers certain advantages for managing economic crises, but creates a fundamental vulnerability: the inevitable temptation to solve problems by creating more currency rather than addressing underlying economic issues. In contrast, real money has historically been represented by assets with inherent scarcity and intrinsic value. Gold and silver served this function for thousands of years, precisely because their supply couldn't be arbitrarily increased. New mining adds only a small percentage to the existing supply each year, creating relative stability that fiat currencies lack. In today's environment, real money extends beyond precious metals to include various assets with similar characteristics. They can't be created out of thin air. They have intrinsic utility or appeal, and their value doesn't depend primarily on government declarations. This includes productive land, well-located real estate, ownership stakes in profitable businesses, and certain other tangible assets with enduring value. The practical consequence of this distinction is profound. Holding substantial wealth in fiat currency exposes you to the risk of ongoing devaluation through inflation, a risk that has materialized consistently throughout the fiat era. Meanwhile, real assets have generally maintained or increased their purchasing power over time, despite fluctuations in their nominal price. Ray Dalio, founder of Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund, has repeatedly warned that cash is trash during periods of significant money printing. This doesn't mean currency becomes worthless overnight, but rather that its purchasing power erodes at an accelerated rate, punishing those who hold substantial portions of their wealth in this form. This perspective explains why the truly wealthy typically maintain relatively small portions of their net worth in cash. Instead, they own businesses, real estate, precious metals, art, and other tangible assets, along with financial instruments that represent ownership in real enterprises rather than just claims on currency. They're not making this allocation because they can afford to invest more. They're doing it because they understand the fundamental difference between fiat currency and real money. For the average person building wealth, this insight suggests a significant reorientation. Rather than measuring success by the accumulation of currency, focus on acquiring assets that maintain real value regardless of monetary policy. Use fiat currency for what it does well, facilitating transactions and providing short-term liquidity, while converting excess cash into real assets that serve as your actual long-term wealth repository. This shift in perspective, from seeing currency as wealth itself to recognizing it as merely a temporary claim ticket on real wealth, aligns your financial strategy with the approach that has preserved and grown fortunes across generations, even as fiat currencies have consistently lost purchasing power over time. Discovery of real versus fake money. The transition from sound money to fiat currency didn't happen overnight. It occurred through a series of subtle shifts that most people barely noticed, changes that gradually transformed our monetary system while maintaining the illusion of continuity. Understanding this historical process provides valuable insight into how wealth is preserved or lost during monetary transitions. For centuries, money meant physical coins containing precious metals. The value of the currency was directly tied to its metal content. A silver dollar contained roughly $1's worth of silver. This intrinsic value created natural discipline in the monetary system, as governments couldn't create new money without obtaining more precious metal. The shift away from this sound money began with seemingly minor changes. Governments started reducing the precious metal content in coins while maintaining their face value. For example, U.S. silver coins minted before 1965 contained 90% silver, while those minted after contained no silver at all, just base metals like copper and nickel. Despite this dramatic change in composition, both versions circulated as quarters or dimes with the same nominal value. Most citizens continued using these debased coins without recognizing the significance of the change, but more financially sophisticated individuals noticed the difference. Following Gresham's law, they spent the new debased coins while saving the older, silver-containing ones. Eventually, the real silver coins disappeared from circulation entirely, hoarded, melted down, or exported. Paper currency followed a similar pattern. Originally introduced as claim tickets, redeemable for specific amounts of gold or silver, these notes gradually lost their convertibility through a series of policy changes. The final break came in 1971 when the U.S. ended international convertibility of dollars to gold, completing the transition to a pure fiat system. Throughout this evolution, the appearance of continuity masked fundamental changes in the nature of money. People continued using dollars, pounds, or francs without realizing these currencies had transformed from claims on real assets into pure government obligations with no intrinsic backing. This quiet debasement continues in the modern era through less visible mechanisms. Quantitative easing, large-scale government borrowing, and other forms of monetary expansion increase the currency supply without proportional increases in goods and services. The result is the same as earlier debasements. Each unit of currency represents a smaller share of the real economy, but the process occurs through complex financial operations rather than obvious changes to physical money. For savers, this historical pattern reveals a crucial insight. What appears to be prudent financial behavior, saving currency for the future, may actually guarantee loss of purchasing power if that currency is being systematically debased. Without recognizing the distinction between sound money and fiat currency, individuals risk dedicating years of effort to accumulating something that will buy less in the future than it does today. The wealthy have consistently navigated these transitions by recognizing the changing nature of money and adapting their wealth preservation strategies accordingly. When silver was being removed from coins, they hoarded the silver ones. When gold ownership was restricted, they found legal alternatives that served similar functions. As fiat currencies have lost purchasing power, they've shifted toward real assets that maintain value regardless of monetary policy. This awareness creates a powerful advantage. By understanding the ongoing process of currency debasement, you can position your wealth in assets that benefit from or at least resist this trend, rather than in forms that are directly undermined by it. This doesn't require predicting economic collapse or hyperinflation, just recognizing the consistent historical pattern of fiat currencies losing purchasing power over time and positioning your wealth accordingly. Staying alert to monetary policy changes becomes an essential habit for wealth preservation. When central banks accelerate currency creation through quantitative easing, near-zero interest rates, or direct fiscal stimulus, it signals potential acceleration in the debasement process, suggesting increased allocation toward inflation-resistant assets might be prudent. Why the poor stay poor? One of the most pernicious aspects of currency debasement is its unequal impact across different economic classes. This hidden mechanism helps explain why many hardworking people struggle to advance financially despite their best efforts, and why the wealth gap tends to widen during periods of significant monetary expansion. At the core of this disparity lies a fundamental difference in how income is received and wealth is held. Those who rely primarily on wages or salaries receive their income in fiat currency, which begins losing purchasing power immediately. Meanwhile, those who own significant assets, businesses, real estate, equities, precious metals, often see the nominal value of these holdings rise during inflationary periods, preserving or even increasing their real wealth. This creates a system where wage earners are constantly swimming against an inflationary current. Even regular raises may barely keep pace with rising prices, creating the illusion of progress while real purchasing power stagnates. Someone earning 3% annual raises during a period of 3% inflation is running in place financially, despite the appearance of increasing income. The paycheck-to-paycheck trap becomes particularly difficult to escape in this environment. As basic living costs rise with inflation, the portion of income available for saving or investing shrinks, making it increasingly difficult to accumulate the capital needed to acquire inflation-resistant assets. Consumer debt often fills the gap, with interest rates that typically exceed wage growth, creating a negative compounding effect that further erodes financial progress. This dynamic is exacerbated by a significant knowledge gap. Financial education rarely includes meaningful information about monetary policy, currency debasement, or the distinction between fiat currency and real assets. Without this understanding, many people follow conventional wisdom about saving cash, unaware that this approach virtually guarantees loss of purchasing power in an inflationary environment. The effects of inflation fall particularly hard on lower income groups, as they spend a larger percentage of their income on necessities like housing, transportation, and household goods, categories that often see the most significant price increases. This leaves even less capacity for saving or investing, further entrenching financial stagnation. Breaking this cycle requires a fundamental shift in perspective, from focusing exclusively on earning more currency to emphasizing the acquisition of assets that maintain or increase value during inflationary periods. Even small, consistent steps toward owning real assets can compound dramatically over time, creating an alternative path to wealth that doesn't depend solely on wage increases outpacing inflation. This shift from an earning mindset to an ownership mindset represents one of the most powerful transitions an individual can make on their wealth-building journey. Rather than measuring success by income alone, this perspective focuses on gradually building ownership in assets that generate income or appreciate over time, the approach that has created financial security across generations regardless of monetary conditions. The good news is that this path remains accessible even for those starting with limited resources. Beginning with small investments in income-producing assets, inflation-resistant savings vehicles, or ownership stakes in growing enterprises can create momentum that builds over time. The key is recognizing that in an inflationary environment, converting excess currency into well-chosen assets isn't speculation, it's preservation of the value you've already earned through your labor. By understanding how monetary policy affects different economic classes and adjusting your wealth-building strategy accordingly, you can begin to overcome one of the most significant hidden obstacles to financial advancement, the systematic erosion of purchasing power that keeps many hardworking people treading water despite their best efforts. Choose assets you understand. As you shift from holding wealth and currency to owning assets, one principle becomes paramount: invest in what you understand. This seemingly simple guideline has protected countless fortunes from the devastation that often follows when people allocate capital to investments they don't truly comprehend. The importance of understanding your investments extends beyond just avoiding fraud or obvious mistakes. When you genuinely understand an asset, its fundamental value drivers, typical market behavior, and risk characteristics, you develop the confidence to hold it through market fluctuations rather than selling at the worst possible moment due to panic or uncertainty. This confidence becomes particularly crucial during market turbulence. Those who invest in assets they don't understand often make emotion-driven decisions during downturns, selling at market bottoms due to fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, those with deep understanding of their holdings can assess whether fundamental value remains intact despite price volatility, often enabling them to hold or even increase positions when others are selling in panic. Different asset classes require different types of knowledge. For precious metals like gold and silver, Understanding their historical role as monetary assets and their behavior during various economic conditions provides context for price movements that might otherwise seem random or alarming. For real estate, knowledge of location fundamentals, property management, financing options, and local market dynamics creates a foundation for successful investment. Warren Buffett exemplifies this principle through his famous circle of competence approach. He invests only in businesses he thoroughly understands, avoiding even seemingly attractive opportunities that fall outside his areas of expertise. This discipline has helped him avoid numerous market bubbles and investment fads that devastated less disciplined investors. Buffett's advice to never invest in something you can't explain to a 10-year-old highlights the importance of clarity and simplicity in understanding. If you can't articulate in straightforward terms why an investment should maintain or increase its value over time, you likely don't understand it well enough to commit significant capital. The alternative, investing in assets you don't truly comprehend, creates numerous pitfalls. You become vulnerable to following hot investment tips without the ability to evaluate their merit. You may buy at peak prices during manias because you can't independently assess value. Most dangerously, you're likely to sell at precisely the wrong time because you lack the contextual understanding to distinguish between temporary price fluctuations and fundamental problems. This doesn't mean you must become an expert in every aspect of an investment, but you should understand its basic value proposition, the primary factors that affect its performance, and the conditions under which it might thrive or struggle. This core knowledge provides a foundation for rational decision-making even when markets become irrational. The good news is that you don't need to master every asset class to build wealth. You can focus initially on areas that align with your existing knowledge, interests, or professional background. If you understand real estate from your work experience, that might be your starting point. If you have expertise in a particular industry, companies in that sector might be your first equity investments. Over time, you can gradually expand your knowledge base to include additional asset classes, creating a more diversified portfolio while maintaining the discipline of investing only in what you understand. This patient approach may mean occasionally missing trends in unfamiliar areas, but it also protects you from the devastating losses that often accompany uninformed speculation. By following this principle, choosing assets you understand rather than chasing whatever seems to be performing well at the moment, you align yourself with one of the most consistent patterns among those who build and maintain wealth across market cycles and economic conditions. Recognize real versus fake money, own assets, not currency. The culmination of understanding money's true nature leads to a fundamental shift in how you approach wealth building, moving from merely accumulating currency to strategically acquiring assets that maintain or increase real value over time. This transition from currency holder to asset owner represents one of the most powerful financial evolutions an individual can make. The first step in this evolution is developing a balanced approach to liquidity. While excessive cash holdings expose you to the ongoing erosion of purchasing power through inflation, maintaining some liquidity remains essential for emergencies, opportunities, and short-term needs. The key is finding the appropriate balance, enough currency for practical requirements without exposing too much of your wealth to inflationary devaluation. For many individuals, this might mean keeping 3 to 6 months of expenses in readily accessible cash equivalents while directing additional savings toward carefully selected assets. This provides sufficient buffer for unexpected needs while minimizing exposure to the long-term purchasing power decline that affects fiat currency. Beyond this liquidity reserve, converting excess currency into real assets becomes a central wealth preservation strategy. This doesn't mean making a single all-or-nothing allocation, but rather developing a thoughtful portfolio of assets aligned with your knowledge, goals, and risk tolerance. This might include ownership stakes in productive businesses through stocks or direct investment, income-producing real estate, precious metals, or other assets with intrinsic value or limited supply. This allocation requires periodic reassessment as economic conditions evolve. During periods of accelerated monetary expansion or rising inflation, increasing exposure to inflation-resistant assets might be prudent. During deflationary episodes or severe market dislocations, holding somewhat more currency could provide both safety and opportunity to acquire assets at distressed prices. The psychological benefits of this approach extend beyond purely financial considerations. Owning tangible assets or productive enterprises often provides greater peace of mind during economic turbulence than holding currency whose value depends entirely on government policy and public confidence. This reduced anxiety allows for clearer thinking and better decision-making even during challenging market conditions. It's important to recognize that not all assets are created equal. Each asset class has distinct characteristics, advantages, and vulnerabilities. Gold behaves differently from real estate, which behaves differently from business ownership. Understanding these differences allows you to create a portfolio aligned with your specific concerns, time horizon, and economic outlook rather than following generic allocation formulas. While diversification across multiple asset classes provides important protection against specific risks, excessive diversification can dilute your results and spread your attention too thin. Many successful wealth builders maintain core concentrations in areas where they have particular expertise or advantage, while using broader diversification as a secondary protection against unexpected developments. The transition from currency accumulation to asset ownership doesn't happen overnight. It typically occurs through consistent, incremental steps, regularly converting portions of income or savings into carefully selected assets that align with your long-term wealth preservation strategy. Over time, these incremental allocations compound into a substantial portfolio of real assets that can maintain purchasing power regardless of monetary conditions. By recognizing the fundamental distinction between currency, which serves primarily as a medium of exchange, and real assets, which serve as stores of value, you align your wealth-building approach with the strategies that have preserved capital across generations, economic cycles, and monetary regimes. This alignment positions you to build lasting wealth rather than merely accumulating currency that gradually loses its purchasing power over time. Own real assets to hedge against inflation. The concept of hedging, protecting against specific risks through strategic positioning, becomes particularly important in an environment of ongoing currency debasement. Owning real assets serves as perhaps the most effective hedge against the inflation that inevitably results from expansionary monetary policy. The mechanics of this hedge are straightforward but powerful. When central banks expand the currency supply, each existing unit of currency represents a smaller share of the total. This typically manifests as rising prices for goods and services, what we commonly call inflation. However, these price increases aren't uniform across all categories. Assets with inherent scarcity or intrinsic value often see their nominal prices rise more significantly than the general inflation rate, preserving or even increasing their real value. This creates a natural hedge. As the purchasing power of currency declines, the nominal value of real assets tends to adjust upward, maintaining their relative worth. For the asset owner, this means that even as everyday expenses become more costly in currency terms, the value of their assets increases proportionally, preserving their overall purchasing power. This hedging function works even during periods of moderate inflation. While annual inflation rates of 2 to 3% might seem insignificant in the short term, their compounded effect over decades can dramatically erode purchasing power. Real assets provide protection against this gradual erosion just as effectively as against more dramatic inflationary episodes. Different asset classes offer varying degrees and types of inflation protection. Commodities often respond most directly to monetary expansion, as their prices reflect the changing value of the currency used to purchase them. Precious metals like gold and silver have historically maintained purchasing power across centuries despite the rise and fall of countless fiat currencies. Real estate provides inflation protection through multiple mechanisms. property values tend to rise with inflation, while fixed-rate mortgage debt becomes easier to service as the real value of the loan diminishes. Additionally, rental income typically increases with inflation, creating an ongoing hedge that adjusts automatically to changing monetary conditions. The leverage available in real estate can amplify this inflation protection. By using fixed-rate debt to acquire appreciating property, you essentially borrow currency that's losing value to purchase an asset that's maintaining or gaining value, a powerful wealth preservation strategy during inflationary periods. Business ownership, whether through direct entrepreneurship or equity investments, offers another form of inflation hedge. Well-managed businesses can typically adjust pricing to reflect currency devaluation, maintaining their real profitability despite changing monetary conditions. This ability to pass inflation through to customers provides protection that static assets like bonds or cash cannot offer. The ultra-wealthy have long recognized the importance of this hedging strategy. Billionaires typically maintain substantial portions of their wealth in real assets, extensive real estate holdings, business ownership, precious metals, art collections, and other tangible assets. This isn't because they can afford to be less liquid, it's because they understand the vulnerability of paper wealth in an inflationary environment. For those building wealth, this insight suggests a clear direction. Consistently convert excess currency into carefully selected real assets that can maintain value regardless of monetary policy. This doesn't require predicting hyperinflation or economic collapse, just recognizing the consistent historical pattern of fiat currencies losing purchasing power over time and positioning your wealth accordingly. By owning real assets as an inflation hedge, you protect yourself against one of the most significant hidden threats to financial security, the gradual but relentless erosion of purchasing power that has affected every major fiat currency throughout history. This protection doesn't require extraordinary timing or speculative gambles, just the consistent application of sound wealth preservation principles that have stood the test of time across centuries and civilizations. The insights in this chapter reveal a fundamental truth that most people never grasp. The nature of money itself has profound implications for how wealth is built and preserved. By understanding the distinction between currency, which consistently loses purchasing power, and real assets, which tend to maintain or increase value over time, you gain a perspective shared by the financially sophisticated throughout history. This understanding transforms how you approach wealth building, shifting focus from merely accumulating currency to strategically acquiring assets that provide lasting value regardless of monetary conditions. This isn't about complex investment strategies or speculative gambles, but about aligning your financial decisions with the fundamental realities of our monetary system. But understanding the nature of money is just the beginning. In the next chapter, we'll explore how to put this knowledge into action through strategic investment, transforming your capital from a static resource into a dynamic force that generates returns while you sleep. You'll discover a hidden principle that the wealthy have used for centuries to multiply their resources, one that operates silently and invisibly for those who know how to harness it, while remaining completely inaccessible to those who don't. This single concept has created more millionaires than perhaps any other financial insight, yet most people never fully grasp its transformative power. Chapter 6: Investment. There's a fundamental difference between those who work for money their entire lives and those who reach a point where money works for them. The first group trades time for income until retirement, hoping they've saved enough to last through their final years. The second group creates systems that generate wealth whether they're actively working or not, eventually reaching a point where their assets produce more than their labor ever could. What separates these two paths isn't necessarily how much you earn. It's what you do with what you earn that makes all the difference. I've studied thousands of financial journeys over the years, from modest middle-class workers who built seven-figure portfolios to high-income professionals who remained perpetually broke despite substantial earnings. The decisive factor wasn't their salary, connections, or even their investment returns. It was their relationship with capital, their understanding of how to transform money from a static resource into a dynamic force that grows and multiplies over time. This transformation, from merely earning money to strategically investing it, represents perhaps the most crucial shift in your wealth-building journey. Without it, even substantial income eventually stops when you stop working. With it, you create streams of revenue that continue flowing regardless of your personal labor, potentially growing larger with each passing year. In this chapter, we'll explore the principles that govern this transformation. You'll discover how even modest sums, properly allocated and consistently maintained, can grow into substantial wealth over time. More importantly, you'll learn how to think about investment not as a side activity or occasional consideration, but as the central engine of your financial future. The art of capital investment. At its core, investment means putting money to work with the expectation of gain. But this simple definition masks a profound truth. When you invest, you're not just allocating funds, you're making a claim on future value creation. You're participating in the growth of businesses, the development of properties, or the expansion of economies. This participation requires understanding the fundamental relationship between risk and reward. Every investment exists somewhere on a spectrum, with safer options typically offering lower returns and riskier ventures potentially delivering higher gains. Government bonds might provide steady but modest yields, while early-stage startups could deliver either spectacular returns or complete losses. The art of capital investment begins with recognizing where different opportunities fall on this spectrum and allocating your resources accordingly. This isn't about finding a single perfect investment, but rather about constructing a portfolio aligned with your goals, time horizon, and risk tolerance. For someone young with decades until retirement, allocating more toward higher risk, higher reward investments might make sense as time smooths out volatility and allows for recovery from downturns. For someone nearing retirement, preserving capital might take precedence, suggesting a more conservative allocation. Beyond this basic framework lies the challenge of balancing established opportunities with emerging ones. Stable, mature investments like blue-chip stocks or prime real estate offer reliability, but typically modest growth. Innovative sectors or developing markets present greater uncertainty alongside potential for outsized returns. The most successful investors find ways to incorporate both elements, creating portfolios that balance stability with growth potential. What many people fail to realize is that building substantial wealth through investment doesn't necessarily require large initial sums. The transformation of modest capital into significant wealth happens through three mechanisms: consistent contributions, compound growth, and sufficient time. Even small amounts, $50 to $100 monthly, invested consistently over decades can grow to surprising sums. This growth accelerates as returns generate their own returns, creating a snowball effect that builds momentum over time. A 25-year-old investing just $200 monthly with an 8% average return would accumulate over $600,000 by age 65, despite contributing only $96,000 out of pocket. This process becomes even more powerful when gains from one investment seed another. As your initial investments generate returns, these proceeds can fund new opportunities, reducing reliance on fresh capital from your income. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle where each successful investment strengthens your ability to make additional investments. The challenge for many investors isn't finding opportunities, it's maintaining discipline through market fluctuations. Financial markets never move in straight lines. They fluctuate, sometimes dramatically, creating emotional challenges that lead many investors to make poor decisions at precisely the wrong moments. When markets drop, the natural impulse is to sell to prevent further losses. When markets surge, the temptation is to pile in, fearing missed opportunities. Both reactions typically undermine long-term results. Research consistently shows that investors who make frequent changes based on market movements generally underperform those who maintain consistent allocations through ups and downs. Developing the temperament to avoid these reactive decisions requires both knowledge and emotional discipline. Understanding the fundamental value of your investments, not just their current market price, provides confidence during volatile periods. This comes through thorough research and due diligence before committing capital, creating conviction that can withstand temporary market swings. The art of capital investment isn't about finding get-rich-quick opportunities or timing market movements perfectly. It's about making thoughtful allocations based on fundamental value, maintaining those positions through inevitable fluctuations, and allowing the powerful combination of consistent contribution and compound growth to work its magic over time. The strategy of financial autonomy. Beyond simply growing wealth, investment offers something even more valuable: the potential for financial autonomy, the freedom to make life choices based on what matters to you rather than what pays the bills. This autonomy comes not just from accumulating assets, but specifically from building diverse income streams that reduce dependence on any single source. Most people rely entirely on their job or business for income. This creates vulnerability. If that single source disappears through job loss, illness, industry disruption, or other factors, their entire financial life is immediately threatened. Diversified investment income provides protection against this concentration risk, creating multiple pillars that can support you even if one falters. These income streams fall into two broad categories: passive and active. Passive income requires little ongoing time or effort once the initial investment is made. Dividend-paying stocks, bonds, rental properties with property management, and certain business investments can generate regular income without demanding your daily attention. Active investment income from trading securities, flipping properties, or hands-on business ventures may offer higher returns but requires significant time commitment. The ideal portfolio often includes both types, with passive income providing stability and active investments offering growth potential. As your investment journey progresses, you might gradually shift toward more passive approaches, creating increasing freedom from daily financial obligations. This diversification extends beyond income types to include geographic and sector allocation. Investing across different countries provides protection against region-specific economic challenges. When one market struggles, others may thrive, smoothing overall returns. Similarly, spreading investments across sectors, technology, healthcare, finance, real estate, consumer goods, reduces vulnerability to industry-specific downturns. Beyond the financial benefits, this diversification offers profound psychological advantages. Market volatility becomes less threatening when you know your financial security doesn't depend on any single investment performing well in the short term. This emotional stability allows for clearer thinking and better decision-making, especially during turbulent periods when others might panic. The path to financial autonomy typically follows a progression. Initially, investment income supplements your primary earnings, perhaps covering discretionary expenses or accelerating debt repayment. As your investment base grows, this income might eventually cover basic living costs, creating the option to work less, change careers, or pursue opportunities regardless of their immediate financial return. The final stage, where investment income substantially exceeds your needs, represents complete financial freedom. At this point, work becomes entirely optional, and your time allocation can be based solely on personal fulfillment and impact rather than economic necessity. This progression requires balancing defensive and offensive investment strategies. Defensive investments, like dividend-paying blue chips, bonds, or stable rental properties, provide reliable income and capital preservation. Offensive investments, growth stocks, development projects, or business ventures offer potential for substantial appreciation. The appropriate mix shifts over time, while typically becoming more defensive as you approach or achieve your financial autonomy targets. By consciously building diverse income streams rather than simply accumulating a portfolio value, you create not just wealth, but true financial independence, the ability to make life choices based on your values and goals rather than economic necessity. This represents perhaps the most valuable return on investment, freedom itself. The dynamic cycle of reinvestment. The most powerful wealth-building mechanism isn't earning more or finding spectacular investments. It's systematically reinvesting returns to create a self-perpetuating growth cycle. This process transforms modest initial capital into substantial wealth through the magic of compounding, where returns generate their own returns in an accelerating pattern. The concept is simple but profoundly effective. When your investments produce profits, whether through dividends, interest, rental income, or capital appreciation, you funnel those gains primarily into additional investments rather than personal consumption. This creates a flow-through system where each successful investment seeds the next, building momentum over time. Making this approach systematic rather than occasional dramatically accelerates wealth building. Many successful investors establish fixed rules, perhaps allocating 80 or 90% of all investment returns directly into new opportunities. This removes decision fatigue and the temptation to spend gains, ensuring consistent reinvestment regardless of market conditions or personal circumstances. The mathematical impact of this approach is staggering. Consider two investors who each start with $10,000 and earn 10% annually. The first spends all returns, maintaining the original $10,000 principal. After 30 years, they still have just $10,000. The second reinvests all returns, allowing compounding to work. After 30 years, their portfolio has grown to over $174,000, more than 17 times the original investment, despite never adding fresh capital. This dramatic difference explains why the wealthy often appear to live below their means relative to their resources. They understand that consumption competes directly with compounding. Every dollar spent on lifestyle is a dollar removed from the wealth-building cycle, along with all the future returns that dollar might have generated. This doesn't mean living like a miser. Rather, it suggests being strategic about when and how you enjoy the fruits of your investments. Some investors use milestone-based rewards, allowing themselves specific lifestyle upgrades only after reaching predetermined financial targets. Others allocate a fixed percentage of returns for personal use while reinvesting the remainder. These approaches balance current enjoyment with long-term growth, preventing lifestyle expansion from undermining wealth accumulation. The reinvestment principle applies across investment types. In business, it means plowing profits back into growth opportunities rather than extracting maximum dividends in the early stages. For stock investors, it might involve dividend reinvestment plans, DRIPs, that automatically purchase additional shares. In real estate, it could mean using rental profits for property improvements or down payments on additional properties, gradually building a portfolio. This retention mindset characterizes many of history's greatest wealth builders. They understand that distributing too much too soon stunts the growth potential of their capital base. Instead, they maintain their investments in growth mode for extended periods, allowing the compounding cycle to work its full magic before significant lifestyle expansion. The power of this approach becomes particularly evident when comparing it to the conventional model of saving from earned income. While regular saving from your paycheck is valuable, reinvestment of returns eventually creates a growth engine that can far exceed what most people could contribute from their earnings. A portfolio growing at 10% annually adds $100,000 in new value for every $1 million invested, more than many professionals earn in a year, yet requiring no additional labor. By establishing and maintaining this dynamic cycle of reinvestment, you create a wealth-building system that grows increasingly powerful over time. What begins as a modest trickle of returns eventually becomes a torrent, potentially generating more capital in a single year than you contributed over many years of saving from earned income. Sow and multiply seeds. One of the most powerful mental models for understanding investment comes from an unlikely source: agriculture. The process of sowing seeds, nurturing plants, and harvesting crops provides a perfect metaphor for how wealth grows through strategic investment. When a farmer plants seeds, they don't expect immediate results. They understand that growth takes time and follows natural cycles that can't be rushed. They know that proper preparation, consistent care, and patience are essential for a successful harvest. Most importantly, they recognize that each harvest provides seeds for future planting, creating a sustainable cycle of abundance. Investment works remarkably similarly. Your capital represents seeds with potential for growth. Each dollar invested, whether in stocks, bonds, real estate, or business ventures, is essentially planted in fertile ground with the expectation of multiplication over time. Just as seeds need the right conditions to thrive, investments require appropriate environments to grow. This means researching opportunities thoroughly, understanding market conditions, and ensuring your capital is deployed where it has the best chance of multiplication. Some fields may be overcrowded or depleted, while others offer rich, underutilized soil where your investment seeds can flourish with less competition. Once planted, investments require nurturing. This doesn't mean constant interference. In fact, excessive tinkering often undermines results. Rather, it means monitoring performance, making adjustments when fundamentally warranted, and protecting your growing assets from threats. You might fertilize winners by adding to positions showing strong performance while pruning underperformers that show structural problems rather than temporary setbacks. Perhaps most importantly, successful investing requires patience and a long-term perspective. Just as a farmer doesn't dig up seeds weekly to check their progress, investors shouldn't expect immediate results or make decisions based on short-term fluctuations. The most substantial growth often happens slowly at first, building momentum over time as compounding works its magic. This agricultural model helps clarify the different ways investments generate returns. Some produce regular harvests through interest, dividends, or business profits, income you can either consume or preferably use to plant additional investment seeds. Others focus primarily on growth, reinvesting all proceeds internally to expand the enterprise and increase its value over time. Interest-bearing instruments like bonds, certificates of deposit, or high-yield savings accounts provide predictable but typically modest yields, similar to reliable crops that produce consistent but limited harvests. Dividend-paying stocks offer potentially higher yields plus growth potential, like fruit trees that provide annual harvests while also increasing in size and productivity over time. Business ownership, whether through entrepreneurship or equity investment, offers the highest potential returns, but also the greatest uncertainty, like specialized crops that could produce extraordinary yields or fail entirely depending on conditions and management. The Assam's approach emphasizes strategic growth rather than blind planting. Not all fields are equally fertile, and not all seeds have equal potential. Successful investors carefully assess market conditions, looking for sectors or assets with favorable growth prospects rather than simply following trends or conventional wisdom. This strategic approach extends to managing your investment garden over time. Sometimes certain assets consistently underperform despite adequate nurturing, suggesting the capital might be better deployed elsewhere. Other times, successful investments may reach maturity, indicating it's time to harvest gains and replant in fresh opportunities with greater growth potential. The beauty of this model lies in its sustainability. Each successful investment not only produces returns but also provides capital for new investments, creating an expanding cycle of growth. Over time, what begins as a modest plot can grow into a diverse, productive portfolio, generating substantial yields from multiple sources. By viewing investment through this agricultural lens, you develop patience, strategic thinking, and appreciation for the natural cycles of markets and economies. You recognize that wealth building isn't about finding get-rich-quick schemes, but about consistently planting, nurturing, and harvesting investment seeds in a sustainable cycle that grows more powerful with each passing season. Buy and sell assets. At its most fundamental level, building wealth through investment involves a straightforward process: acquiring assets at favorable prices and eventually selling them at higher values or holding them for the income they generate. While this sounds simple, mastering the nuances of this process, knowing what to buy, when to sell, and how to manage assets in between separates successful investors from the perpetually struggling. Assets come in many forms, each with distinct characteristics. Real estate provides tangible property with potential for both appreciation and income. Stocks represent ownership in businesses, offering growth through increasing company value and often income through dividends. Bonds, commodities, private businesses, and intellectual property all represent additional asset classes with their own risk-reward profiles. The power of asset ownership extends beyond simple price appreciation. Many assets generate ongoing income. Rental properties produce rent, dividend stocks provide quarterly payments, bonds deliver interest. This income creates immediate value while you wait for potential appreciation, providing cash flow that can support living expenses or fund additional investments. Real estate illustrates how multiple wealth-building mechanisms can work simultaneously through asset ownership. When you purchase an investment property, each mortgage payment increases your equity stake, essentially forcing savings through debt reduction. Meanwhile, if the property is well chosen, its market value may appreciate over time due to inflation, development in the area, or increasing demand. Additionally, rental income can provide positive cash flow after expenses, creating an immediate return on your investment. The tax treatment of assets often enhances these benefits. In many jurisdictions, capital gains, profits from selling assets that have appreciated, are taxed at lower rates than ordinary income. Real estate offers additional advantages through depreciation deductions, which can shelter a portion of rental income from taxation. These tax efficiencies mean investors often keep more of their returns compared to those who rely solely on earned income. The question of trading versus holding represents one of the most significant strategic decisions in asset management. Some investors focus on relatively short-term ownership, buying assets they believe are undervalued and selling when prices rise to what they consider fair value. Others adopt a long-term approach, acquiring quality assets and holding them for years or decades, allowing compounding and appreciation to work over extended periods. Both approaches can succeed, but research consistently shows that patient, long-term investors typically outperform frequent traders. This occurs for several reasons. Transaction costs, commissions, fees, and bid-ask spreads reduce returns with each trade. Taxes become due upon sale, reducing the capital available for reinvestment. Perhaps most importantly, timing markets consistently proves nearly impossible, with studies showing that even professional money managers rarely outperform simple buy-and-hold strategies over extended periods. This doesn't mean never selling. Sometimes fundamentals change, indicating an asset no longer deserves a place in your portfolio. Other times, valuations become so extreme that the risk-reward balance shifts dramatically. The key is making these decisions based on fundamental analysis rather than emotional reactions to market movements or attempts to time short-term price swings. Many successful investors adopt a hybrid approach, maintaining a core portfolio of long-term holdings while allocating a smaller portion of their capital to more opportunistic, shorter-term investments. This allows them to benefit from the proven advantages of patient compounding while still maintaining flexibility to capitalize on specific opportunities when they arise. By focusing on acquiring assets rather than simply accumulating cash, you position yourself to benefit from multiple wealth-building mechanisms simultaneously: appreciation, income generation, favorable tax treatment, and the power of compounding over time. This asset-centric approach transforms your financial picture from a static snapshot based solely on current income to a dynamic system that grows increasingly valuable and productive with each passing year. Start early and compound. If I could give just one piece of financial advice, it would be this: start investing as early as possible. Nothing, not higher returns, not larger contributions, not more sophisticated strategies, can fully compensate for lost time in the wealth-building process. The reason lies in the extraordinary power of compounding, what Einstein allegedly called the eighth wonder of the world. When investment returns generate their own returns, growth becomes exponential rather than linear, creating an acceleration effect that becomes increasingly powerful over extended periods. This acceleration is often difficult to grasp intuitively. The Rule of 72 provides a useful shortcut. Divide 72 by your expected annual return percentage to estimate how many years it takes for your money to double. At 8% returns, money doubles approximately every 9 years. This means $10,000 invested at age 25 becomes $20,000 by 34, $40,000 by 43, $80,000 by 52, and $160,000 by 61, all without adding a single additional dollar. The cost of delay becomes starkly apparent when comparing different starting points. If two people invest $5,000 annually with 8% returns, but one starts at 25 while the other waits until 35, the difference by age 65 is dramatic. The early starter accumulates approximately $1.3 million, while the delayed starter reaches only about $600,000. The 10-year head start creates more than double the final result. Despite the early starter contributing only 33% more capital, $200,000 versus $150,000. Even more striking is the comparison between consistent small contributions and larger but delayed investing. Someone investing just $200 monthly, starting at age 25, will likely accumulate more wealth by retirement than someone waiting until 45 to invest $1,000 monthly, despite the later starter contributing more than twice as much capital. Time simply overwhelms contribution size when compounding works over decades. This mathematical reality creates both opportunity and potential regret. The opportunity lies in the accessibility of wealth building. Even modest amounts invested consistently from a young age can grow to substantial sums. The potential regret comes from recognizing how much wealth is foregone through delay. Each year of postponement represents not just the unmade contributions, but all the future compounding those contributions would have generated. Beyond the pure mathematics, starting early provides additional advantages. Younger investors can typically accept higher volatility since their longer time horizon allows recovery from market downturns. This often enables more aggressive allocations with potentially higher long-term returns, further amplifying the early start advantage. The psychological benefits may be equally valuable. Early investors develop financial discipline and market experience gradually, learning to navigate volatility and make rational decisions before their portfolio grows large enough for mistakes to be costly. By the time they're managing substantial sums, they've already weathered market cycles and developed the temperament essential for successful long-term investing. For those who didn't start early, this principle offers both caution and encouragement. The caution: further delay only compounds the opportunity cost. The encouragement: the best time to start investing was 20 years ago, but the second best time is today. While you can't recover lost years, you can ensure that compounding works in your favor from this point forward. The path of Warren Buffett illustrates this principle perfectly. While recognized as one of history's greatest investors, what's less appreciated is how much of his wealth came from the latter part of his career. By some estimates, over 90% of his fortune was accumulated after age 50, despite already being a successful investor for decades. This wasn't because his returns improved dramatically. It was simply the mathematical result of compounding working on an increasingly large capital base over time. By understanding and applying this principle, starting as early as possible and allowing compounding to work uninterrupted over decades, you harness a force that can transform modest resources into substantial wealth. No other investment strategy or tactic can match the simple power of time combined with consistent contribution and compound growth. Finding undervalued investments. While time and consistency form the foundation of successful investing, your returns can be significantly enhanced by developing the skill of identifying investments priced below their intrinsic value. This approach, seeking quality assets at discounted prices, has created more fortunes than perhaps any other investment strategy. The concept is straightforward. Every asset has an intrinsic value based on its fundamentals, whether that's the future cash flows of a business, the rental income and replacement cost of a property, or the utility and scarcity of a commodity. Market prices don't always reflect this intrinsic value accurately. Sometimes fear, neglect, misunderstanding, or temporary problems create situations where assets trade significantly below what they're actually worth. Identifying these situations requires fundamental analysis, a deep dive into the actual characteristics of the investment rather than simply following price trends or market sentiment. For stocks, this means examining earnings, cash flows, competitive position, management quality, and growth prospects to determine what a company is truly worth, regardless of its current market price. For real estate, it involves analyzing location fundamentals, replacement costs, rental yields, and development potential, rather than just comparing recent sales prices. The concept of margin of safety, buying assets substantially below their estimated intrinsic value, provides protection against analytical errors and unforeseen problems. If you calculate a stock's fair value at $100 per share, but only purchase when it's trading at $70, you've built in a 30% margin of safety. This buffer helps ensure positive returns even if your analysis isn't perfect or if unexpected challenges arise. Markets create these opportunities because they're not perfectly efficient, especially in the short term. Emotional reactions to news, institutional constraints, liquidity needs, and investor preferences for certain characteristics can all create mispricings. These inefficiencies tend to be more pronounced in less followed areas, small-cap stocks, local real estate markets, or specialized business niches where fewer professional investors compete for opportunities. Warren Buffett built his fortune largely through this approach, consistently purchasing businesses at prices below their intrinsic value and holding them as they appreciated toward, and often beyond, their true worth. His success demonstrates that while you can't consistently predict short-term market movements, you can identify situations where price and value have significantly diverged, creating favorable investment opportunities. This value-oriented approach often leads to contrarian positions, buying assets that are currently unpopular but fundamentally sound. This requires both analytical skill and psychological fortitude, as you'll frequently be acting against prevailing sentiment and may experience periods where your investments remain undervalued or even decline further before eventually appreciating. Not every apparently cheap asset represents genuine value. Value traps occur when investments appear statistically inexpensive, perhaps trading at low price-to-earnings ratios or below book value, but actually face fundamental, structural problems that justify or even suggest further price declines. Distinguishing between temporary issues and permanent impairment requires careful analysis and industry knowledge. Successful value investing demands ongoing monitoring and reassessment. As new information emerges or conditions change, the gap between price and intrinsic value may widen, narrow, or even reverse. Maintaining the discipline to follow your analytical framework rather than emotional reactions to price movements helps ensure you capture the full benefit when undervalued assets eventually appreciate toward their true worth. By developing this skill, the ability to identify quality assets trading below their intrinsic value, you create opportunities for returns that exceed broad market averages without taking excessive risk. This approach doesn't require predicting market movements or economic trends. It simply requires recognizing situations where current prices don't reflect fundamental value, then having the patience to wait for that discrepancy to resolve. Leverage the advantage of small capital. One of the most overlooked advantages in investing belongs to those with relatively modest capital. While having more money certainly provides benefits, smaller investors possess unique opportunities that often disappear as portfolios grow larger. Understanding and leveraging these advantages can significantly enhance your returns, especially in the early stages of your investment journey. The primary advantage comes from access to opportunities too small for institutional investors or wealthy individuals to consider. Large investment funds managing billions of dollars simply cannot allocate capital to tiny opportunities. The potential returns wouldn't meaningfully impact their overall performance even if extraordinarily successful. This creates a playing field with significantly less competition for smaller-scale investments. In real estate, this might mean small multifamily properties or single-family homes in emerging neighborhoods, deals too small for real estate investment trusts, REITs, or institutional investors, but potentially perfect for individual investors. The reduced competition often means better pricing and higher potential returns compared to larger properties where numerous deep-pocketed bidders compete. In the stock market, smaller companies, particularly microcap stocks, receive less analyst coverage and institutional investment than their larger counterparts. This reduced attention can create significant mispricings where diligent individual investors can identify value that larger market participants haven't yet recognized. When these companies eventually attract broader attention, their share prices can experience substantial appreciation. Beyond specific asset classes, smaller investors benefit from greater flexibility and speed. Without committees, approval processes, or institutional constraints, individual investors can make decisions quickly when opportunities arise. This agility allows you to act on time-sensitive situations where larger, slower-moving entities might miss the window entirely. The ability to focus on niche opportunities represents another significant advantage. While professional investors often need broadly applicable strategies that can deploy large amounts of capital, individual investors can specialize in narrow segments they understand particularly well. This might be a specific neighborhood in real estate, a particular industry in stocks, or a specialized business opportunity where your personal knowledge creates an edge. As your investment capital grows, these small-scale opportunities can serve as stepping stones to progressively larger ones. Initial successes provide not just financial returns, but also experience, confidence, and credibility that facilitate access to bigger opportunities. This creates a natural progression where returns from early, smaller investments fund increasingly substantial ventures over time. The educational value of starting small shouldn't be underestimated. Making mistakes with modest amounts teaches invaluable lessons without catastrophic financial consequences. These early experiences, both successes and failures, build the judgment and pattern recognition that support better decisions as the stakes increase. Perhaps most importantly, smaller investors can focus exclusively on absolute returns rather than relative performance or benchmark comparisons. Professional fund managers are often evaluated against market indices or peer groups, forcing them to remain relatively close to benchmark allocations even when they see superior opportunities elsewhere. Individual investors face no such constraints. They can allocate capital based solely on where they see the best risk-adjusted returns, regardless of how unconventional those allocations might appear. By recognizing and leveraging these advantages, access to overlooked opportunities, greater flexibility, niche focus, and freedom from institutional constraints, investors with modest capital can achieve returns that often exceed those available to larger players. Rather than viewing limited capital as a disadvantage, see it as a unique opportunity to operate in less competitive, potentially more lucrative segments of the market. Evaluate risk and diversify. Successful investing isn't just about maximizing returns, it's about managing risk appropriately to ensure sustainable growth over time. Without proper risk management, even the most promising investment strategy can lead to devastating losses that derail your financial progress. The foundation of risk management begins with honest self-assessment. Different investors can tolerate different levels of volatility and uncertainty based on their temperament, financial situation, and time horizon. Some can calmly weather 50% temporary declines in portfolio value, while others experience significant distress with even 15% fluctuations. Understanding your personal risk tolerance, not just intellectually, but emotionally, helps construct a portfolio you can maintain through inevitable market turbulence. This self-knowledge informs practical risk management techniques. Setting loss thresholds, predetermined points at which you'll reevaluate or exit positions, can prevent catastrophic declines while still allowing participation in growth opportunities. Position sizing, Limiting how much capital you allocate to any single investment ensures that even complete failure of one holding won't severely damage your overall portfolio. Perhaps most importantly, maintaining realistic expectations about returns prevents the excessive risk-taking that often stems from impatience or unrealistic goals. Markets don't deliver smooth, predictable returns. They fluctuate, sometimes dramatically. Accepting this reality and focusing on long-term objectives rather than short-term performance helps avoid the impulsive decisions that frequently undermine investment results. Diversification represents the most powerful and accessible risk management tool for most investors. By spreading capital across multiple asset classes, geographic regions, and economic sectors, you reduce the impact of problems in any single area. When certain investments struggle, others may thrive, creating more stable overall performance and reducing the likelihood of permanent capital loss. This diversification operates at multiple levels. Asset class diversification, spreading investments across stocks, bonds, real estate, and perhaps alternative assets like precious metals, provides protection against risks specific to any particular investment type. During periods when stocks struggle, bonds or real estate might provide stability. When inflation threatens fixed income investments, real assets like property or commodities often perform better. Geographic diversification protects against country-specific or regional economic challenges. Investments across developed and emerging markets ensure you're not overly dependent on any single economy's performance. When one region experiences recession or political turmoil, others may continue growing, providing balance to your overall portfolio. Sector allocation, spreading investments across technology, healthcare, finance, consumer goods, energy, and other industries, reduces vulnerability to disruptions or downturns in specific economic segments. Sectors often perform differently depending on economic conditions, with some thriving during periods when others struggle. While diversification reduces certain risks, it doesn't eliminate the need for careful selection within each category. Quality matters tremendously. Diversifying across 10 poorly chosen investments doesn't create safety. The goal is thoughtful diversification among fundamentally sound opportunities rather than random spreading of capital. Maintaining appropriate diversification requires periodic review and rebalancing. Over time, some investments will outperform others, potentially creating unintended concentration in certain areas. Annual portfolio reviews allow you to adjust allocations back toward your target levels, often by directing new contributions to underrepresented areas or strategically reallocating existing holdings. When making these adjustments, tax efficiency becomes an important consideration. Using tax-advantaged accounts for rebalancing, being mindful of holding periods for capital gains treatment, and considering tax loss harvesting opportunities can significantly improve after-tax returns over time. The balance between vigilance and patience represents one of the most challenging aspects of portfolio management. While regular review is essential, excessive trading based on short-term market movements typically reduces returns through transaction costs, tax inefficiencies, and missed recovery opportunities. The goal is staying alert to fundamental changes that warrant action while avoiding overreaction to normal market volatility. By thoughtfully evaluating risk, implementing appropriate diversification, and maintaining disciplined oversight of your portfolio, you create conditions for sustainable long-term growth rather than spectacular but unsustainable short-term gains. This approach may not capture every market surge, but it provides significant protection against the permanent losses that derail so many investment journeys. The principles explored in this chapter, from the power of compounding and early starting to the advantages of value investing and proper diversification, provide a comprehensive framework for transforming your capital from a static resource into a dynamic wealth-building engine. By implementing these approaches consistently over time, you position yourself to achieve financial results far beyond what earned income alone could ever provide. But investment represents just one dimension of wealth creation. In the next chapter, we'll explore an even more fundamental aspect of financial success, one that determines not just how your money grows, but how much value you can create in the first place. You'll discover the hidden factor that separates those who struggle financially despite working hard from those who generate extraordinary wealth with seemingly less effort. This invisible principle operates behind the scenes of every successful enterprise, yet remains completely overlooked by most people seeking financial advancement. Value. Have you ever wondered why some people struggle financially despite working incredibly hard, while others seem to generate extraordinary wealth with seemingly less effort? The answer isn't about working harder. It isn't about having special connections or privileged access to opportunities, and it certainly isn't about luck. There's a hidden principle operating behind the scenes of every successful enterprise and wealthy individual, a fundamental truth that explains why some efforts lead to modest returns while others create fortunes. This principle has been hiding in plain sight throughout history, yet most people miss it entirely as they chase financial success. I've spent decades studying the patterns that separate those who achieve lasting wealth from those who remain stuck in perpetual financial struggle. What I've discovered is that the wealthiest individuals approach money from a completely different angle than most people. While the average person focuses directly on acquiring money, the truly successful focus on something else entirely, something that causes money to flow to them as a natural byproduct. This chapter explores that hidden principle, the counterintuitive approach that has created more fortunes than perhaps any other single factor. Understanding and applying this concept doesn't just increase your income, it fundamentally transforms your relationship with wealth creation, making financial success both more attainable and more sustainable. The principle of dynamic reciprocity. At the heart of lasting financial success lies a principle so fundamental that it operates like a law of nature. You receive in proportion to what you give. I call this dynamic reciprocity, and understanding it transforms how you approach wealth creation. Most people think about money in terms of what they can get. They focus on extracting maximum compensation for minimum input, negotiating the highest salary for the least work, or seeking the biggest profit for the smallest investment. This approach seems logical on the surface. After all, isn't the goal to maximize returns? But this extraction-focused mindset creates a fundamental limitation. When your primary focus is on what you can take, you naturally constrain what you can receive. The market, which ultimately means other people, responds in kind, giving you exactly what your contribution merits, no more and no less. The wealthy approach this equation from the opposite direction. Rather than focusing primarily on what they can get, they concentrate on what they can give, what value they can create, what problems they can solve, what benefits they can deliver. This shift in focus might seem subtle, but its implications are profound. When you consistently deliver genuine value, the market responds with corresponding rewards. This isn't mystical thinking, it's practical economics. People willingly pay for solutions that improve their lives, save them time, reduce their stress, or increase their happiness. The more significant the improvement, the more they're willing to pay. This reciprocity doesn't always operate immediately or directly. Sometimes the value you provide circles back through unexpected channels, referrals from satisfied customers, opportunities that arise from your growing reputation, or partnerships that form because of your demonstrated expertise. The timing and pathway may vary, but the principle remains consistent. Value given eventually returns as value received. The key word here is eventually. Dynamic reciprocity requires patience and faith in the process. Many people give up too quickly when immediate returns don't materialize, reverting to an extraction mindset that ultimately limits their potential. The wealthy understand that consistent value creation builds momentum over time, often leading to returns that far exceed what could have been directly negotiated or extracted. This principle explains why some businesses grow exponentially while others plateau. Companies that genuinely improve customers' lives generate enthusiastic loyalty, word-of-mouth promotion, and repeat business. Their customers become advocates, essentially marketing the business for free because they've received such significant value. Meanwhile, businesses focused primarily on extracting maximum profit while delivering minimal value find themselves constantly struggling to acquire and retain customers. The beauty of dynamic reciprocity is that it creates a sustainable cycle. As you focus on delivering value, you attract opportunities to deliver even more value to more people, which in turn generates greater returns. This positive feedback loop can accelerate dramatically over time, creating the exponential growth that characterizes many wealth creation stories. This principle operates at every scale, from individual service providers to global corporations. The local consultant who consistently delivers results beyond expectations finds their practice growing through referrals and repeat business. The multinational company that genuinely improves millions of lives through innovative products sees corresponding growth in revenue and market capitalization. By embracing dynamic reciprocity, focusing first on the value you create rather than what you can extract, you align yourself with a principle that has generated more sustainable wealth than perhaps any other single factor. This shift in focus doesn't just change your financial results, it transforms your entire relationship with wealth creation, making the process both more fulfilling and ultimately more rewarding. The principle of value and merit. While dynamic reciprocity explains the general relationship between giving and receiving value, the principle of value and merit addresses the specific quality of what you offer. This principle states that long-term financial success correlates directly with the genuine merit of your products, services, or contributions. In today's world of sophisticated marketing and social media influence, it's easy to believe that perception matters more than reality, that how you present your offering is more important than the offering itself. This belief has spawned countless ventures built primarily on hype, clever branding, or momentary trends rather than substantive value. These hype-driven approaches can certainly create short-term success. A well-executed marketing campaign or viral social media presence might generate immediate attention and initial sales. Investors might be attracted by compelling narratives or charismatic founders. Early adopters might flock to something simply because it's new or trendy. But without genuine merit underlying these surface elements, such success rarely lasts. Customer enthusiasm fades when products don't deliver on promises. Investors become disillusioned when fundamental business metrics don't materialize. Markets move on to the next shiny object, leaving behind ventures that failed to create lasting value. True, sustainable wealth typically emerges from offerings with genuine merit, products or services that tangibly improve people's lives in meaningful ways. This merit might come through superior functionality, greater reliability, enhanced convenience, reduced costs, or other concrete benefits that users can experience directly rather than just being told about through marketing. This focus on genuine merit creates a foundation for lasting success that marketing alone cannot provide. When customers experience real benefits, they don't just purchase once, they become repeat buyers and advocates. They're less price sensitive because they recognize the value they're receiving. They're more forgiving of minor issues because the core offering delivers significant benefits. Think about the products or services you personally use regularly and recommend enthusiastically to others. Almost invariably, these are offerings that deliver genuine value in your life, not just those with the cleverest marketing or strongest brand presence. This same principle operates across markets and industries. Merit-based offerings build sustainable customer relationships that drive long-term financial success. The connection between merit and earnings becomes particularly evident when examining businesses that have maintained success over decades rather than just years. These organizations have typically evolved their offerings to maintain relevance, but their fundamental focus on delivering genuine value remains consistent. They may use marketing effectively, but marketing amplifies their actual merit rather than attempting to compensate for its absence. This principle suggests a straightforward approach to evaluating potential business opportunities or career directions. Focus on areas where you can create genuine merit, not just compelling narratives. Ask the simple question: How does this actually enrich someone's life? The more significant and demonstrable the enrichment, the greater the potential for sustainable financial returns. As you refine your offering to increase its real-world value, making it more effective, more convenient, more reliable, or more affordable, your earnings naturally grow in parallel. This alignment between improving your offering and improving your financial results creates a virtuous cycle that can continue indefinitely. Unlike approaches based primarily on marketing or trend exploitation, which typically have natural endpoints. By anchoring your wealth-building strategy in genuine merit rather than surface-level appeal, you create a foundation that can support lasting financial success regardless of changing market conditions, evolving consumer preferences, or competitive pressures. This principle has guided the creation of fortunes that endure across generations, while its absence explains many cautionary tales of rapid rise and equally rapid decline. Provide genuine solutions to problems. The most direct path to creating value lies in solving problems that people genuinely care about. While this might seem obvious, it's surprising how many businesses and professionals focus on what they want to offer rather than what others actually need. This misalignment explains why many hardworking, talented individuals struggle financially while others prosper with seemingly less effort. The economic reality is straightforward. People willingly pay for solutions that eliminate pain points in their lives or businesses. The more significant the problem and the more effective the solution, the more they're willing to pay. This creates a direct correlation between the magnitude of problems you solve and your potential financial returns. Identifying these high-value problems requires genuine curiosity and empathy rather than assumption. Many ventures fail because their creators believed they understood what people wanted without actually investigating. They built solutions for problems that weren't particularly pressing or developed features that addressed minor inconveniences while ignoring major pain points. Effective problem identification involves both research and direct engagement. Formal market research can reveal broad patterns and opportunities, but nothing replaces direct conversations with potential customers or clients. These interactions uncover not just what problems exist, but how people feel about them, the emotional impact that often determines willingness to pay for solutions. The questions you ask during this discovery phase are crucial. Rather than, "Would you use this product?" which often yields polite but meaningless affirmations, ask about current frustrations, workarounds people have developed, or what they wish existed but can't find. These questions reveal genuine pain points rather than hypothetical interest. Once you've identified promising problems, the solution design process begins. This isn't about creating the perfect offering immediately, but rather developing something viable that addresses the core issue, then refining based on real-world feedback. This iterative approach, building a minimal viable solution, testing it with actual users, and improving based on their experience, reduces risk while ensuring your offering actually solves the problem it targets. The most valuable solutions often share certain characteristics. They dramatically reduce complexity, making difficult tasks simple. They save significant time or money compared to existing alternatives. They eliminate stress or uncertainty in important processes. Solutions with these qualities typically gain traction quickly because the benefits are immediately apparent rather than requiring explanation. As your solution proves effective for initial users, opportunities for scaling emerge. This might involve adapting your approach for adjacent markets, expanding geographic reach, or enhancing capabilities to serve larger clients. The key question becomes whether your operational capacity, your systems, team, and resources can support this growth without compromising quality. Scaling successfully often requires strategic decisions about automation, outsourcing, or delegation. Identifying which aspects of your solution delivery can be systematized versus which require custom attention helps maintain quality while expanding reach. Technology often plays a crucial role here, allowing standardized aspects of your solution to be delivered efficiently while preserving human attention for areas where it adds unique value. By focusing relentlessly on solving genuine problems rather than simply promoting offerings, you align yourself with fundamental market dynamics. People have always paid for solutions to their problems and always will. The specific problems may evolve with technology and social changes, but the basic principle remains constant. Solve meaningful problems effectively, and financial rewards follow naturally. Own a system versus own a job. One of the most significant shifts in wealth-building strategy involves moving from owning a job to owning a system. This distinction explains why some professionals reach income plateaus despite increasing expertise, while others experience exponential growth with seemingly less personal effort. Most people begin their careers trading time for money, whether through traditional employment or self-employment. This approach has a fundamental limitation. Your income is capped by your personal bandwidth. No matter how skilled or efficient you become, there are only so many hours in a day, placing a natural ceiling on your earning potential. This time for money trap affects not just hourly workers, but also many high-earning professionals. The surgeon who earns thousands per operation still only gets paid when personally performing surgery. The consultant billing premium hourly rates still only earns when directly serving clients. These professionals may earn well, but their income remains directly tethered to their time investment. True wealth creation typically involves breaking this direct connection between personal time and income by building systems that generate value and therefore revenue, even when you're not actively working. These systems might be businesses with employees, automated digital platforms, intellectual property that generates royalties, or other frameworks that continue operating without your constant involvement. The transition from job owner to system owner rarely happens overnight. It typically begins with small steps towards systematization, documenting processes that were previously just in your head, delegating tasks that don't require your specific expertise, or creating tools that automate repetitive aspects of your work. These initial steps might seem insignificant, but they establish the foundation for increasingly sophisticated systems. This evolution often follows a predictable progression. The self-employed professional first hires administrative support to handle tasks that don't directly generate revenue. Next comes delegation of certain aspects of the core work to qualified team members. Eventually, the focus shifts to creating standardized processes and training systems that enable the business to function effectively with decreasing direct involvement from the founder. The most sophisticated version of this progression involves creating intellectual property or business models that can be replicated through licensing, franchising, or other scaling mechanisms. These approaches allow your systems to multiply without requiring proportional increases in your personal oversight, creating truly scalable wealth-building potential. Technology plays an increasingly important role in this systematization process. Digital tools can automate workflows, manage client relationships, deliver standardized services, or distribute information products. These technological systems often have near-zero marginal costs. Serving the 1,000th customer requires little additional investment beyond serving the first, creating extraordinary scaling potential. Strategic partnerships represent another powerful approach to system building. By aligning with complementary businesses or professionals, you can extend your reach and capabilities without building everything internally. These partnerships allow specialization in your areas of greatest strength while leveraging others' systems in areas where they excel. The psychological shift required for this transition can be challenging. Many professionals derive identity and satisfaction from direct involvement in their work. The thought of becoming less hands-on may trigger concerns about quality control or fears of becoming disconnected from what they enjoy. Successful system builders address these concerns by remaining involved in aspects they truly value while systematizing elements that don't require their unique talents. By progressively shifting from owning a job to owning a system, you create the potential for income that isn't constrained by your personal time investment. This doesn't mean you'll never work again. many successful system owners remain deeply engaged in strategic aspects of their enterprises. But it does mean your financial success becomes increasingly independent of your daily labor, creating both wealth-building potential and personal freedom that job ownership cannot provide. Service and adventure. Beyond the practical mechanics of value creation lies a more subtle but equally important dimension: the spirit in which you approach your work. This internal orientation, what might be called your relationship with value creation, often determines not just financial outcomes, but also sustainability and fulfillment throughout your wealth-building journey. Two complementary mindsets characterize many of the most successful and satisfied wealth creators: service and adventure. These orientations aren't just feel-good philosophies. They create practical advantages that translate directly to financial results. A service mindset means approaching your work primarily as a way to help others rather than simply as a means to personal gain. This orientation naturally aligns you with the principle of dynamic reciprocity we explored earlier. When genuine service drives your decisions, you automatically focus on creating maximum value rather than extracting maximum profit, which, paradoxically, often leads to greater financial success over time. This service orientation creates several practical advantages. It naturally improves your offerings because you're genuinely concerned with their effectiveness for users rather than just their marketability. It enhances customer relationships because people can sense when you're sincerely interested in their success versus seeing them merely as revenue sources. It also provides intrinsic motivation that sustains effort through inevitable challenges. The desire to serve continues even when external rewards temporarily diminish. In crowded competitive markets, a genuine service orientation can become a powerful differentiator. When multiple providers offer similar functional benefits, the one that demonstrates authentic concern for customer outcomes often captures disproportionate market share. This advantage becomes particularly valuable in service businesses or relationship-driven industries where trust significantly influences purchasing decisions. Complementing this service mindset is what might be called an adventure orientation, approaching business as a journey of exploration and improvement rather than merely a profit extraction mechanism. This perspective transforms challenges from frustrations into interesting problems to solve, and views setbacks as plot twists in an ongoing story rather than terminal failures. The adventure mindset creates resilience that purely profit-focused approaches often lack. When you see business as an adventure, temporary difficulties become part of the expected landscape rather than reasons to abandon the journey. This resilience allows you to persist through challenges that cause others to quit, often just before breakthroughs that could transform their results. The combination of service and adventure creates a particularly powerful orientation. Service provides direction and purpose, a reason for the journey beyond personal gain. Adventure provides energy and resilience, the ability to enjoy the process despite its inevitable difficulties. Together, they create sustainable motivation that purely financial incentives rarely match. This orientation towards service and adventure also tends to spark creativity, another crucial element in value creation. When genuinely motivated to solve others' problems and viewing business as exploration, you naturally question assumptions, experiment with new approaches, and combine existing elements in novel ways. This creative energy often leads to innovations that dramatically increase the value you can deliver and, consequently, the returns you can generate. Beyond financial outcomes, this orientation creates the foundation for a positive legacy, impact that extends beyond your immediate business results or personal wealth. Many successful entrepreneurs and investors find that this broader impact eventually becomes more meaningful than the financial rewards themselves, providing satisfaction that pure accumulation rarely delivers. By approaching wealth creation with a spirit of service and adventure, you not only increase your likelihood of financial success, but also ensure that the journey itself is rewarding, regardless of immediate outcomes. This sustainable approach has characterized many of history's most successful wealth creators, individuals who built fortunes not by focusing primarily on money, but by dedicating themselves to serving others through ventures they found genuinely engaging. Embrace invention and resourcefulness. While solving existing problems creates substantial value, inventing new possibilities often generates extraordinary returns. The most significant fortunes frequently emerge not just from addressing known needs more effectively, but from creating entirely new categories of products, services, or experiences that people didn't previously imagine. This inventive approach to value creation requires a different mindset than pure problem solving. Rather than asking only what frustrates people now, you also ask what could exist that doesn't yet, or how might things work differently than they currently do? These questions open creative pathways that can lead to breakthrough innovations rather than merely incremental improvements. Invention doesn't necessarily mean creating something completely unprecedented. Often, the most valuable innovations combine existing elements in novel ways or apply established solutions from one domain to challenges in another. This recombinant creativity, connecting previously unconnected dots, has generated countless valuable innovations without requiring technological breakthroughs or entirely original concepts. Complementing invention is resourcefulness, the ability to create substantial value with limited resources. While conventional thinking often assumes that major innovation requires significant funding or infrastructure, history repeatedly demonstrates that resourceful creators can achieve remarkable results with modest means. This resourcefulness might involve finding clever workarounds for limitations, repurposing existing assets for new applications, or developing lean approaches that deliver core benefits without unnecessary complexity. The competitive advantage of invention can be extraordinary. When you create something genuinely new, whether a product, method, or business model, you temporarily escape the constraints of direct competition. Instead of fighting for market share in established categories with entrenched players, you create your own category where you're the sole or primary provider. This position allows premium pricing, rapid growth, and the opportunity to establish standards that others must later follow. However, successful invention rarely happens in a single flash of insight. More typically, it emerges through iterative development, creating prototypes or pilot versions, gathering feedback from real users, and progressively refining the offering based on actual experience rather than theoretical projections. This approach reduces risk by validating concepts before major investment, while ensuring the final offering genuinely delivers value rather than just seeming innovative in concept. Embracing early feedback, including criticism and evidence of flaws, accelerates this refinement process. The most successful inventors view initial failures not as embarrassments, but as valuable data that guides improvement. This perspective allows them to identify and address weaknesses before they become costly problems at scale, ultimately creating more robust and valuable innovations. Once established, inventive approaches require ongoing evolution to maintain their value. Markets change, competitors emerge, and customer expectations evolve, all requiring continuous reinvention rather than rigid adherence to initial concepts. The most successful value creators view reinvention as standard practice rather than exceptional response, constantly exploring how their offerings might evolve to deliver even greater benefits or address emerging needs. This commitment to invention and resourcefulness creates a powerful engine for value creation that transcends specific markets or technologies. While particular innovations may become obsolete, the capacity to invent and adapt remains perpetually valuable, allowing you to generate new sources of value as conditions change. This adaptability explains why some entrepreneurs succeed across multiple ventures in different industries. Their fundamental ability to invent and resourcefully implement transcends the specifics of any single market. By cultivating these twin capabilities, invention to create new possibilities and resourcefulness to implement them effectively despite constraints, you position yourself to generate exceptional value regardless of your starting point or available resources. This approach has launched countless ventures that transformed modest beginnings into substantial enterprises through creativity and adaptability rather than initial advantages in funding or connections. Real business versus personal brand. In today's digital landscape, there's often confusion between building a personal brand and building a real business. While both have value, understanding the distinction is crucial for sustainable wealth creation. Personal branding, developing recognition and reputation for yourself as an individual, has never been more accessible. Social media platforms, content creation tools, and digital distribution channels allow virtually anyone to build visibility and influence without traditional gatekeepers or substantial capital investment. This democratization of attention has created new pathways to prominence that simply didn't exist in previous eras. However, visibility alone rarely translates directly to sustainable wealth. Many individuals achieve significant followings or recognition without developing corresponding financial success. Their personal brand becomes an end in itself rather than a foundation for value creation that generates lasting returns. Real economic value typically emerges from business models that deliver consistent solutions, generate reliable revenue streams, establish scalable operations, and build stable customer relationships. These fundamental elements create enterprises with intrinsic value beyond the personal reputation or visibility of any individual. Businesses that could potentially operate and maintain value even if the founder were no longer involved. This distinction becomes particularly important when considering long-term wealth creation. A personal brand that depends entirely on your continued presence and performance creates what might be called celebrity economics, potentially high but inherently unstable income that requires constant maintenance and disappears when you stop performing. A real business, by contrast, can continue generating value and returns even during your absence, illness, or eventual retirement. The most effective approach often involves using personal branding as a catalyst for business building rather than as an end itself. Your visibility and reputation can attract initial opportunities, establish credibility, and open doors, but these advantages must be converted into systems, intellectual property, or operational capabilities that deliver value independently of your personal bandwidth. This transition from personality-driven to systems-driven value creation represents a crucial evolution in many wealth-building journeys. It might involve documenting your expertise in training materials or standard operating procedures, developing proprietary methodologies that others can implement, or creating digital products that deliver your insights without requiring your direct involvement. The shift also requires careful consideration of scalability. Some business models that work beautifully at small scale become problematic when personal attention is the primary value driver. Professional services often face this challenge. Clients may initially hire you for your specific expertise or approach, creating resistance when you attempt to delegate their work to team members. Addressing this challenge might require restructuring offerings, adjusting client expectations, or developing training systems that effectively transfer your approach to others. While building this systems-driven foundation, maintaining substance beneath any spotlight becomes essential. In an era of unprecedented transparency, audiences quickly distinguish between genuine value and empty promotion. Those who prioritize appearance over actual results find their influence and corresponding opportunities eroding as disappointed customers or clients share their experiences. The most sustainable approach combines authentic personal connection with robust business fundamentals, using your unique voice and perspective to attract attention while building systems and offerings that deliver consistent value regardless of your direct involvement. This balanced approach leverages the advantages of personal branding while creating the operational foundation necessary for long-term wealth generation. By focusing on building a real business rather than merely a personal platform, you create assets with transferable value, enterprises that could potentially be sold, licensed, or otherwise monetized beyond your direct participation. This approach not only increases your wealth-building potential, but also provides security and options that pure personal branding rarely delivers. focus on problem solving and people's needs. At the heart of sustainable value creation lies a fundamental orientation, focusing relentlessly on solving problems and meeting needs rather than simply promoting offerings or chasing trends. This needs-based approach creates a natural alignment with market dynamics that consistently rewards those who deliver genuine solutions. The most successful value creators maintain constant curiosity about what people lack or struggle with in their personal or professional lives. They ask questions like, what frustrates people? What takes too much time or effort? What causes stress or uncertainty? What prevents people from achieving their goals? These questions reveal opportunities that others miss, gaps between what currently exists and what would genuinely improve people's experiences. This orientation naturally leads to offerings that resonate deeply rather than requiring aggressive promotion. When you address actual pain points that people recognize in their own lives, your marketing becomes more about awareness than persuasion. Potential customers or clients immediately understand the relevance of your solution because it connects directly to challenges they've personally experienced. Maintaining this needs-based focus requires ongoing adaptation as markets, technologies, and customer preferences evolve. What perfectly addressed needs 5 years ago may be less relevant today as circumstances change. The most effective value creators continuously refresh their understanding of current challenges rather than assuming that past insights remain equally valid as conditions shift. This adaptability creates a crucial competitive advantage. While others might continue offering solutions to yesterday's problems, needs-focused creators evolve their offerings to address emerging challenges before they become widely recognized. This forward position allows them to establish leadership in new categories rather than competing in increasingly crowded existing spaces. Driving this evolution requires systematic collection and integration of user feedback. Formal research has value, but direct engagement with customers or clients often provides the most actionable insights. Simple questions like, what could we improve? Or, what's still frustrating about this process? Reveal opportunities for enhancement that might not be apparent from usage data or market trends alone. Beyond the functional aspects of offerings, needs-focused creators pay particular attention to emotional and experiential elements. They recognize that how a solution makes people feel, whether it reduces anxiety, increases confidence, creates delight, or provides peace of mind, often determines satisfaction and loyalty more than technical specifications or feature lists. This attention to emotional needs extends to the entire customer journey, not just the core offering itself. From initial awareness, through purchase, onboarding, ongoing use, and potential issues, each interaction represents an opportunity to address needs and solve problems. Investments in user experience, customer support, or post-sale engagement often yield disproportionate returns by addressing friction points that competitors neglect. The most sophisticated version of this approach involves anticipating needs before customers themselves fully articulate them. This proactive stance requires deep understanding of underlying patterns and trends, rather than simply responding to expressed requests. By identifying emerging needs early, you can develop solutions that position you as the natural provider when those needs become widely recognized. This forward-looking perspective creates particular advantage during periods of significant change, whether technological shifts, economic transitions, or social evolutions. While reactive businesses struggle to adapt to new conditions, proactive needs-focused creators see these transitions as opportunities to address emerging challenges before competition intensifies. By maintaining unwavering focus on solving problems and meeting needs, rather than promoting predetermined offerings, you create a naturally adaptive approach to value creation. This orientation ensures your efforts remain relevant regardless of changing conditions, while establishing the foundation for sustainable financial returns based on genuine contribution rather than marketing effectiveness alone. True wealth is built by helping others. The ultimate insight about value creation might be its most counterintuitive. The surest path to personal wealth often involves focusing primarily on others' success rather than your own. This principle manifests in multiple dimensions of business and investment, creating a powerful framework for sustainable prosperity. At the leadership level, this orientation appears as servant leadership, an approach that prioritizes enabling team members' growth and success rather than emphasizing personal authority or status. Leaders who adopt this stance focus on removing obstacles for their teams, providing necessary resources, offering meaningful development opportunities, and recognizing contributions rather than claiming credit. This leadership approach creates several advantages that directly impact financial outcomes. Teams led this way typically demonstrate higher engagement, greater innovation, stronger retention, and more effective collaboration, all factors that enhance organizational performance and consequently financial results. The culture that emerges from servant leadership becomes a competitive advantage that's difficult for others to replicate, not creating sustainable differentiation in crowded markets. Beyond internal leadership, this others-focused orientation extends to customer relationships through mutual benefit structures. Rather than viewing transactions as zero-sum exchanges where your gain necessarily comes at someone else's expense, this approach seeks arrangements where all parties genuinely benefit. The goal becomes creating so much value for customers or clients that your compensation feels entirely reasonable relative to the benefits they receive. This mutual benefit orientation naturally builds stronger, more durable customer relationships. When people feel they're receiving exceptional value relative to what they're paying, they become not just repeat customers, but advocates who actively promote your offerings to others. This word-of-mouth effect often creates acquisition efficiency that significantly enhances profitability compared to constantly recruiting new customers through paid marketing. The others-focused approach extends further through alignment between business objectives and broader social good. This doesn't necessarily mean traditional philanthropy, though that may be part, but rather finding ways for core business activities to simultaneously generate profits and positive social outcomes. This alignment might involve environmentally sustainable practices, creating employment in underserved communities, or developing products that address significant social challenges while maintaining commercial viability. This social dimension creates multiple benefits beyond direct financial returns. It often attracts customers who share similar values and are willing to pay premium prices to support organizations aligned with their principles. It helps recruit and retain talented team members who seek meaning beyond compensation in their work. It can also generate positive media coverage and community goodwill that would be expensive or impossible to secure through conventional marketing. Perhaps most importantly, this others-focused orientation creates sustainability that purely self-interested approaches typically lack. Businesses built primarily on extracting maximum short-term profit often find themselves vulnerable to competitive disruption, regulatory challenges, or customer abandonment when alternatives emerge. By contrast, enterprises genuinely focused on creating value for others build reservoirs of loyalty, trust, and goodwill that provide resilience during challenging periods. This principle explains why many of history's greatest fortunes emerged not from ruthless self-interest, but from enterprises that dramatically improved others' lives or solved significant problems at scale. The financial returns these ventures generated weren't despite their focus on helping others, but because of it. Their impact created corresponding value that naturally flowed back to their creators. By orienting your wealth-building efforts around helping others succeed, whether employees, customers, communities, or society broadly, you align yourself with perhaps the most powerful and sustainable value creation principle. This approach doesn't require sacrificing financial success. Rather, it provides a more reliable path to prosperity than narrower self-focus ever could. The principles explored in this chapter reveal a profound truth about wealth creation. Lasting financial success typically comes not from pursuing money directly, but from focusing on creating genuine value for others. By understanding and applying concepts like dynamic reciprocity, merit-based offerings, problem-solving orientation, system building, and others-focused leadership, you position yourself to generate returns that far exceed what direct money pursuit could ever produce. This value-centered approach doesn't just create financial results, it transforms the entire wealth-building journey. Rather than engaging in extractive activities that feel hollow despite their monetary rewards, you build enterprises and investments that generate both prosperity and meaning, financial returns accompanied by the satisfaction of genuine contribution. As you implement these principles, remember that value creation isn't just a strategy, it's a fundamental orientation that influences every aspect of your work. The question, how can I create more value, becomes a North Star guiding decisions large and small, consistently directing you toward approaches that generate sustainable returns through genuine contribution rather than mere extraction. But even as you master value creation, another dimension of wealth building remains to be explored. In our next chapter, we'll examine a practical framework that transforms how you manage your day-to-day finances, a system so powerful that it has helped countless individuals achieve financial freedom regardless of their income level. This approach challenges conventional wisdom about saving, spending, and investing in ways that might surprise you, yet its effectiveness has been proven across diverse circumstances and economic conditions. Chapter 8: Personal Finance. Have you ever wondered why some people with modest incomes manage to build substantial wealth, while others who earn 6 or 7 figures remain perpetually broke? I've seen this pattern repeatedly throughout my career. Surgeons earning $500,000 annually, yet living paycheck to paycheck, while teachers on $60,000 salaries quietly amass million-dollar portfolios. Corporate executives drowning in debt despite massive bonuses, while small business owners with moderate incomes achieve complete financial freedom. The explanation for this paradox isn't found in investment strategies or income-generating tactics. It's not about market timing or finding the next hot stock. It's about something far more fundamental, yet frequently overlooked, something that operates quietly in the background of every financial success or failure. Most financial advice focuses on increasing your income or finding better investments. While these areas matter, they miss the critical foundation that determines whether higher income or better investments will actually improve your financial situation or simply disappear into an ever-expanding lifestyle. This chapter explores that foundation, the day-to-day management of money that either enables or sabotages your wealth-building efforts. You'll discover why even modest incomes, properly directed, can create substantial wealth over time, while even extraordinary earnings, poorly managed, can leave you financially vulnerable. More importantly, you'll learn practical approaches to transform how you handle money, creating a solid platform that amplifies every other wealth-building strategy we've discussed. These aren't complex techniques requiring financial expertise. They're straightforward principles that anyone can implement, regardless of income level or financial starting point. Pay yourself first. The single most powerful personal finance principle might also be the simplest. Pay yourself first. This concept, while straightforward to understand, represents a fundamental shift in how most people handle money, a shift that can dramatically alter your financial trajectory over time. Most people follow a predictable pattern with their income. They pay their bills, cover daily expenses, perhaps indulge in some discretionary spending, and then save or invest whatever happens to be left over. The problem? Usually, nothing is left over. Expenses tend to expand to consume available income, leaving wealth building as an afterthought rather than a priority. Paying yourself first flips this sequence. The moment income arrives, a predetermined percentage immediately goes toward your future, into investments, retirement accounts, or other wealth-building vehicles. Only after this automatic allocation do you use the remainder for living expenses and discretionary spending. This approach makes wealth building non-negotiable rather than optional. It transforms saving and investing from something you might do if circumstances allow into something that happens automatically, regardless of other financial pressures or temptations. The psychological impact of this simple reordering is profound. When you pay yourself first, you're making a clear statement about priorities, acknowledging that your future financial security deserves first claim on your resources, not whatever happens to remain after everything else. This principle creates what might be called forced scarcity. You learn to live on what remains after wealth-building allocations rather than trying to save from what remains after spending. This subtle shift often leads to more mindful consumption, as you adapt your lifestyle to fit within the available resources rather than continuously expanding expenses to match increasing income. The percentage you allocate isn't as important as the consistency of the practice. Many financial experts recommend 10 to 20% of gross income, but even starting with 5% can establish the habit. What matters most is making the allocation automatic and non-negotiable, treating it as your most important bill rather than a discretionary choice. Over time, this consistent practice creates remarkable results through the power of compounding. Even modest regular contributions, invested appropriately, can grow to substantial sums over decades. A person earning $50,000 annually who consistently invests 15% from age 25 to 65 could potentially accumulate over $1.5 million, assuming average market returns, and that's without counting any income increases over that period. Warren Buffett, arguably the world's most successful investor, has repeatedly emphasized this principle, noting that he's never met a person who followed the pay yourself first rule and wasn't financially successful. This observation comes from someone who has studied wealth creation more thoroughly than perhaps anyone alive. What makes this principle particularly powerful is its applicability across income levels. Whether you earn $30,000 or $300,000 annually, consistently directing a portion of that income toward wealth building before other expenses creates a foundation for financial progress that occasional or leftover-based investing simply cannot match. By implementing this single principle, paying yourself first, you establish the cornerstone of effective personal finance. This one habit, maintained consistently over time, often makes the difference between reaching financial independence and remaining perpetually dependent on active income, regardless of how much you earn. Invest in your skill set, not lifestyle. One of the most consequential financial decisions you'll make repeatedly throughout life is where to direct discretionary income, money not required for basic necessities. The wealthy typically make fundamentally different choices in this area than those who remain financially stuck, regardless of income level. The average consumer tends to direct discretionary funds toward lifestyle enhancement, nicer cars, larger homes, luxury goods, premium entertainment, or other consumption that provides immediate gratification but typically depreciates or disappears entirely. These purchases might create temporary pleasure, but generally do nothing to improve long-term financial prospects. By contrast, those who build substantial wealth often direct a significant portion of discretionary income toward enhancing their capabilities, investing in skills, knowledge, and abilities that increase their earning potential or create new opportunities. This might include formal education, specialized training, certifications, coaching, or other development that expands what they can offer the marketplace. This distinction reflects a fundamental difference in perspective, viewing discretionary spending as consumption versus investment. The financially successful recognize that certain expenditures, while not providing immediate material pleasure, can deliver extraordinary returns over time by increasing their ability to create value and command higher compensation. Consider two professionals who each have $5,000 in discretionary income. The first uses it for a luxury vacation that creates memories but no lasting financial benefit. The second invests in specialized training that increases their marketable skills. If that training allows them to earn just $500 more monthly, it generates $6,000 additional income annually, exceeding the initial investment in just 10 months and continuing to provide returns indefinitely. This approach becomes particularly powerful when focused on rare or in-demand capabilities that command premium compensation. Developing skills in emerging technologies, specialized consulting methodologies, high-level negotiation, or other areas where expertise is scarce can dramatically increase earning potential in ways that far outpace the investment required to acquire those capabilities. The most successful tech entrepreneurs exemplify this principle. Bill Gates and Elon Musk both invested heavily in their own development, learning programming languages, studying emerging technologies, and continuously expanding their knowledge base, long before achieving financial success. This relentless self-improvement created the foundation for their later wealth, proving far more valuable than any luxury goods they might have purchased instead. This principle extends beyond formal education to include mentorship, coaching, and experiential learning. Paying for guidance from someone who has already mastered what you're trying to achieve often provides returns far exceeding the cost, helping you avoid expensive mistakes and accelerate progress toward your goals. The compounding effect of skill investment can be extraordinary. Unlike material purchases that typically depreciate immediately, skills can be leveraged repeatedly across multiple ventures or roles, often increasing in value as you develop complementary capabilities or as market demand grows. A single valuable skill might generate returns for decades, while even the most premium consumer purchase typically provides diminishing satisfaction over much shorter periods. This mindset connects directly to the pay yourself first principle discussed earlier. Investing in your capabilities represents another form of paying yourself first, allocating resources to your future earning potential before directing them toward immediate consumption. Both approaches prioritize long-term wealth building over short-term gratification. By consistently choosing skill enhancement over lifestyle expansion, you create a powerful engine for financial growth that operates independently of market conditions or investment returns. Your expanded capabilities increase what you can earn in any environment, providing both greater income for current needs and additional resources for traditional investment vehicles. Spend money to save time. As your income grows, a crucial shift in financial thinking becomes possible. Viewing money not just as a resource for acquiring things, but as a tool for acquiring time, your most limited and precious asset. This perspective transforms how you evaluate certain expenditures, potentially accelerating your wealth-building journey rather than slowing it down. Most people instinctively try to save money by doing everything themselves, from household maintenance to administrative tasks to various aspects of their professional work. This do-it-yourself approach seems financially prudent on the surface. After all, why pay someone else to do something you could handle personally? This reasoning overlooks a fundamental economic concept: opportunity cost. Every hour you spend on a task has a cost, not in direct expenditure, but in what you could have earned or created during that time instead. As your earning capacity increases, this opportunity cost grows correspondingly, eventually exceeding the direct cost of hiring others for certain activities. Consider a simple example. If you can earn $100 per hour in your professional capacity, spending 3 hours on tasks that someone else could handle for $60 total isn't saving money. It's effectively losing $240, your potential earnings minus the outsourcing cost. This calculation becomes even more compelling when the alternative use of your time involves high-leverage activities that could generate multiples of your hourly rate. Research in behavioral economics confirms the benefits of this approach. Studies show that spending money on time-saving services often increases happiness and reduces stress more effectively than material purchases of equivalent value. This psychological benefit compounds the financial advantage, creating both immediate well-being and enhanced capacity for productive work. The key to implementing this principle effectively lies in strategic selection of what to outsource. Focus first on recurring tasks that consume significant time without requiring your unique talents or providing particular satisfaction. Administrative work, routine maintenance, basic research, or standardized processes often fall into this category, activities where competent execution matters more than your personal touch. This approach becomes particularly powerful when combined with the skill investment principle discussed earlier. By delegating lower-value tasks, you create space for developing higher-value capabilities or applying your existing skills in more profitable ways. The time you buy back through strategic outsourcing becomes an investment opportunity rather than merely leisure. The wealth-building potential of this strategy extends beyond simple time-for-money calculations. When you free yourself from routine tasks, you gain mental bandwidth for strategic thinking, creative problem-solving, and identifying new opportunities, activities that often generate exponential rather than linear returns. This cognitive space can lead to breakthroughs that far exceed the direct value of the time saved. Implementing this principle doesn't require massive expenditure or dramatic lifestyle changes. Start with small experiments, perhaps outsourcing one recurring task that consumes disproportionate time relative to its importance. Measure both the direct time saved and the less tangible benefits in reduced stress and increased focus on higher value activities. As your comfort with delegation grows, gradually expand your outsourcing to include additional areas where your personal involvement adds limited value. This progressive approach allows you to develop systems for effective delegation while ensuring the freed time actually translates to enhanced productivity or well-being rather than simply being absorbed by other low-value activities. By strategically spending money to save time, you transform certain expenditures from costs into investments, allocations that generate returns exceeding their face value. This perspective represents a crucial evolution in financial thinking that can accelerate your progress toward wealth while simultaneously improving your quality of life. 80% done by someone else is 100% awesome. One of the most significant barriers to effective delegation, and therefore to reclaiming your time for higher value activities, is perfectionism. Many capable individuals struggle to release control because they believe no one else will complete tasks to their exacting standards. This perfectionist tendency creates a bottleneck that severely limits growth potential, both personally and financially. The transformative insight that unlocks this constraint is simple but powerful. 80% completion by someone else is often 100% awesome for your overall progress. This doesn't mean accepting mediocrity or compromising on truly important standards. Rather, it recognizes that the perfect execution of all tasks by you personally comes at an enormous opportunity cost, preventing you from focusing on the highest leverage activities where your unique talents create exceptional value. Consider the mathematics. If you insist on personally handling 10 tasks at 100% quality, you might produce a total value of 1,000 units. 10 tasks, 100% quality. However, if you delegate 9 of those tasks to others who complete them at 80% of your standard, while you focus exclusively on the single most important task, you might produce 720 units from the delegated work, 9 tasks times 80% quality, plus 300 units from your concentrated effort on the highest value task, 1 task 300% quality due to full focus. The total output increases to 1,120 units, a net gain despite the lower quality of the delegated work. This principle becomes even more powerful when you recognize that your assessment of others' capabilities often suffers from bias. Many tasks don't actually require your particular expertise, and those you delegate to might perform them at 90% or even 100% of your standard, or occasionally better than you would, especially in areas outside your core strengths. Implementing this principle requires identifying which tasks truly benefit from your unique talents versus those where good enough execution suffices. High-leverage activities, those directly connected to revenue generation, strategic direction, or your specific expertise, might merit your personal attention. Standardized, repeatable, or technical tasks that others can handle competently often belong in the delegation category. The financial impact of this approach extends beyond simple efficiency. By focusing your energy on the highest value activities while delegating everything else, You create capacity for growth that would be impossible if you remained involved in every detail. This scalability transforms the ceiling of your potential income and impact, allowing expansion that perfectionist control would prevent. Jeff Bezos exemplifies this principle in building Amazon. Rather than attempting to oversee every aspect of the rapidly growing company, he focused primarily on key strategic decisions and innovations while building teams and systems to handle operational details. This selective involvement allowed Amazon to scale far beyond what would have been possible had Bezos insisted on personally approving every initiative or process. Adopting this mindset requires a psychological shift, learning to value progress over perfection and recognizing that small quality sacrifices in non-critical areas often enable massive gains in what truly matters. This perspective doesn't come naturally to many high achievers, who often built their initial success through personal excellence and attention to detail. The transition requires conscious effort and occasional discomfort as you learn to release control. Start implementing this principle by identifying one recurring task that consumes significant time but doesn't directly leverage your core strengths. Delegate this task with clear but reasonable expectations, explicitly acknowledging that 80% completion is acceptable. Use the freed time to focus intensively on a high-value activity where your personal involvement creates exceptional results. Measure the overall outcome rather than just the quality of the delegated task. As you experience the benefits of this approach, both in tangible results and in reduced stress from trying to personally perfect everything, gradually expand your delegation comfort zone. Each task successfully transferred to others creates additional capacity for your highest value contributions, accelerating your financial progress while creating a more sustainable work pattern. Be incompetent at some things. Counterintuitively, one of the most powerful personal finance strategies involves deliberately embracing incompetence in certain areas. This principle, being strategically bad at some things, runs contrary to the achievement-oriented mindset many successful people develop, yet it can dramatically accelerate financial progress when properly applied. Most high achievers instinctively try to develop competence across all domains, viewing any personal limitation as a weakness to be overcome. This approach, while admirable in theory, creates several practical problems. It diverts time and energy from areas where you could develop truly exceptional abilities. It creates stress from constantly feeling inadequate in certain domains. Most importantly, it prevents you from leveraging the specialized talents of others who might excel precisely where you struggle. The alternative approach, intentional specialization, means deliberately focusing your development in areas where you have natural aptitude or particular interest, while consciously accepting limitations elsewhere. Rather than viewing these limitations as failures, you recognize them as opportunities to incorporate complementary strengths through strategic partnerships, hiring, or outsourcing. This principle operates differently from simple delegation. While delegation often involves transferring tasks you could do but choose not to, strategic incompetence means acknowledging areas where others genuinely possess capabilities you don't, and leveraging those differences to create better outcomes than you could achieve alone. The economic benefits of this approach derive from the principle of comparative advantage. Even if you could eventually become competent at everything, an impossible goal in practice, your time remains limited. By focusing exclusively on activities where your contribution creates the highest value while partnering with others for everything else, you maximize the overall output from your available time and resources. This specialization enables you to tackle larger, more complex projects than would be possible through individual effort alone. A software developer who partners with a skilled marketer can create and successfully launch products that neither could complete independently. A strategic thinker who hires detail-oriented implementers can see visions executed that might otherwise remain conceptual. These complementary combinations often create value far exceeding what any individual could produce, regardless of effort. Beyond the direct economic benefits, this approach reduces the mental and emotional burden of trying to excel at everything. The constant stress of feeling inadequate in certain areas drains energy that could be directed toward your genuine strengths. By accepting and accommodating your limitations rather than fighting them, you create space for exceptional performance in your areas of natural advantage. Implementing this principle begins with honest self-assessment, identifying where your natural talents, acquired skills, and genuine interests converge. These areas of alignment typically offer the greatest potential for developing truly exceptional capabilities that command premium compensation. Conversely, areas where you consistently struggle despite significant effort might be candidates for strategic incompetence. Once you've identified these areas, explore how you might incorporate complementary strengths through hiring, partnerships, or outsourcing. This doesn't mean abdicating responsibility or understanding. You still need sufficient knowledge to effectively collaborate with specialists. But it does mean releasing the expectation that you should personally excel in these domains. The financial impact of this approach compounds over time. As you focus increasingly on your areas of exceptional ability while incorporating others' strengths elsewhere, your value to the marketplace typically increases. Simultaneously, you create capacity for handling larger, more complex, and potentially more lucrative projects than would be possible through generalized individual effort. By embracing strategic incompetence, being deliberately and unapologetically bad at some things, you create space for extraordinary performance where it matters most. This counterintuitive approach often accelerates financial progress more effectively than attempting to develop universal competence while simultaneously reducing stress and creating more sustainable work patterns. Minimizing liabilities and focusing on assets. Perhaps no single distinction matters more for long-term financial success than understanding the fundamental difference between assets and liabilities and structuring your financial life to maximize the former while minimizing the latter. This seemingly simple categorization has profound implications for wealth building, yet many people misunderstand it or apply it inconsistently. In its purest form, an asset is something that puts money into your pocket. It generates income or appreciates in value, ideally both. Examples include income-producing real estate, dividend-paying stocks, bonds, business ownership, intellectual property generating royalties, or other investments that create cash flow or growth without requiring your direct labor. A liability, by contrast, takes money out of your pocket. It requires ongoing expenditure without generating income or appreciation. Common liabilities include consumer debt, car loans for depreciating vehicles, expensive electronics that lose value immediately, or other purchases that cost money to maintain while providing no financial return. This distinction seems straightforward, yet confusion abounds. Many people mistakenly categorize their primary residence as an asset when it often functions primarily as a liability, requiring mortgage payments, property taxes, insurance, maintenance, and utilities without generating income. While homes may appreciate over time, this potential future gain doesn't change the ongoing negative cash flow they typically create. Similarly, luxury items like boats, vacation properties used exclusively by the owner, or high-end vehicles are frequently misclassified as assets when they actually represent significant liabilities, consuming resources rather than generating them. The emotional satisfaction these purchases provide doesn't change their financial categorization. Research consistently shows that wealthy individuals allocate their resources differently than those who struggle financially, regardless of income level. Millionaire surveys reveal that they typically direct a much higher percentage of their income toward acquiring true assets, investments in stocks, bonds, income properties, or business interests, while minimizing expenditure on liabilities, particularly those financed with debt. This focus on asset acquisition creates a powerful compounding effect over time. Each asset generates returns that can fund additional asset purchases, potentially creating an accelerating cycle of wealth accumulation. Meanwhile, minimizing liabilities reduces ongoing financial drag, allowing more resources to flow toward productive investments rather than consumption. The practical application of this principle doesn't require extreme frugality or eliminating all discretionary spending. Rather, it suggests being intentional about the balance between consumption and investment, ensuring that a significant portion of income consistently flows toward asset acquisition rather than being entirely consumed by lifestyle expenses or liability accumulation. Debt plays a particularly important role in this equation. Not all debt is inherently problematic. Loans used to acquire appreciating assets or expand income-producing activities can be valuable financial tools when used judiciously. However, debt-fueled consumption, using loans or credit cards to finance lifestyle expenses, depreciating purchases, or other non-productive expenditures, creates a double financial burden. The original expense plus interest payments that further drain resources from potential investments. Implementing this principle effectively requires developing the habit of evaluating potential purchases through the asset-liability lens. Before making significant expenditures, ask whether the item will likely put money in your pocket over time or take money out. This simple question can clarify decisions that might otherwise be driven primarily by emotional factors or social influences. For those already carrying significant liabilities, particularly high-interest consumer debt, focusing on systematic reduction often represents the most effective initial wealth-building strategy. The guaranteed return from eliminating an 18% credit card balance typically exceeds what most investments could reliably produce, making debt reduction a rational first priority before significant asset acquisition. By consistently directing resources toward assets while minimizing liabilities, you create a financial structure that generates increasing returns over time rather than requiring constant feeding. This fundamental reorientation, from consumption to production, from liability accumulation to asset building, forms the foundation for sustainable wealth creation regardless of income level. Factor in taxes. No discussion of personal finance would be complete without addressing taxation, a factor that significantly impacts wealth accumulation yet remains poorly understood by many. While tax minimization shouldn't drive all financial decisions, failing to consider tax implications can substantially reduce your effective returns and slow your progress toward financial goals. The first principle of tax-aware financial planning involves thinking in post-tax rather than pre-tax terms when setting goals and measuring progress. A $1 million portfolio that would trigger significant taxes upon liquidation represents less actual wealth than the same nominal amount in tax-advantaged accounts. Similarly, a business generating $200,000 in profit might translate to significantly different lifestyle capabilities depending on its tax structure and available deductions. This post-tax perspective becomes particularly important when evaluating potential investments or business opportunities. Two ventures offering identical pre-tax returns might deliver substantially different after-tax results based on their structure, timing of taxation, or eligibility for preferential treatment. Sophisticated investors and business owners consider these factors as integral parts of their decision-making process rather than afterthoughts. Strategic tax planning, legally minimizing tax burden through thoughtful structuring of income, investments, and business activities, represents one of the most reliable returns available. While investment performance involves significant uncertainty, tax savings from proper planning are often predictable and immediate. A dollar saved in taxes provides the same financial benefit as an additional dollar earned, but without requiring additional work or risk. Many wealth-building strategies incorporate tax advantages as core components rather than incidental benefits. Real estate investing, for instance, offers numerous tax advantages, including depreciation deductions, mortgage interest write-offs, and potentially favorable capital gains treatment. Business ownership similarly provides tax planning opportunities through retirement plans, legitimate business deductions, and various entity structures that can optimize overall tax burden. Retirement accounts represent perhaps the most widely available tax-advantaged wealth-building vehicles. Traditional accounts, like 401ks or traditional IRAs, provide immediate tax deductions and tax-deferred growth, while Roth accounts offer tax-free growth and withdrawals. Maximizing contributions to these accounts typically provides significant long-term advantages compared to investing equivalent amounts in taxable accounts, particularly for those in higher tax brackets. The complexity of tax laws and their frequent changes make professional guidance particularly valuable in this area. While basic tax preparation might be handled independently, comprehensive tax planning often benefits from specialized expertise. A skilled tax professional doesn't just ensure compliance with current regulations, but proactively identifies opportunities for legitimate tax reduction based on your specific situation and goals. The return on investment from quality tax advice can be extraordinary. A tax professional who identifies even a few $1,000s in legitimate deductions or tax-saving strategies often pays for their services many times over. This value increases with income and financial complexity, making professional guidance increasingly important as your wealth grows. Timing considerations add another dimension to tax-aware financial planning. Decisions about when to recognize income, realize investment gains, make charitable contributions, or implement business transitions can significantly impact tax burden. These timing strategies require forward-looking planning rather than reactive decisions at tax filing time. While tax considerations matter, they shouldn't override fundamental economic or personal factors in decision-making. Pursuing a less profitable business or investment solely for tax advantages rarely makes sense compared to earning higher pre-tax returns and paying the associated taxes. Similarly, making major life decisions primarily for tax reasons often leads to suboptimal overall outcomes despite potential tax savings. By incorporating tax awareness into your financial planning, considering tax implications alongside other factors rather than ignoring them or making them the sole focus, you can significantly enhance your wealth-building efficiency. This balanced approach ensures you keep more of what you earn while avoiding tax-driven decisions that might compromise your broader financial or personal objectives. Opening the way for abundance. Beyond the practical mechanics of personal finance lies a more subtle but equally important dimension: the psychological and emotional relationship with money that either supports or undermines your financial progress. This internal landscape, your beliefs, attitudes, and unconscious patterns around wealth, often determines whether external strategies actually translate into improved financial outcomes. Many people experience persistent financial struggles despite understanding basic principles and occasionally implementing sound practices. This disconnect frequently stems from internal blockages, limiting beliefs, self-sabotaging behaviors, or conflicted feelings about money that operate beneath conscious awareness yet powerfully influence financial decisions and outcomes. These blockages take various forms. Some people unconsciously associate wealth with negative qualities like greed or selfishness, creating internal resistance to financial success despite conscious desires for greater abundance. Others carry childhood programming suggesting they don't deserve prosperity or that financial struggle is somehow virtuous. Still others develop self-sabotaging patterns like impulsive spending during stress or avoiding financial matters entirely that undermine their stated goals. Removing these internal obstacles often proves as important as implementing practical strategies. This clearing process typically begins with awareness, recognizing limiting beliefs or counterproductive patterns that have operated unexamined. Simple reflection questions can reveal these hidden influences. What did I learn about money growing up? What do I believe about wealthy people? What patterns do I notice in my financial history? Developing a positive, empowered relationship with money represents a crucial shift for many. This doesn't mean viewing wealth as an end itself, but rather recognizing money as a neutral tool that can be used constructively to provide security, create opportunities, support loved ones, or contribute to causes you value. This perspective reduces the emotional charge around financial matters, allowing for clearer thinking and more consistent implementation of effective practices. The concept of abundance versus scarcity thinking plays a particularly important role in this psychological dimension. Those with a scarcity mindset view wealth as fundamentally limited. If someone gains, others must lose. This perspective creates anxiety, hoarding tendencies, and difficulty recognizing or creating new opportunities. By contrast, an abundance mindset recognizes that value can be created, not merely redistributed, allowing for win-win outcomes and greater receptivity to unexpected possibilities. Your social environment significantly influences these internal factors. Surrounding yourself with people who demonstrate healthy financial attitudes and behaviors tends to normalize those patterns, while regular exposure to financially destructive mindsets often undermines your own progress. This doesn't mean associating only with wealthy individuals, but rather with those who exhibit constructive approaches to money regardless of their current financial position. Aligning actions with intentions represents another crucial element of clearing the path to abundance. Many people express desires for financial independence while maintaining habits, relationships, or circumstances that directly contradict those goals. This misalignment creates internal conflict that drains energy and prevents consistent progress. Bringing actions into harmony with stated intentions, even through small initial steps, reduces this conflict and creates momentum toward desired outcomes. Practical steps for implementing these principles might include regular reflection on financial beliefs and patterns, conscious cultivation of gratitude for current resources while working toward greater abundance, intentional exposure to constructive financial perspectives through reading or conversation, and gradual adjustment of social circles to include more supportive influences. By addressing these psychological and emotional dimensions alongside practical strategies, you create internal conditions that support rather than sabotage your financial progress. This holistic approach recognizes that sustainable wealth building involves not just what you do with your money, but also how you think and feel about it, creating alignment between internal and external factors that accelerates your journey toward financial freedom. Aim for steady, sustainable growth. In an era of cryptocurrency millionaires, overnight tech fortunes, and social media success stories, the allure of rapid wealth creation has never been stronger. Yet beneath these highly visible exceptions lies a consistent pattern. Most sustainable wealth is built gradually through steady, compounding progress rather than dramatic windfalls or speculative gambles. This principle, prioritizing consistent, sustainable growth over high-risk moonshots, runs counter to popular narratives, but aligns with how most actual fortunes develop. Studies of self-made millionaires repeatedly show that the majority built their wealth through disciplined implementation of sound principles over decades rather than through spectacular single ventures or market timing. The mathematics of compounding explains why this approach proves so effective. A portfolio growing at a steady 8 to 10% annually might seem unexciting compared to investments promising 100% returns, but over decades, this consistent growth transforms modest initial capital into substantial wealth with far greater reliability than high-risk alternatives. A $10,000 investment growing at 10% annually becomes over $450,000 after 40 years, all without requiring additional capital or exceptional timing. This steady approach doesn't mean avoiding all risk or innovation. Rather, it suggests building a solid foundation of reliable growth while limiting speculative positions to amounts you can afford to lose without derailing your overall progress. This balanced strategy allows participation in potential high-growth opportunities without making your financial future dependent on their success. Maintaining a long-term perspective proves essential for this approach. Daily market movements, economic fluctuations, or temporary setbacks can seem significant in the moment, but typically matter little over multi-decade timeframes. This extended view helps maintain consistent implementation during inevitable periods of volatility or apparent stagnation, when abandoning sound strategies often proves most tempting, yet most damaging. Regular review and adjustment, rather than reactive changes based on market movements or economic news, Keep this steady approach on track despite changing conditions. Annual assessment of your financial position, progress toward goals, and alignment of strategies with current circumstances allows for thoughtful evolution without abandoning core principles that drive long-term success. This sustainable growth mindset extends beyond investment strategies to encompass career development, business building, and skill acquisition. Consistent improvement in your capabilities, gradual expansion of professional networks, and steady enhancement of your market value typically generate more reliable progress than pursuing dramatic role changes or business pivots without adequate foundation. The psychological benefits of this approach may prove as valuable as the financial advantages. The steady growth mindset reduces anxiety around short-term fluctuations, prevents the regret that often follows impulsive financial decisions, and creates a sense of control and direction that enhances overall well-being. This emotional stability further supports good decision-making, creating a positive cycle that enhances both financial outcomes and quality of life. Implementing this principle involves several practical steps. Establishing automatic investment programs that continue regardless of market conditions. Developing skills and capabilities through consistent daily practice rather than occasional intensive efforts. Building business value through incremental improvements rather than constant reinvention, and measuring progress over years rather than days or weeks. By embracing steady, sustainable growth as your primary approach while maintaining flexibility for occasional calculated risks, you create a wealth-building strategy that withstands changing conditions and consistently moves you toward financial freedom. This balanced perspective, neither overly conservative nor needlessly speculative, provides the reliability that dramatic approaches lack, while still allowing for the innovation and adaptation that changing circumstances require. The principles explored in this chapter, from paying yourself first to focusing on assets over liabilities to maintaining steady growth, provide a comprehensive framework for managing your personal finances in ways that support rather than undermine your wealth-building journey. These approaches don't require exceptional financial expertise or perfect implementation. They simply demand consistent application of sound principles over time. By establishing these fundamental practices, you create a solid platform that amplifies the effectiveness of every other wealth-building strategy. Your investment returns compound more powerfully because you consistently direct funds toward growth. Your business ventures have stronger foundations because you manage resources efficiently. Your earning potential increases because you invest strategically in your capabilities rather than merely expanding lifestyle. But even the most effective personal finance practices can't create extraordinary results without one additional element, an element so powerful that it can accelerate your progress beyond what seems possible through conventional approaches alone. In our next chapter, we'll explore this catalytic factor that separates those who achieve modest financial success from those who create truly remarkable results. This hidden multiplier operates quietly behind many of history's greatest fortunes, yet remains overlooked by most people seeking financial advancement. Chapter 9. Learning. The journey to wealth isn't a straight line. It's filled with unexpected turns, obstacles, and opportunities that no one can fully predict. Yet some people navigate this complex terrain with remarkable speed and precision, while others wander for decades without making meaningful progress. What separates these two groups isn't just strategy or resources. It's something more fundamental, something that operates as a hidden accelerator for those who harness it and an invisible barrier for those who neglect it. I've studied thousands of wealth journeys over the years, from modest success stories to billion-dollar empires. While their specific paths varied enormously, I've identified a consistent pattern among those who achieve their financial goals with unusual speed and resilience. They all possessed a particular orientation toward growth and connection that dramatically compressed their timeline to success. This orientation isn't flashy or mysterious. It doesn't require special talents or privileged access. Yet it's so powerful that it can literally shave years or even decades off your wealth-building journey. More importantly, it can transform that journey from a grueling marathon into an engaging adventure filled with discovery and meaningful connection. In this final chapter, we'll explore this critical accelerator, the commitment to continuous learning and strategic relationships that separates those who merely dream of wealth from those who actually achieve it. You'll discover why the most successful people never stop being students, how they leverage connections to multiply their capabilities, and how you can apply these same principles to dramatically accelerate your own path to financial freedom. The strength of strategic alliances. The myth of the self-made millionaire is just that, a myth. Look closely at any significant success story, and you'll find not a lone genius, but a web of strategic relationships that made extraordinary achievement possible. This reality contradicts our cultural narrative about individual accomplishment, but understanding it unlocks one of the most powerful accelerators on your wealth-building journey. Strategic alliances, partnerships with individuals whose strengths complement your weaknesses, create capabilities far beyond what any single person could develop independently. These relationships aren't just helpful. They're often the decisive factor that determines who succeeds and who struggles despite equal talent or resources. Consider the fundamental limitation of individual effort. No matter how talented or hardworking you are, you possess finite time, energy, and natural aptitudes. These constraints inevitably create gaps in your capabilities, areas where you're less skilled, knowledgeable, or effective. These gaps become bottlenecks that limit your progress, regardless of how exceptional you might be in other domains. Strategic alliances directly address this limitation by bringing together individuals with complementary strengths. When you partner with someone whose capabilities fill your gaps while you address theirs, you create a combined entity far more powerful than either of you could be individually. This complementary approach allows each person to focus primarily on their areas of greatest strength rather than struggling to overcome natural limitations. The financial impact of these alliances can be extraordinary. Projects that would be impossible for a solo entrepreneur become manageable with the right partner. Markets that would be inaccessible to an individual become available through strategic connections. Resources that would be beyond your personal reach become available through collaborative arrangements. Beyond specific capabilities, strategic alliances also distribute risk in ways that enable bolder action. When multiple individuals share financial exposure, time commitment, or reputational stakes, each can typically accept greater total risk than they would individually. This risk distribution often allows pursuit of opportunities with higher potential returns that might be too daunting for a solo endeavor. Resource sharing represents another powerful benefit of strategic alliances. Partners can contribute different types of capital, financial resources, industry connections, specialized equipment, office space, or other assets, reducing the burden on any individual while creating a more robust operational foundation. This sharing often enables faster scaling and greater operational resilience than would be possible through individual effort. Implementing effective alliances requires careful consideration of several factors. Clear definition of roles and responsibilities prevents confusion and conflict, particularly when partners have overlapping capabilities in certain areas. Transparent communication about expectations, contributions, and reward distribution establishes trust and reduces potential friction points. Formal agreements, whether legal contracts or detailed written understandings, provide clarity that protects all parties and the alliance itself. The most successful strategic alliances balance structure with flexibility. While clear frameworks provide necessary stability, rigid arrangements can prevent adaptation to changing circumstances or emerging opportunities. Finding this balance, providing sufficient clarity while maintaining room for evolution, represents one of the key challenges in building lasting, productive partnerships. Not all strategic alliances involve formal business partnerships. Mentor relationships, mastermind groups, accountability partnerships, and even certain client or vendor arrangements can function as strategic alliances when structured with mutual benefit in mind. The essential element isn't the formal structure, but the complementary exchange of value that expands capabilities beyond what any individual could achieve alone. By consciously developing strategic alliances, rather than attempting to overcome all limitations through personal development, you create a powerful accelerator for your wealth-building journey. These relationships can compress your timeline to success by years or even decades, while simultaneously reducing stress and increasing your capacity to handle complex opportunities. This collaborative approach doesn't diminish individual achievement. It magnifies it by creating possibilities that simply wouldn't exist through isolated effort. The pursuit of knowledge. Behind virtually every significant fortune lies an insatiable appetite for knowledge. This isn't coincidental. It reflects a fundamental reality about wealth creation in a complex, ever-changing world. Those who continuously expand their understanding consistently outperform those who rely solely on what they already know, regardless of initial advantages in talent, resources, or connections. This pattern appears across industries, wealth levels, and time periods. Warren Buffett, despite his legendary status and decades of success, still dedicates approximately 80% of his working day to reading, consuming hundreds of pages of financial reports, business periodicals, and books. Bill Gates takes annual Think Weeks dedicated entirely to reading and reflection. Oprah Winfrey credits books as her path to personal freedom and a key factor in her business success. This commitment to ongoing learning creates several distinct advantages in the wealth-building process. First, it provides informational edges, awareness of emerging trends, technologies, or market shifts before they become widely recognized. These early insights often reveal opportunities invisible to others or highlight potential threats before they materialize into serious problems. Beyond specific information, continuous learning develops mental models and frameworks that enhance decision-making across situations. By studying diverse fields, from psychology and history to technology and economics, successful individuals develop pattern recognition that helps them navigate complex challenges more effectively than those with narrower knowledge bases. The most powerful learning transcends passive consumption to become active integration. While simply absorbing information provides some value, the real transformation occurs when you process new knowledge through note-taking, discussion, teaching others, or immediate application. These active approaches dramatically increase retention and, more importantly, your ability to access and apply information when needed. This distinction between passive and active learning explains why some people can read dozens of business books without meaningful improvement, while others transform their results through just a few well-processed resources. The difference lies not in the information itself, but in how deeply it's integrated into your thinking and actions. Curiosity, genuine interest in understanding how things work and why, drives effective learning more reliably than discipline alone. When you're authentically curious about a subject, learning becomes self-motivating rather than a chore. This intrinsic motivation sustains effort through challenging material and encourages exploration beyond obvious sources or conventional wisdom. This natural curiosity creates another wealth-building advantage. It leads to better questions. The quality of your questions often determines the quality of your opportunities and solutions. Curious people ask why and what if more frequently, challenging assumptions and exploring possibilities that others miss. These questions frequently reveal hidden problems worth solving or novel approaches to existing challenges. The most successful wealth builders maintain curiosity across multiple domains rather than limiting their learning to their primary field. This cross-disciplinary approach often yields unexpected connections and innovations. Concepts from biology might inform business structure, principles from architecture might enhance product design, or insights from psychology might improve marketing approaches. These creative combinations frequently generate breakthrough ideas that wouldn't emerge from within-field expertise alone. In practical terms, implementing this principle means establishing regular learning habits rather than sporadic educational bursts. Daily reading, weekly deep dives into specific topics, monthly exploration of entirely new subjects. These consistent practices compound over time, creating an expanding knowledge base that generates increasing returns through application to your wealth-building endeavors. This ongoing pursuit of knowledge doesn't require formal education or expensive resources. While traditional credentials have value in certain contexts, many of history's greatest fortunes were built by individuals with limited formal schooling but extraordinary self-directed learning habits. In today's world, with unprecedented access to information through books, online courses, podcasts, and other media, the constraints on learning have never been lower for those with genuine motivation. By making continuous learning a core component of your wealth-building approach, rather than an occasional supplement, you create compounding intellectual capital that generates returns throughout your financial journey. This knowledge base becomes an appreciating asset that, unlike many material resources, can never be taken away and only grows more valuable with application and expansion over time. Continuous improvement and lifelong learning. While initial learning creates a foundation for wealth building, the real power comes from maintaining this growth orientation throughout your journey. The landscape of opportunity constantly evolves. Technologies transform industries, consumer preferences shift, economic conditions fluctuate, and competitive dynamics change. In this environment, those committed to continuous improvement consistently outperform those who rest on established knowledge or skills. This commitment to ongoing development requires embracing change rather than resisting it. Many once successful individuals or businesses eventually falter because they cling to approaches that worked in the past while failing to adapt to evolving conditions. By contrast, those who maintain financial success over decades typically demonstrate remarkable adaptability, constantly learning new skills, exploring emerging trends, and refining their strategies based on changing realities. This adaptability isn't just about responding to external changes. It also involves proactively identifying and addressing personal or organizational limitations. Regular skills assessment, honestly evaluating your current capabilities against evolving market demands, provides a crucial feedback mechanism for directing ongoing development. This assessment isn't about harsh self-criticism, but rather clear-eyed recognition of where targeted improvement could create disproportionate returns. The most effective approach often combines developing strengths with strategic compensation for weaknesses. Rather than trying to become excellent at everything, an impossible goal, focus your personal development on areas where you already show aptitude or interest, while finding ways to manage or delegate in areas where you consistently struggle. This balanced approach creates faster progress than either ignoring weaknesses entirely or obsessing over bringing every skill to the same level. Learning from setbacks represents another crucial dimension of continuous improvement. Every failure or disappointment contains valuable information if you're willing to extract it rather than simply moving on or making excuses. The most successful wealth builders develop systematic approaches to post-mortem analysis, examining what went wrong, identifying contributing factors, and determining specific adjustments for future situations. This constructive approach to failure creates compound benefits over time. Not only do you avoid repeating specific mistakes, but you also develop pattern recognition that helps identify similar risks in entirely different contexts. This expanding awareness of potential pitfalls allows you to navigate complex situations more effectively than those who either avoid risk entirely or repeatedly encounter the same problems. Many of history's greatest business successes emerged from individuals who experienced significant early failures, but used those experiences as accelerated learning opportunities. These setbacks, while painful in the moment, provided compressed wisdom that might have taken decades to accumulate through gradual experience alone. By extracting maximum learning from each challenge, these individuals transformed apparent disasters into valuable assets for future ventures. The commitment to continuous improvement extends beyond reactive learning from mistakes to proactive exploration of new possibilities. This might involve experimenting with emerging technologies before they become mainstream, exploring adjacent markets before fully committing resources, or testing new business models alongside established approaches. These forward-looking activities create options and insights that provide significant advantages when conditions change. Implementing continuous improvement requires both structured and unstructured learning activities. Formal development might include courses, certifications, coaching relationships, or structured reading programs focused on specific skills or knowledge areas. Informal learning might involve curiosity-driven exploration, cross-industry observation, or experimental projects that expand capabilities through direct experience. The financial returns from this ongoing development typically far exceed the investment required, whether measured in time, money, or effort. New capabilities often create entirely new income streams, access to previously unavailable opportunities, or significant efficiency improvements that compound over years of application. Even seemingly small enhancements, a slightly better negotiation approach, a more effective communication style, or a more efficient operational method can generate extraordinary returns when applied consistently across numerous situations. By embracing continuous improvement as a core wealth-building principle, rather than a periodic activity, you create an expanding set of capabilities that generates increasing returns throughout your financial journey. This growth orientation ensures you remain relevant and effective regardless of external changes, transforming potential threats into opportunities through adaptability and expanded capacity. Surround yourself with the right people. Beyond formal partnerships and personal development, your broader social environment profoundly influences your wealth-building trajectory. The people you regularly interact with shape your thinking, affect your motivation, influence your standards, and impact your access to opportunities in ways that can either accelerate or severely impede your financial progress. This influence operates through several mechanisms. Most directly, humans naturally mirror the attitudes, behaviors, and expectations of their social groups. If you consistently interact with ambitious, growth-oriented individuals who are actively building wealth, you'll likely adopt similar patterns almost unconsciously. Conversely, regular exposure to financially struggling or negative people often normalizes limiting beliefs and counterproductive behaviors. The psychological concept of social contagion explains this phenomenon. Emotions, attitudes, and even specific behaviors spread through social networks like viruses. Research consistently demonstrates that everything from health habits to financial decisions is significantly influenced by peer groups, often without conscious awareness of this impact. Your financial behaviors are likely more influenced by your 5 closest associates than by your intellectual understanding of wealth-building principles. Beyond this unconscious influence, your social circle directly affects your access to information, opportunities, and resources. People who are actively engaged in wealth creation typically possess valuable knowledge about trends, strategies, and specific opportunities. Regular interaction with these individuals provides insights that might take years to discover independently or might never become visible through public sources alone. Finding or creating a supportive peer group represents one of the most powerful accelerators on your wealth-building journey. This might involve joining formal mastermind groups, attending industry events, participating in investment clubs, engaging in online communities focused on financial growth, or simply cultivating individual relationships with like-minded individuals pursuing similar goals. The ideal peer group combines several elements: shared commitment to growth, diversity of experience and perspective, willingness to provide honest feedback, and mutual support through challenges. This combination creates an environment where you're simultaneously challenged to expand your thinking and supported through the inevitable difficulties of the wealth-building process. Accountability partnerships, specific relationships focused on maintaining commitment to goals and actions, provide particularly powerful support for consistent implementation. Knowing someone else expects regular updates on your progress dramatically increases follow-through on intentions, especially during periods when motivation naturally fluctuates. This external accountability often bridges the gap between understanding what to do and actually doing it consistently. While peer relationships provide crucial horizontal support, mentor relationships offer vertical guidance from those who have already achieved what you're working toward. These relationships can compress your learning curve dramatically by providing perspective based on years or decades of relevant experience. A good mentor helps you avoid common pitfalls, identify blind spots in your thinking, and recognize opportunities you might otherwise miss due to inexperience. Finding effective mentors typically requires proactive effort rather than waiting for these relationships to develop spontaneously. This might involve directly approaching potential mentors with specific, limited requests rather than asking for general guidance. It might mean joining organizations where natural mentorship opportunities emerge through shared activities. It might include investing in formal coaching relationships that provide structured mentorship in specific domains. As your wealth-building journey progresses, your social needs will evolve. Relationships that provided perfect support at one stage might become limiting at another. This natural evolution requires periodically reassessing your social environment and intentionally cultivating new connections that align with your expanding goals and capabilities. This ongoing social development doesn't mean abandoning existing relationships, but rather ensuring your overall network includes sufficient growth-oriented influences. Many successful individuals maintain diverse social circles that include both supportive personal relationships and challenging professional connections that push their development in different ways. By consciously shaping your social environment rather than allowing it to form by default, you create powerful external support for your wealth-building efforts. This intentional approach to relationships can dramatically accelerate your progress by providing motivation, accountability, knowledge, and opportunities far beyond what you could generate independently. Myth of formal education versus real learning. A persistent misconception about wealth building involves the role of formal education. Many people assume that advanced degrees or prestigious institutions provide the surest path to financial success. While formal education certainly offers value in specific contexts, the relationship between academic credentials and wealth creation is far more nuanced than commonly believed. Some of history's most successful entrepreneurs and investors achieved extraordinary wealth with limited formal education. Richard Branson, founder of the Virgin Group, left school at 16. Steve Jobs dropped out of college after one semester. Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg both left Harvard without completing degrees. These examples don't suggest education lacks value, but rather highlight that wealth creation often depends more on practical knowledge, execution ability, and market timing than on academic credentials. The distinction between formal education and real learning becomes crucial for effective wealth building. Formal education typically follows standardized curricula, emphasizes theoretical knowledge, and measures success through academic assessments. Real learning, by contrast, focuses on practical application, adapts to individual needs and interests, and measures success through real-world results. Both approaches have merits, but they serve different purposes and operate on different timelines. For many wealth-building pursuits, self-directed learning provides advantages that traditional education cannot match. It allows for customized focus on exactly the knowledge and skills relevant to your specific goals, rather than following predetermined programs designed for general application. It enables immediate implementation of new information rather than delaying application until completion of a degree or certification. It typically costs far less, while potentially delivering greater returns through targeted relevance. The explosion of online learning resources has dramatically expanded access to high-quality education outside traditional institutions. World-class courses from leading experts, comprehensive tutorials on specific skills, communities of practice for peer learning, all these resources are available at minimal cost to anyone with internet access. This democratization of knowledge has removed many barriers that previously limited educational opportunities to those with significant financial resources or institutional access. This shift doesn't mean formal education has become irrelevant. Certain professions and career paths still require specific credentials, and structured programs provide valuable discipline and comprehensive coverage that self-directed learning might miss. The key lies in making intentional educational choices based on careful cost-benefit analysis rather than defaulting to traditional paths without consideration of alternatives. When evaluating educational investments, whether formal degrees, online courses, coaching programs, or self-study resources, consider several factors beyond just the credential or content. How directly will this knowledge apply to your wealth-building goals? What's the opportunity cost in time and money compared to alternative learning approaches? How quickly can you implement what you learn to generate actual returns? What specific problems will this education help you solve? This pragmatic approach often leads to hybrid learning strategies that combine elements of formal and informal education based on specific needs. You might pursue a traditional degree in a field requiring credentials while simultaneously developing practical skills through online courses, mentorship, and direct experience. You might invest in a high-level coaching program for specialized knowledge while building foundational understanding through self-directed study. The most effective wealth builders typically develop personalized learning systems rather than following standardized educational paths. These systems combine various knowledge sources, implementation mechanisms, feedback loops, and refinement processes tailored to their specific goals and learning preferences. This customized approach accelerates progress by focusing resources precisely where they create the greatest impact, rather than dispersing effort across generalized curricula. By recognizing the distinction between credentials and capabilities, between formal education and real learning, you can make more effective decisions about your knowledge development. This nuanced understanding allows you to invest in education that genuinely accelerates your wealth-building journey, rather than accumulating degrees or certifications that may impress others but fail to create tangible financial progress. Value of practical experience. While knowledge acquisition forms an essential component of wealth building, information alone rarely creates significant financial results. The critical transformation occurs when knowledge meets application, when theories, strategies, and insights encounter real-world conditions through direct implementation. This practical experience often provides learning that no book, course, or mentor can fully convey. The learning by doing philosophy recognizes that certain types of knowledge simply cannot be effectively transferred through abstract instruction. The nuances of negotiation, the intuitive elements of market timing, the subtle dynamics of team leadership, these and countless other crucial skills develop primarily through direct experience rather than theoretical understanding. Reading about swimming provides useful context, but actually entering the water creates fundamentally different learning. This experiential learning becomes particularly powerful when applied to entrepreneurial pursuits. Launching even a small venture, perhaps a side business while maintaining other income, provides compressed education about customer needs, marketing approaches, operational challenges, and financial management that might take years to absorb through passive study. The direct feedback from market interactions creates learning that's both more memorable and more precisely relevant than hypothetical scenarios. Failure within these practical experiences often delivers the most valuable insights. When a marketing approach doesn't generate expected results, when customers reject a product feature you thought they'd value, or when operational systems break under actual usage, you receive unambiguous feedback that cuts through assumptions and reveals reality. These moments of failure, while potentially uncomfortable, provide clarity that success sometimes obscures. Many of history's most successful entrepreneurs experienced significant early failures that provided crucial learning for later ventures. These setbacks weren't merely obstacles to overcome, but accelerated education that developed pattern recognition, resilience, and practical wisdom applicable across future opportunities. By experiencing what doesn't work firsthand, these individuals develop nuanced understanding that those who avoided failure never acquired. This learning through failure approach connects to the broader strategy of iterative testing, making small, controlled experiments to gather real-world data before committing substantial resources. Rather than developing elaborate plans based on untested assumptions, this approach involves creating minimum viable versions, gathering market feedback, and refining based on actual results. Each iteration provides practical learning that informs the next cycle, creating rapid improvement through direct experience. The technology sector has formalized this approach through concepts like failing fast and pivoting, recognizing that early mistakes, quickly identified and addressed, often lead to stronger eventual outcomes than prolonged development based on unverified assumptions. This methodology has created numerous billion-dollar companies that bear little resemblance to their founders' initial concepts, having evolved through practical learning rather than rigid adherence to original plans. While practical experience provides irreplaceable learning, theory still plays a valuable complementary role. Theoretical understanding helps you interpret experience more effectively, recognize broader patterns beyond your specific situation, and avoid certain categories of mistakes without having to make them personally. The most effective approach combines theoretical foundation with practical application, using each to enhance the other rather than relying exclusively on either. A balanced learning strategy might involve a 70-30 split, dedicating approximately 70% of your development efforts to practical projects, real-world implementation, and direct experience, while allocating about 30% to theoretical understanding through reading, courses, or conceptual exploration. This ratio ensures sufficient practical learning while maintaining theoretical context that helps extract maximum value from that experience. By prioritizing practical experience alongside knowledge acquisition, you create accelerated learning that directly advances your wealth-building goals. This hands-on approach develops capabilities that purely theoretical understanding cannot provide, while simultaneously testing concepts in your specific context, rather than relying on general principles that might not apply to your unique situation. Lifelong perspective and reading widely. The journey to wealth isn't a sprint or even a marathon. It's a lifelong process of growth, adaptation, and continuous development. Those who achieve and maintain significant financial success typically adopt this extended perspective, viewing personal development as an ongoing commitment rather than a finite project with a clear endpoint. This long-haul mindset transforms how you approach learning and growth. Rather than seeking quick fixes or comprehensive solutions, you develop sustainable practices that can be maintained indefinitely. Just as you wouldn't expect a single workout to create lasting physical fitness, you recognize that ongoing mental development requires consistent attention and regular investment throughout your life. The car maintenance metaphor provides a useful framework for this approach. Just as vehicles require regular oil changes, tire rotations, and occasional major repairs to maintain optimal performance, your knowledge and capabilities need consistent refreshing, periodic adjustments, and sometimes significant upgrades to remain effective in changing conditions. This maintenance isn't an optional extra, but an essential requirement for sustained performance. Reading widely across diverse fields represents one of the most powerful practices within this lifelong learning approach. While developing depth in your primary domain remains important, cross-disciplinary exploration often yields unexpected insights and connections that create breakthrough opportunities. Ideas from biology might inform business structure, concepts from psychology might enhance marketing approaches, or principles from physics might improve system design. This broad reading habit characterizes many extraordinary wealth creators. Elon Musk famously taught himself rocket science by devouring textbooks and questioning experts, despite having no formal aerospace training. Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett's longtime business partner, advocates building a latticework of mental models from diverse fields including psychology, mathematics, biology, and history to improve decision-making. These cross-domain insights often provide competitive advantages precisely because they're less common than within-field expertise. Beyond specific knowledge acquisition, regular reading develops general thinking capabilities that apply across domains. Reading challenging material improves analytical skills, expands vocabulary, enhances pattern recognition, and develops the ability to consider multiple perspectives simultaneously. These cognitive benefits compound over time, creating increasingly sophisticated mental tools for addressing complex wealth-building challenges. This mental maintenance extends beyond reading to include other forms of intellectual stimulation and renewal. Engaging with new challenges, participating in thoughtful discussion, teaching others, or exploring unfamiliar environments all contribute to cognitive flexibility and creative capacity. These diverse inputs prevent stagnation and foster the adaptability essential for navigating changing economic landscapes. The financial returns from this ongoing intellectual development typically far exceed the investment required. New mental models often reveal opportunities invisible to others or highlight risks that conventional thinking misses. Cross-disciplinary insights frequently lead to innovative approaches that create competitive advantages. Expanded perspective regularly improves decision quality across numerous situations, each potentially involving significant financial implications. Implementing this lifelong learning approach involves establishing sustainable habits rather than sporadic intensive efforts. Daily reading, weekly exploration of new concepts, monthly deep dives into specific topics. These consistent practices compound over time, creating an expanding knowledge base that generates increasing returns through application to your wealth-building endeavors. This ongoing commitment doesn't require extraordinary time investment or radical lifestyle changes. Even 30 minutes of focused reading daily accumulates to over 180 hours annually, equivalent to several university courses. The key lies in consistency and intentionality rather than duration, with regular exposure to diverse ideas creating cumulative benefits that occasional intensive study cannot match. By adopting this lifelong perspective on learning and development, you create an appreciating intellectual asset that continues generating returns throughout your wealth-building journey. This expanding knowledge base and mental flexibility provides resilience against changing conditions, while simultaneously revealing opportunities that remain invisible to those with more static or narrow understanding. Your network is your net worth. The phrase, "your network is your net worth," might seem like motivational hyperbole, but it reflects a fundamental truth about wealth creation. The relationships you build often determine your access to opportunities, resources, and support that directly impact financial outcomes. Understanding and intentionally developing this network represents one of the most powerful accelerators on your wealth-building journey. Effective networking transcends the superficial connection collecting that many associate with the term. Rather than accumulating business cards or social media contacts, meaningful network development involves building authentic relationships based on mutual value and genuine interest. These substantive connections create lasting benefits that transactional approaches cannot match. This authentic approach begins with giving before expecting to receive. By offering help, insights, introductions, or other resources without immediate expectation of return, you establish yourself as someone who creates value rather than merely extracts it. This reputation attracts similar individuals and creates a foundation of goodwill that often yields unexpected opportunities over time. The mentor-protege dynamic represents a particularly valuable network relationship. Connecting with someone who has already achieved what you're working toward can compress your learning curve dramatically by providing perspective based on years or decades of relevant experience. These relationships offer insights that might take years to discover independently and help you avoid costly mistakes that mentors have already navigated. Seeking these mentorship connections requires thoughtful approach rather than generic requests for guidance. Specific, limited asks that respect the mentor's time typically yield better results than open-ended requests for general advice. Demonstrating that you've done preliminary research and are seeking targeted insight rather than basic information similarly increases the likelihood of meaningful engagement. While traditional in-person networking remains valuable, digital platforms have transformed the potential scope and diversity of professional connections. LinkedIn, industry-specific forums, professional social media groups, and other online communities enable relationships that would have been impossible in previous eras due to geographic or social barriers. These platforms allow connection with potential mentors, partners, clients, or investors worldwide based on shared interests or complementary capabilities rather than physical proximity. The potential impact of these connections can be extraordinary. A single introduction might lead to a transformative partnership, investment opportunity, or client relationship. One conversation with the right person might provide insight that changes your entire approach to a business challenge. A relationship developed through online interaction might eventually create access to resources or opportunities that accelerate your progress by years. Building these high-value connections requires both strategy and authenticity. Strategic elements include identifying where potential connections congregate, whether physically or virtually, developing clear understanding of the value you can offer others, and creating systems for maintaining relationships over time. Authenticity involves genuine interest in others' success, transparent communication about your own capabilities and limitations, and consistent follow-through on commitments. As your wealth-building journey progresses, your network needs will evolve. Relationships that provided perfect support at one stage might become limiting at another. This natural evolution requires periodically reassessing your social environment and intentionally cultivating new connections that align with your expanding goals and capabilities. This ongoing network development doesn't mean abandoning existing relationships, but rather ensuring your overall connections include sufficient growth-oriented influences at your current level and beyond. Many successful individuals maintain diverse professional networks that include both peers at similar stages and more advanced connections that provide aspiration and guidance. By recognizing that your network truly does influence your net worth and approaching relationship development with both intention and authenticity, you create a powerful external resource that can dramatically accelerate your wealth-building journey. This social capital often proves as valuable as financial capital in creating opportunities, overcoming obstacles, and maintaining momentum toward your financial goals. Mentors and partnerships accelerate growth. While all the learning principles we've explored create significant advantages, perhaps none accelerates wealth building more dramatically than effective mentorship and strategic partnerships. These relationships can literally compress decades of progress into years by providing guidance, resources, and opportunities far beyond what individual effort could generate, regardless of talent or dedication. The value of expert guidance becomes particularly evident when entering new domains or attempting significant expansion beyond your current capabilities. An experienced mentor helps you navigate unfamiliar territory with confidence, identifying potential pitfalls before you encounter them, and highlighting opportunities that might remain invisible to newcomers. This guidance prevents costly mistakes while simultaneously revealing shortcuts that might take years to discover independently. Beyond specific advice, mentors often provide crucial introductions to their own networks, connections that might otherwise be inaccessible regardless of your individual merit. These introductions can create immediate credibility in new environments, bypassing the lengthy trust-building process typically required when entering established communities or markets without sponsorship. The most valuable mentorship relationships typically involve mutual benefit rather than one-sided guidance. While the protege receives wisdom and access, the mentor often gains fresh perspective, exposure to emerging trends, or simply the satisfaction of contributing to another's development. This reciprocity creates sustainable relationships that can evolve over time rather than brief interactions that terminate once specific guidance has been provided. Warren Buffett's relationship with his mentor, Benjamin Graham, exemplifies this dynamic. Graham provided the fundamental investment philosophy and specific techniques that form the foundation of Buffett's approach. This guidance compressed Buffett's learning curve dramatically, helping him avoid common investment mistakes while developing sophisticated analytical skills. The relationship eventually evolved from teacher-student to colleagues and finally to Buffett, extending Graham's principles in new directions. Similar acceleration occurs through strategic partnerships that combine complementary capabilities. When individuals with different strengths collaborate effectively, they create combined capacity far exceeding what either could develop independently. These partnerships allow each person to focus primarily on their areas of greatest strength while benefiting from their partner's capabilities in domains where they might struggle. These complementary relationships create particular value when they combine different types of intelligence or skill sets. Analytical and creative thinkers, big-picture strategists, and detail-oriented implementers, technical experts, and relationship builders. These pairings often produce extraordinary results precisely because the partners approach challenges from fundamentally different perspectives while sharing common goals. As your wealth-building journey progresses, your mentorship and partnership needs naturally evolve. Relationships that provided perfect support at one stage might become limiting at another. This progression requires periodically reassessing your connections and intentionally seeking new mentors or partners who can help you address your current challenges rather than those you've already mastered. This continuous upgrading of your inner circle doesn't mean abandoning existing relationships, but rather expanding your network to include those who can help you reach your next level of development. Many successful individuals maintain relationships with multiple mentors who provide guidance in different domains or at different scales, creating a composite support system that addresses diverse needs. Finding these high-value relationships requires proactive effort rather than waiting for them to develop spontaneously. This might involve directly approaching potential mentors with specific, limited requests rather than asking for general guidance. It might mean joining organizations where natural mentorship opportunities emerge through shared activities. It might include exploring potential partnerships through collaborative projects before making longer-term commitments. The financial impact of these relationships often far exceeds any investment required to develop them, whether measured in time, money, or effort. A single insight from an experienced mentor might prevent a $1 million mistake. One strategic partnership might unlock a market opportunity worth many times what either partner could access independently. These relationships frequently represent the highest return investments available on your wealth-building journey. By consciously cultivating mentorships and partnerships that complement your capabilities while addressing your current challenges, you create perhaps the most powerful accelerator for your wealth-building journey. These relationships can compress your timeline to success by years or even decades, while simultaneously making the journey more enjoyable through shared experience and mutual support. The ultimate wealth accelerator, the learning loop. Throughout this book, we've explored numerous strategies for building wealth, from developing the right mindset and purpose to taking consistent action, embracing calculated risk, understanding money, investing wisely, creating value, and managing personal finances effectively. Each of these elements contributes significantly to financial success when implemented consistently. But there's a meta principle that integrates and amplifies all these strategies, creating exponential rather than merely additive results. I call this the learning loop, and understanding it provides the ultimate accelerator for your wealth-building journey. The learning loop combines 4 elements we've explored in this chapter: knowledge acquisition, practical application, strategic relationships, and reflective analysis. When these components operate as an integrated system rather than isolated activities, they create a self-reinforcing cycle that dramatically accelerates progress beyond what any single element could produce. Here's how this powerful system works. You begin by acquiring knowledge through reading, courses, mentors, or other sources. Rather than stopping at understanding, you immediately apply this knowledge through practical implementation, perhaps in your business, investments, or career. This application generates real-world feedback about what works and what doesn't in your specific context. You then discuss this experience with strategic partners or mentors, gaining outside perspective that helps interpret results and identify adjustments. This reflection leads to refined understanding, which you then apply in the next iteration. With each cycle, your knowledge becomes more nuanced, your implementation more effective, your relationships more valuable, and your results more substantial. What makes this system so powerful is that each component enhances the others. Knowledge guides more effective application. Application generates more meaningful questions for mentors. Mentor insights help interpret experience more accurately. Reflection identifies the most valuable knowledge to acquire next. This integration creates compound learning that accelerates with each cycle rather than the linear progress that isolated activities produce. The financial impact of this compound learning can be extraordinary. Each cycle not only improves your results, but also increases your capacity to learn from subsequent cycles. This creates an exponential growth curve where progress accelerates over time rather than proceeding at a constant rate. The difference between linear and exponential growth explains why some people achieve in years what takes others decades, despite similar starting points. Implementing the learning loop requires intentional design rather than hoping these elements will naturally integrate. Create specific structures for each component: regular reading or course completion for knowledge acquisition, immediate implementation projects for application, scheduled mentor meetings or mastermind sessions for outside perspective, and dedicated reflection time to extract and integrate lessons. The most powerful version of this system operates across multiple timeframes simultaneously. Daily microloops might involve reading an article and immediately applying one insight. Weekly loops might include deeper study and more substantial implementation. Monthly or quarterly cycles might incorporate formal mentor reviews and comprehensive reflection. These nested loops create continuous improvement at multiple levels, addressing both immediate opportunities and long-term development. What separates those who achieve extraordinary financial results from those who make modest progress often isn't any single strategy or tactic, but rather this integrated learning system that continuously improves all aspects of their wealth-building approach. The compound effect of this improvement, applied consistently across years or decades, creates results that appear almost magical to those who don't understand the underlying process. The beauty of the learning loop is that it's accessible to anyone regardless of current knowledge, resources, or connections. You can begin with whatever you have, perhaps limited reading time, small implementation opportunities, and informal mentorship, and gradually expand each component as your capacity grows. The system works at any scale, creating relative advantages that compound over time. By implementing this integrated learning system, rather than pursuing isolated improvement in individual wealth-building components, you create the ultimate accelerator for your financial journey. This approach doesn't just help you implement the strategies we've explored more effectively. It transforms you into someone who continuously discovers new strategies, adapts to changing conditions, and creates opportunities that others miss entirely. The true secret to extraordinary wealth isn't any single principle, strategy, or technique. It's becoming someone who learns and evolves more effectively than others. Someone who continuously improves their understanding, implementation, relationships, and reflection in an integrated system that compounds over time. This transformation from static knowledge to dynamic learning represents the ultimate wealth-building advantage in an ever-changing world. As you close this book and begin applying what you've learned, remember that the principles we've explored aren't separate strategies to be implemented in isolation. They form an integrated system where each element enhances the others. Mindset supports purpose. Purpose drives action. Action embraces risk. Risk requires understanding money. Money enables investment. Investment creates value. Personal finance provides stability, and learning accelerates everything. Your wealth-building journey doesn't end with the final page of this book. It's just beginning. The real transformation happens not through reading, but through implementation, reflection, and continuous growth. The question isn't whether these principles work. History has proven they do, but whether you'll apply them consistently enough to experience their compound effect in your own life. The path ahead contains both challenges and opportunities, obstacles and breakthroughs, setbacks and triumphs. But armed with the integrated system we've explored, you're equipped to navigate this journey more effectively than most ever will. The principles that have created wealth throughout history are now yours to implement, adapt, and expand through your own unique application. What you do with this knowledge is entirely up to you. Will you let it remain interesting information, or will you transform it into life-changing implementation? Will you apply these principles occasionally when convenient, or will you build systems that ensure consistent application regardless of circumstances? Will you pursue wealth building as an isolated endeavor, or will you create strategic relationships that multiply your capabilities? Your answers to these questions will largely determine your financial future. Choose wisely, implement consistently, learn continuously, and connect strategically. The extraordinary wealth you seek isn't just possible, it's probable when you apply these principles as an integrated system over time. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Take that step today, and then another tomorrow, and another the day after. Before long, you'll look back and marvel at how far you've come. Not through dramatic leaps, but through consistent application of timeless principles that have created wealth throughout human history. Your wealth-building journey starts now. Make it count. But as you begin implementing these principles, you may discover a crucial challenge: turning financial knowledge into a cohesive life strategy. Even the most powerful wealth-building techniques can fall short without a clear vision for how they serve your broader life goals. What if there was a way to ensure your growing wealth actually creates the future you truly desire? The missing piece lies in intentional life design, a systematic approach to aligning your financial success with your deepest aspirations. To master this essential skill and maximize everything you've learned in this book, continue your transformation with the audiobook, The Plan: How to Design Your Future Life. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.